Hey, I just struggled slightly to get on here, so that's my bad. I am 10 minutes late. Hope y'all was getting y'all tea, your coffee, your matcha, or whatever. Come on in, have a seat. I'm sure Deva Jones will be here soon. I have a few things I would love to talk about today, like letting thy food be thy medicine. Um, like collective sustainability as far as food goes and as far as like circulating the black dollar goes. It's October 5th, 2025. I'd love to know if you guys are boycotting today or have y'all heard about an economic boycott for today. Um and not purchasing anything from anywhere, no gas, no nothing, no snacks, nothing. Um, I kind of talked about this in my promotion that I did for my upcoming event, Culture Rich Events, because it's all black owned everything, like black vendors, black venue, black. And in that promo, I talk about how I really love the boycott energy, but I do feel like in order to make it long lasting, we would have to shop, like buying black would have to be a lifestyle. Like you would have to have black owned businesses that you get your deodorant from. Cause you don't want to be stank, or that you get your food from because like you have to eat, and if you don't grow it, you got to find somewhere to get it. And it's like if you control the food or you control certain things, you control the people. Let me just double check and make sure I sent her the right link. Can I do that while I'm in here? Add a person, copy link. Hold on, y'all. Let me just make sure because I was having issues. But then what I'm gonna do? Hold on, add a person. Okay, my bad. Am I in? Am I back? I think I'm back. I sent her another text because we sometimes have issues with the links being correct. Hi, Royal County City Girl. Thank you for joining. I hope you're doing well. So yeah, so normally we just come in, we talk about growing food. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I planted some seeds with you guys a couple weeks ago and they did sprout and then they were trying to grow and the leaf miners took them out along with the fact that toads really like my patio area and they like soil and they like dig in my soil. There she is. Did I push it? It went away. Diva just popped up and then went away. So I say all that to say that my birthday is coming up. There she is.
What's going on, everyone?
Hey girl, we can't see you.
What? Girl, I was
You
child,
were
let's see. Wait a minute. Okay. I was Am I frozen?
I just can't see you. It just looks like
You know what? Now
there we go. Okay. Okay.
these phones.
I just when I came on, I was like, well, I just struggled for like 10 minutes to get on here, get the thumbnail, get the right link. I was like, let me go ahead and try the link again because that probably was the wrong link because I don't know. So I don't know what's the problem, but we're here. We made it. Wait, now I can't hear you. I can see you
I
talking.
accidentally pressed mute. See.
Okay.
Okay.
That- That's all right. That was a user error. That's okay.
But
I was
yeah, I'm
talking
hungry
about
already. Girl, I've been outside.
you been working in the garden?
So let me tell y'all what happened. Yesterday, I came outside. Well, first of all, let's go back. A week ago, y- yeah, about a week ago, we talked about plant starts on the last live.
I was
Girl, why I
just
went to the store.
about
Why I went to the store and they had just about killed a whole bunch of plant starts and they was giving them away. I couldn't believe it. Because they never do that. Never. Because I've asked and they be like, nah, we
which
just gonna throw
store?
them
Which
away.
one?
So they had cauliflower, they had broccoli, they had cabbage, they had rosemary, they had mint, they had parsley,
I need all that.
and they had a couple of other herbs. But I got multiples. I got multiple broccoli, multiple cauliflower. I just got one cabbage because the rest of the cabbage, girl, they was dead. Like I got the one that was alive.
Yeah.
And it was the little trays where it's 6 cells or whatever. And some of them had more than 6 plants. Like some of the broccoli had like 8 or 9 plants in there. So, um, hello, Paul. You gonna fool around and get put out? I'm
How
just
come?
already, yeah.
Paulo.
Paul finna get put out already. Y'all, y'all doing too much.
Um,
I don't know what y'all think this is, but and see, I was gonna say something real ugly, but I ain't gonna say this because I can say something real ugly based on his name. But I'm not gonna say I'm gonna be quiet. Um, but yeah, girl. So I got the plant starts, and they were on death's door, so I nursed them back to health.
Cause
And
that's
then
what
once
we
I got them,
do.
they were looking good yesterday. I said, okay, it's pretty. It's not that hot. I got up early in the morning and got them in the garden. I also bought me 2 rosemary. I bought 1 peppermint and 1 sweet mint. So I got those planted. I harvested roselle. I picked all the I took all the outside off the roselle seed pods. I took all that off, washed it, made me some tea. So girl, that's what I did yesterday. So I filmed all this, filmed it all. Girl, why I went in the house to go edit it. My camera was not in the right mode. I filmed it in fast, like in fast time. And when you film it like that, girl, you can't use that footage. Like you can try to slow it down in your editor, but it
Mm-hmm.
still ain't gonna look right. It's gonna be messed up.
Dang.
So, um, hey, Battle Zone 1480.
Hey
But yeah, so
y'all. Hey girl
I had to
dad.
delete
Looking
all that
up.
footage. Oh, hey, girl, dad. I had to delete all that footage, and then I came out here and filmed right quick to kind of just recap. So I had to make a video to replace the video that was gonna be. That was a mess.
So before
So
you
yeah.
came on, I was just saying about plant starts that I planted some seeds with y'all. We did it together.
Hmm.
Seeds did sprout. And then the leaf miners came and they tore my stuff up. And I heard HEB got plant starts for $1.50.
Did you go get some, or you haven't been yet?
I haven't been yet. I plan on checking them out or either this other nursery that I go to. But I was gonna say I'm not above the plant starts, and this season I'm busy. So
Yeah.
I don't think I have time to keep trying to baby no seeds like to be getting attacked like that. But I will try again with some of them, but I'm not gonna bank my whole broccoli harvest, you know what I mean, on them. So I think I definitely, if I find some cheap ones, y'all know I'll make a video. But I haven't even been as consistent posting my videos either because I'm busy.
Mm.
The kids is schooling and the two little ones started soccer, child. Mia told me she want to learn how to crochet. I found a crochet class for her on Sundays. She start next week. Hey, Clausen World.
What's up, Clausen? Do you take her to the class and drop her off, or do you have to stay?
Well, this will be my first time taking her, but I ain't dropping her
Mm,
off.
mm.
I'll be
I feel you.
staying.
I feel you. Crocheting easy. It's not hard. How long is the class? Is it like one
It's
class, or
like
she
an
gonna be
hour and
going?
a half. It's an hour and a half drop in class. So I just asked them, is it, beginner friendly? Because I always
Mm,
ask the kids, like, what y'all want to learn? And she said
mm-hmm.
crochet. So I was like, okay. They said it's beginner friendly, but I didn't see on there if I had to bring her materials, if they had materials. And I'm such a planner that I'm like, okay, it's on Sundays. I'll plan for next Sunday. If you need materials, we'll have everything,
Yeah,
and we'll know how to work it into our
yeah.
schedule.
Crocheting is easy. It's real easy. After she take her class, if there's anything she can't remember, baby, they got so many crochet videos on YouTube.
That's what
It's
I
like,
figured. I said I'll
cause
drop you in a few hands-on, side by side classes, and then
mm,
we very much learn by YouTube, by book, by what I'm saying. So
yeah,
we'll combine all that
yeah.
and
Because
then.
there's a once she if she end up liking crocheting, there's another it's called tatting. Tatting is even prettier. So mama taught me to crochet because mama knew how to do all kind of stuff. She had a coworker that knew how to. The coworker would sit on her lunch break and she would eat her lunch and she would macrame. And mama finally asked that lady, "What are you doing? What are you making?" And I don't know if y'all remember, back in the 70s, 80s, when people would have those, they looked like rope, but it was a chair, a swing, like they would be in the corner. You could sit in them and stuff like that.
Hmm.
But you could macrame uh, plant holders. People would macrame plant holders and stuff. My mama finally asked that lady what was she doing, and she was making a chair. And my mama said, and the lady showed her, a picture of what she was making because she had made one previous for somebody else. And she said, "Yeah, this called macrame." And she said, "Oh." And the lady taught her how to macrame. Then come to find out the lady knew how to cross stitch and crochet and all this stuff. Mama learned all that stuff. And
That's
then
cool.
when I got to, yeah, they would sit on their lunch break and talk and do all that kind of stuff. And then they had got to the point where if they ever got to work early, like if they were 20, 30 minutes early, they would sit in the car and sit in there and crochet and stuff like that. So um, but when I got to be about 8 or maybe between 8 and 10, I can't remember, but I wanted I found out about my great grandmother quilting, and my great grandmother by this point had stopped quilting. Um, and I said, "Well, Mama, I want to learn how to." She said, "Well, you want to learn how to crochet?" And I said, "Yeah." And so she taught me, but she taught me enough to where I could make a blanket, like do the granny square. They call it a granny square.
Hmm.
So I started on a blanket. It got to about the size of a baby blanket, and I was tired of that. Like as a
Hmm.
kid, sometimes you don't. To me, it just depends on the kid. If the kid is different than me and can really sit down and they might could do a blanket, but a blanket is kind of big. I
I think
start doing
that's for
smaller
everyone
stuff.
though. Like some stuff
Yeah,
is fun for you, and for other people it feels tedious.
yeah.
Not just
So
kids.
I
Because I
start.
have a friend that makes jewelry, but she does like wire wrap type
Okay.
jewelry, and I tried to have her over. Like, okay, friend, let's make a
And she
quick
was like,
metalsmith
this
ring.
beading
She
and
was like,
welding.
"Is
And
it
she said, this is too
over?"
much.
Girl, she wasn't even. So I said, "Sis, we ain't even got started. You ain't even saw your materials out yet."
Baby.
She was
She
like, "Is
said it's
it
beating and
over?"
welding and soldering and filing and sanding and tumbling. She said this is too damn much. Ain't got time for all this. As a kid,
She
I
was not
started making
having it.
smaller stuff like doilies, and I started making stuff like that. And now the patience now to make a blanket, I haven't, but I usually make cute stuff like earrings. I'll crochet some earrings because it don't take but 10 minutes. It take you
Mhm.
about 5 minutes to make one, 5 minutes to make the other.
Mhm.
You can sit in front of the TV and crochet right quick. And the only difference between making earrings and blankets is just the size of the hook. So you use a bigger hook for a blanket and a smaller hook for like earrings. Um, but yeah, you can make socks. Now I have done that. I've made booties before. I've crocheted socks. Like when it's cold, you want something to
Mhm.
put on your feet.
I see
So
people doing
yeah,
like the
like,
long
but no,
socks.
she
I think
probably
those are
like it.
cute.
Yeah, she'll probably like it. And then I found this black lady on YouTube. She doesn't make videos anymore, but her videos are still up. I think her channel is God's Desire for Me or something like that. It's something God. I know that's in there. But you talking about a hell of a craft woman. Oh my God. She
Mm.
crochet, but she does tatting as well. In tatting, you can make bracelets, you can make earrings, you can make, I'm talking
Oh,
about beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff.
that's cool.
And
I'm gonna
so
check her out.
it's really really simple. So I learned how to tat by watching that black lady do her stuff. She was the type when they have sales on yarn and stuff, she would go do those hauls, showing, buying the yarn. Going to these different
Hmm.
sales and stuff, buying the yarn. So it was real cool. I liked watching her.
Look, I love me a sale too. Combining the skill with a sale, baby. I'm in that
What's
thing.
going on, girl? When I tell you
Hey,
my
Onyx
allergies
Chicken
were cut
B.
up,
Pulled my bag
somebody
out of
else.
my room a month or so ago. It's in my room. My girlfriend and I who crochet together soon. Oh, that's nice. You
What
need your reading
time?
glasses on. Nothing wrong with that.
I need to get back in. I'm finally sewing. Yeah, I got some seeds back there that's coming up.
What
I
seed
don't
you
think it's
sowing
going.
right now, Flossing World? I sowed some seeds and they sure came up and the leaf mine just tore my behind up. And I don't know if I got it in me. My birthday coming up. You know what I'm saying? And I could
Your
tell somebody
event,
to buy me some plant starts. And my
your
event is coming up.
mm,
And my kids are in soccer. And I homeschool them. We're in school.
you going to harvest pecans on off of your tree, or is it pecans somewhere else?
I love harvesting pecans. I had a pecan tree in the backyard where I grew up in the hood.
My
So
granny
we
had
went
a.
to the library in the hood the other day, y'all, and it is popping. Okay,
I'm
if you
sure.
live in Houston, go
I'm
to the
sure.
Scenic Wood Library. It's 5 minutes away from the house where I grew up, and they got the tech link in that thing, baby. My kids was in there 3D printing
Oh, they
stuff.
got a bunch of stuff.
They got a bunch of stuff. Well, me and my friend were in there doing a promo for the event and also recording our podcast. It's gonna be on YouTube now, so I'm gonna share it on this channel so y'all can see. But they have a music studio, they have embroidery machines. And then the studio we were in, it kind of looked like a news studio or like a podcast studio. They had a touch screen puzzle. Like it was popping in there, y'all. And then I drove the kids through the neighborhood. The house is looking, it's looking different. But that's all
I'm
right.
sure.
I love my spot. I was like, I love that they have that resource in our neighborhoods. Like I was super high. So soon as I hit Homestead, I lit up.
Yeah.
I was like, yes.
What they need to do is have classes to teach people how to value, which, to be fair, is probably like your neighborhood is probably where you grew up is probably similar to where I live now and my granny's neighborhood and lots of other neighborhoods across the nation. A lot of those people, they probably don't even own those houses. They're probably renting, and that's probably why it looks that way. Um, if they're renting now, if they own those homes, I'm not gonna lie, we need to seriously have classes in Black communities
I think
about.
some people do. Like when I was
Okay,
driving down the
yeah,
street, I was showing the kids. I was like, "This where the Potts stay at. It's two twins, and they were
hmm,
brothers, and they lived right across the street from each other. And their houses were always nicer. Like they kept them up and
yeah,
stuff. But I would say like going back to the neighborhood, I see people recognize people sometimes. Like I feel like for the
yeah.
most
And if,
part,
if
people
they're if
do.
they're owning and their houses are not looking hot, I ain't gonna lie, we have to do better about instilling a sense of pride and things like that in our homes. Sometimes a home gets older, and I think people be like, "Oh, it's just an old house," or "It's just no, that's your house."
Yeah,
Get yourself up.
I
And
think
I
it's
know
a
everybody
mixture
don't
for
have a bunch
sure.
of money, but the community need to come together and do. That's why in my community, just like I know how to do certain things. Some of my neighbors know how to do certain things. If somebody needs something, we try to come together to try. And then not only
And
that,
to clean too.
sometimes people are elderly too. Now the elderly is
And
harder
need
for
help.
them. And when they're elderly, we have to come together and say, no, we're not gonna let the house fall in. We're gonna help them. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Um
I know my house particularly, like when it was first purchased, it was Hispanic people who purchased it and they fixed it up. It looks nice to me. And then
yeah.
now my mama talking about she asked the neighbor, why you let them these new people move into my house? Mama, you sold it, that ain't your house no more. She told me, why
The
you let them
deed
move in my house?
says,
Cause now they got all the cars parked in the. It's just you can even barely see the front door, but it is not normal like that. Yeah, it's not. And I said my friend, I was like, girl, this my old address. You want to drive through my street? It's down the street from the Scenic Wood Library. But we had a time in that library. I was so excited. I did a little TikTok about it and everything. Like, baby, if you
that's
live in the
good.
hood, go to the Scenic Wood Library because they got it. And all you have to do is like take a class for the different machines and stuff. And then you can
Yeah,
schedule your time. Baby,
yeah.
you can start you a business up in there with that embroidery machine. Okay.
I could see it. I could see it. You definitely could. And then
Mm-hmm.
even if you embroidered small things to start with to get you some money, like for instance, if you embroidered a bunch of small stuff, sold all that
Like
stuff,
hats or
you can
something.
make enough money to buy you a machine. See what I'm saying?
You
Easy to
see
get
what
off that stuff.
and all you need is your library card.
Yeah,
That's all you need. The
I
kids,
can assure you,
I'll have
the
to show
library near
y'all.
me.
The kids 3D printed a bunch of little animals. Mia talking about, look, I 3D printed Teddy. She 3D printed a little red dot, and it did look like Teddy. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cute. Like they had a blast. So,
Yeah,
um, I was just my heart was full
that's
for
good.
the community. I hope everybody is, you know what I'm saying, taking advantage of that because it
Girl,
was
and
nice, and the
that
people
be
in
the
there were real
thing.
nice.
Like my library near me is decent. They don't have all of that what you talking about, and I'm gonna be honest and say they probably don't have that because the director of the library, she's not bad, but I just think she hasn't thought of that. You know what I'm saying? Like the director of our library, she's not very innovative. If you don't come to her and tell her things, like I said, they have nice stuff there. They have like our library is big on a lot of classes. Like they've had financial classes.
Hmm.
They've had and they also have a once a month they have a garage sale, a citywide garage sale at our library. So if you live anywhere, it's a certain mile radius, but they ain't gonna check your information, girl. But you can bring all your stuff and come up to the library. And people come. When they had that, it be all in the parking lot, all on the inside, girl. Them people be buying that stuff. So
That's
they're
good.
good about that stuff. I think they could do better in the area what you talking about having resources like sewing machines, embroidery machines, 3D
Hmm.
printers, or just these different things. That because I'm gonna be honest, my neighbor down the street got a 3D printer, but the reason why he has one, he's an artist, and there's parts of his art that he 3D prints. He like does he does a lot of stuff. He paints, but he mainly does sculptures. And when he does sculptures, there's little stuff that he 3D prints. He got that for himself, though. You see what I'm saying? But I'm saying that to say, I don't know nobody else that got a 3D printer. Usually, people that have 3D printers, it usually take a certain type of person. Like they're really into building their own little stuff, or they
Hmm.
have a niche or a need for something. Because I've seen it where people are 3D printing different things online. Like there was something I needed for my car, and somebody had a 3D printer, and they're printing that part because GM no longer makes that part anymore. So they're making $20 a pop on that little plastic piece that GM don't make no more. And I know
Yeah,
they got
mine
my
just
money because I
printed
need it.
a fidget spinner.
Yeah,
I was like, okay,
yeah.
print your own then.
They
Love
put
that for
cheap
you.
paint on my
But
front porch.
you
I sprayed the
know,
front of the house. The paint came off. I need to repaint it. But you trying, Clausen. You trying though.
you
You
doing
trying.
the best you can.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, sometimes that happens when the paint comes off. Sometimes it'll do that. It probably was. whatever paint they had on there originally. Maybe it wasn't too hot with the new paint. Some of these
They
paints had
painted
reaction.
cheap paint inside of my house, Clausen.
Girl, it never fails, dude. It never
New
fails.
deal, baby.
Oh Lord.
We supposed to
So
be painting in the game room slash classroom this
mhm.
week, and then I
Okay.
could put my
What
chalkboard
color?
up.
What color you gonna paint?
We have like well, we're gonna do the base white, and then I'm trying to see if I can do some type of geometric something with like a yellow and a
Yeah.
light blue.
Just get you some painter's tape and tape off what you want. Tape off
Hmm.
and tape it when it look the way you want it look with the tape. Then go ahead and paint it. It'll be fine. It'll
Hmm.
be fine.
So I'll show y'all that. I'll keep y'all updated on that. Then the classroom will be done. So I'm
Yeah.
excited. It's getting organized. And the kids are steady unorganizing it while it's getting organized, but still progress is being made. So that's all we can ask for.
Lord have
And still,
mercy.
I'll be like, bring me a math book, but I don't know where it is. But we got cubbies. You see what I'm saying? I don't understand why we got cubbies. And then I'll be
Uh-huh.
like, when you're done with this, and I give it back to you, I'll be like, put it back in your cubby. Then tomorrow they'll be like, I don't know where it's at. Is the cubby running away? I don't know.
The cubby ain't running away. The cubby ain't running away.
Like I be organizing and putting
They
cubbies
running
and
away
stuff.
with their supplies. That's what it is.
They ain't running away.
They running away with their
And if they
supplies.
don't finish school, they can't go to soccer. So they really running. Like I'm like, just put it back though. Just put it back.
Yeah. Cause see, I was one I didn't like consequences, so and my consequences was consequence. So I stayed away. My best. I did get to a certain age though, where I got to a point where I was like, the hell with it, I'm gonna do what I want to do. And the killing part is when I look back on it, child, I wasn't doing nothing. Child, I was getting
Yeah.
ass beaten
But
for
you
no
thought you
reason.
was
Girl, I thought I was doing something.
really
I ain't play. I wasn't doing a damn thing.
crossing around the interior too. Damn, that's what I'm talking about.
Hey Shay, I just got through
Hey
doing a.
Shay.
I watched your video yesterday and I mentioned you in my video. Hopefully I'll send some more people over to your channel. Um
Yes, you're good at that.
well, Shay had a really good video. She was talking about the bad nematodes and how you can tackle them, and it made me think about that I never did really show how your plants look if you have root knot nematode. It's a way to look at your plants and tell without pulling them up. But a lot of people, I looked for videos. I could not find them. Now, maybe I didn't type in the right thing,
Mm-hmm.
but I looked and I could not find people showing succinctly this is what your plants look like. Everybody was always showing
The
once you pull
root.
the plant up and showing the root. You can tell on a plant that's in the ground if you know what you're looking for. You remember
Mm-hmm.
last year when I was showing my Pippin's Golden Honey and I kept saying, I don't know why these leaves look like this. Like that was it. Because when I finally pulled that
Mm-hmm.
plant up, it had root knot nematode. And I said, that's why it was so slow to find, but it did eventually start making peppers, and I've learned that as well. They won't kill your plant; they'll slow it down, but you can get them to snap out of it though. If you don't have to do nothing crazy, you just have to feed it, and then all of those places where those little shrivel up leaves be, trim all them off, and when it starts pushing new growth, it'll push new roots, and when it pushes new roots, those new roots are less likely to, be attacked by those nematodes. Because that Pippin's Golden Honey gave me a lot of peppers by the end of the season. It just took forever, and
Mm-hmm.
I kept saying, "Why is it taking so long?" Because it had root knot nematodes, and it was trying to fight that.
Mm-mm. At the
But
base,
yeah,
at
see,
the
see,
roots.
Shay, that's why I did my video because I know a lot of people don't know. The people ain't sure they're not showing the people. You have to show the people
I've
so
only
they
ever
know.
seen it on the roots, and that's after you
Hmm.
done already pulled it out. Like,
For years, my tomatoes was doing it, and I didn't. And I said, like, my tomatoes would grow big and pretty, put on tomatoes. But then at the top, all of a sudden, they quit setting fruit. The leaves started like curling, like balling up. And I said, "What is this?" But I just kept forgetting the film on it. I pulled it and I said, "Oh, this got root knot nematode. That's probably what that was." Your
Mm.
plant is struggling. Those nematodes are sucking up the nutrients that your plant would usually use. It goes into the roots and causes all that scarring, and your plants can't get the nutrients, but the nematodes are. But your plant is still trying to fight. Um, so if you give it a chance, you can hit. But a lot of people don't know what it is, so they just pull stuff. Um, Diva, you be mad at me. I was chains of cottontail out in the
Thank
garden,
you.
pulled out my daisy. Wait a minute. Somebody say oh, chasing a
You was
cottontail. Oh,
chasing
the
the
garden.
cottontail?
Lord him. I wonder why a rabbit's so drawn to your yard.
The
I
food.
I guess so, but I mean I have food and no rabbits show up around here. But
Me
I know it's
either.
I
But
don't
you know
see
what?
it.
Somebody is eating the leaves right off of my pepper plant. So I don't have rabbits, but I got something. I got someone. You
Yeah,
know, I always got someone. I got
yeah,
rats. At least
yeah,
rabbits are cute. I have
yeah.
rats. Or
Yeah,
mice.
I'm
Whatever.
curious.
Oh,
I'm
and now there's a
wondering.
hawk or something that likes to sit right on my
Now I
quail
ain't gonna
tree
lie,
and
we
look at the
got hawks, and
quail.
maybe that's why I don't see rabbits. Maybe the hawks is getting them. We got a
Maybe
lot
that.
of hawks.
And I just let them sit there. They sit there and look at the quail. The quail be hiding. I'm like, come on and eat the mice though, because the mice be in here too. You can have. They can't get to the quail. They never hurt them. They never get into the
Yeah, those hawks can't get in.
enclosure.
They can't get in that.
So come on
They
in and get these mice though, because the mice. I don't know if the
yeah.
mice are eating the leaves off my peppers, but I just come out and they looking like sculptures, like work of art. Just bow, just stop right here. No leaves going this way. Nothing. Just
Clausen
bare.
World say they have places to hide. I think I'm not seeing any food missing that I can see.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, that's good.
Robbie in California have rabbits all the time. She say the rabbits
Yeah,
are not eating
but
or
she's
whatever
probably
they
up in
eat.
the
She
hills
don't
too.
care. Like she see, I will give Robbie this. Robbie's good for that. She will plant some stuff
Growing up for
somewhere
them
where she
anyway.
know them rabbits or whatever can eat it, and she let them eat that. And you know what I mean. But Robbie got hogs too, though. Royal Country City
And the
girl
thing,
say the cats chasing them away in my garden, and we do have cats. Maybe the cats keep the rabbits at bay. I can see that. The neighbors not
yeah.
letting their cats out anymore, so the cats not running them off. Okay, that's
Mm.
Clausen World saying that.
We have stray cats in our. We have stray cats, but then I also have a dog. So the stray cats stay until he comes out. He will chase anything that's out there that he sees if he feels like it. If y'all watch my channel and you see Teddy, you know what I'm
If
saying?
he feel like,
He don't really, he don't always pull his weight. So we all out here
oh
just
Lord,
trying. We're always reconsidering our homestead animal
we gonna
Teddy.
have to drop Teddy off at class too. We dropping it. We sending the
Teddy need to go
children.
to class. Teddy need
Teddy
to go to
gonna
class.
he gonna have to go to hunter class.
He is gentle with the quail though. Teddy had a quail laying on his little. He got like a stuffed animal thing, and he had a quail laying on it with him. And I was like, Teddy, did you bring this quail over here because
He did.
you don't
He
get to
did.
do that?
He
he was
did.
he was like, I learned to be
Teddy
gentle.
say I need a doggone friend, and I don't care what it is. I need a friend.
Mia always hugging all over him. Like how much
Girl,
love?
but you know what? I can't lie to you though. I had Iris as far as dogs, Iris and just Iris for a long time. But it's something about when she got her little other little puppy friends with her child. She play different now. She play different. I be like,
Mm,
I ain't never seen all this out of you. What are you doing? This is some new stuff. And
okay.
she used to play with the cats. But you know, the cats, the way they do is when they want to play, they play. But when they sick of playing, ram, and they'll scratch
Then
the hell
they
out of her, and
mad.
she'll back up.
Which is messed up for real, cause I don't even know are we cool or we not cool. You know what I'm saying?
Baby, them cats. Them cats used to run, but I had it like that purposely. When I first got Iris, she tried to chase. Who did she try to chase? Angel. She tried to chase Angel one time, and I broke her from that because I was like, "Nah, you not finna start killing stuff. If you get an animal, if they get used to killing stuff, you have to be careful. Their instincts are, you know what I mean, and they are a predator. Dogs are a predator. So if you get them
Yeah.
started, it's hard to stop them. So when she chased Angel that one time, I checked her, and from then on, the cats run the house. I mean, they didn't never scratch her or hurt her, but they would. They ran. I'd be
I'm
like,
just
"Oh
saying
my
they
god!"
come with an attitude because sometimes you like to play. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Now today you don't want to play. Now it's ran. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
That's how cats are. Like I tell
That's why
people,
I'm a dog person.
if you one of them types that want a cat to do what you want it to do, you ain't a cat. I have learned, but see, I'm like that. Sometimes I want to be fooled with, and sometimes I don't. You leave me the hell alone. I want to be fooled with.
Fact. But communication is my key.
Well, they just communicate different than us. That's all.
My delivery. My delivery is everything.
Let me see.
You don't have
I've been
animals
putting
anymore across the world? None of them?
I've been putting the sticky traps out for my little visitors. Visitors.
Does the
Shay,
sticky
I
do the
put
sticky
out
traps
bait.
work for
They
you?
eat it. They eat that and go night night. I have chickens, and so I can't put the bait out. That's right. I
So
don't have
what
animals
works
anymore.
for me for mice is the regular snap traps. I put
Okay.
them where I know they run, and I put the snap trap. Remember, I tried the humane trap up under my loofah, baby, and they sat there and ate my loofah.
They was standing
Right.
on top of the trap. I was sick when I seen them with the loofah, just
Now in my
eating.
garage, I can use the ones that they like go in and they're trapped in there. I think I've done a video about that one too, where I've let them
Have you
out.
tried my neighbor uses bromethylene. Bromethylene will kill mice, but it won't kill nothing else. So even if Teddy ate it, it won't even bother Teddy.
Oh,
But
see, because
it'll
that's
kill
another
mice.
thing is I ain't trying to kill nobody
I know.
else.
Yeah, I know. And that's why my neighbor uses them because my neighbor is cautious of. She didn't want any cats or anything to get it and kill them. So the bromethylene is something about the way bromethylene works. It only works on rats.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Your
it
loofah
doesn't.
is all over, Clausen. I know that's real. We knew it was gonna
Is
be.
it?
I have a volunteer loofah in the back. I didn't even plant loofah this year, and loofah decided to plant itself. So it's
No,
back
my
by the air
last
conditioner. Oh, your last dog
my
passed away.
yeah,
Oh,
she
let me
said
get
she
another.
wasn't ready for any more four-legged baby.
That's
I feel that
understandable.
a lot of people say that I grieve my animals, but honey, I might have one the next day. I move on quick. I don't know if
It
it's a
is
good
a
thing or
part
a
of life.
bad thing. I don't know.
Girl, one of the quail died the other day.
I purchased a bait that only kills rats and mice. Okay, it's probably bromethylene. That's probably what's in it. It's like some little tablets or something you put down. My neighbors look like little tablets that you put down and they eat them and they go off and die somewhere. I don't know. My neighbor is very interesting. She has snake. She has rats. I don't know how. I don't know how she has them in her house, but they're not in mine. Her house was never vacant. My house was vacant for 6 years before I bought it. I have no clue how she got rat. And then she saw a snake, a rat snake, coming out of her siding. It came out, looked at her,
It
and
needs
went
to
back.
be if she got mice in there. It
Yeah,
needs to be
and I mean
there.
it's a rat
I
snake.
wish
So, cause
I could
she
find a
sent me a
snake to
picture.
say. Because then I wouldn't
She
have
took a
mice.
picture and she sent it to me and she was like, "What is this?" I said, "That's a rat snake." I said, "I've seen them in my yard, but never on the house. But I don't have vinyl siding like she does. Vinyl
Mm.
siding, rats can hide behind it. So I mean, not rat. Well, rats and snakes, they can get behind it. So I'm sure the snake is just in there, just eating.
Probably
So
trying to help her out.
yeah,
I think since I started growing food or like homesteading, I have different relationships with stuff. Like I'm like, well, would I rather have
Shay,
you or like what you came here to do? You know what I'm saying? Like if you came here
yeah.
just to get the mice, you probably maybe could stay. You know what I'm saying? Because the mice be eating my food and they're gross.
Shay says she'd have to move because she hates snakes. She said, and rats do bring snakes, but a cat can keep all that down. Yeah, cats do keep
Facts.
them down to a
Facts.
point. But if you're gonna have a cat like that, like
Hmm.
if you're having a cat that's for the snakes, don't ever get attached to the cat because Felix got bit by a snake, and it wasn't a venomous snake, but the bite got infected. And so you see what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So, but see, Felix was already my buddy, so it's not like I'm gonna let him lay out there and die. So now I
Right.
gotta take your ass to the vet.
That's another
See?
thing too, because to be honest, like I wouldn't want Teddy to go after a venomous snake. I'd be like, Teddy, get your ass over here.
Well,
My
let me
grand,
tell
that's
you
my
something.
grandson.
My dogs try to bite at wasps. Y'all know wasps be flying. My dogs are the type of dogs when they see that,
Teddy
they be like,
too.
they be ready to snap it. I said, don't snap at that wasp. And all they gonna do is bite them. It ain't gonna kill them. But I don't even want to get bit by wasps, let alone snakes. So nah, I wouldn't send
Yeah.
mine after no snake either.
But you
But
know
like I
what
said,
I
they're my
my
little
mom
buddies.
used to do, because in our neighborhood our houses were built like up on the bricks. And so there would have, there would be space up
Yeah,
under there for mice and stuff. So my mom would always just lay food out for stray cats. Like we don't really have a
yeah,
relationship, but
yeah.
I'll
That's how my
feed
grandmama
you
was.
so you could be around. But one time one of the stray cats ran in our house and we got fleas. And that
That
sucked.
happens. Yeah,
It
that happens.
ran in for like it ran to the back of the house and I chased it, got it out, and that fast.
Yeah, it
We
doesn't
had
take
to
long.
get the carpet stuff for the flea.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
y'all, it was
It
crazy.
don't
But
take
other than
long.
that, other than that, it was cool for the rest of the years. It was
Say,
just
let
a
me
one
see.
time.
Clock, wait a minute. Royal Country City Girl said, yeah, until it gets bigger. Yeah. And that's what I told her. I said that rest ain't gonna get big. And so he ain't gonna stay behind them walls for forever. She seen it on the
True.
outside, not the inside. So I
I
didn't say
wouldn't
that
be able
earlier,
to
but
sleep with mice in my walls anyway. So no, I would just somebody
girl.
would have to go clean all that out and close it up before I went to bed, regardless. So he wouldn't have got big in my.
And let me
But
say
I'm just
this:
saying, if I
the
have
mice that
mice,
she's seen, she hasn't seen them inside. Like she's seen evidence of them in her like attic. She hasn't seen them like in her kitchen or anything. Like she'll see them in her attic, or so they're getting in the wall somehow, but she doesn't know how. But girl, let me tell you something. I can't be more invested in your house because I told her. I said,
then
"Girl,
you are right.
we can try to find where they coming in at and seal it off, so you can stop that." But she's not. She say, "Okay," and then months and
That's
months
the
and years go by. No, I'm not more interested in your house than my house. I got stuff to do over here
fact.
the same way you got stuff to do over there.
Well, she might
Colossal
want to
World.
try a poison that they will take over to wherever they sleeping at and share with their family members and maybe kill them off for
Yeah,
5 days or something like that. But then they would be dead wherever they're at in there.
exactly. And that's
So,
and that's why she's been using the bromethylene. Because if you know anything about bromethylene, the way it works is they eat it and it causes them to be extremely thirsty. So they will leave your house looking for water. And so that's why she uses the bromethylene so that they don't die in her house because
and
she
then
got a
seal
dead
it off once,
she got
you
a
know.
exactly. And I told she got a dead rat in her attic. Now I said, girl, we can get that car. It's been dead so long. It's just a skeleton. It don't even
It
have no
don't
smell.
smell no more.
I say, girl, we can get. Okay, well, leave that skeleton up there. I ain't got time for that. When I moved in, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. The vents to my attic, so my attic has vents. All of like on the inside, there's window screen to prevent squirrels, mice, whatever from getting in. All of that had been ripped up and torn. So when I went in the attic, I ain't gonna lie, I saw two or three skeletons. I got some
Yeah.
skeletons. I got me
It's
some gloves.
normal. Like it's normal for a house that hasn't been lived in.
Yes, it was abandoned.
You just check
And
it out and
so
clean it out.
And when I moved in, before I even moved any of my belongings in, because I had closed on it, but I still was doing stuff before I moved anything in this house, cleaning and things of this nature. Because I'm not gonna lie to y'all, the people before me was so damn nasty. They had roaches, they had every damn thing. It was nasty. I said, I'm not moving up in here like that. So I did a bunch of cleaning, went in the attic, got me some gloves, got me some garbage bags and stuff, and I got rid of those skeletons. It was about two. One of them was a squirrel, one of them was a rat. Got rid of those skeletons and
Mm.
stuff. And I told her, I said, girl, that's just something you just have to do. Like, yeah, it's nasty. Don't nobody want to do it, but Like it's a
And the
skeleton.
thing is it doesn't say anything about you until you continuously don't do anything about it. It's like, okay, you didn't know you had this issue.
But
Now
she
you
talking about using
know.
this attic. She want to turn this attic into a finished space at some point. Okay, with that rat in there, girl, please, girl, please.
Them
I'm
folks
not
gonna
finished. I'm turning
disintegrate
not
by the
turning nothing into no finished space with no carcasses in it. You crazy as hell. I'm not doing it. Let me see here. We got some coming. Clausen World say I check
okay.
all around my house to make sure nothing is living. I bought some chalk and the seal a few years ago. Shay said girl, my neighbors have enough cats for me and yeah, see that's the best way to do it.
Mine
They not your
too.
cat, they
But
somebody else cats. You don't have to care.
somehow it ain't working in my favor with the mice. Like last year we had 10 mice. Like I see the cats in the yard. They run as soon as Teddy come out. And I feel like the cats should be in the yard at the same time as the mice, right? Like at nighttime.
I
Teddy
thought,
been out there at night. He
I
cozy
thought,
in his
yeah,
bed, you
I
know.
thought maybe they out there kumbaya. We don't know.
They done made an alliance or something.
Shay say yes, and I hate to hear my dog cry. Me too. I can't stand
Yeah.
it all.
Me
Shay,
too.
let me see. I say a snake in the. I saw a snake in the backyard and sealed all the weepholes in my.
That's what you do, Shay. That's what you do. You don't be like, oh, I just don't want them in there. And then they still just in
Yeah,
there. Like, we got to learn to do something about it. I don't know
yeah.
what to tell you.
Clausen World say I went up in the attic. Lord knows I don't like going up there, but I put bait up there as preventative. I would not have animals running the same. I have bait in my attic and I go check it periodically. It's still there, which let me know ain't nothing been up there. Or at least if
Foster
it, you
world
know what
don't
I'm
play
saying,
with
I
them
make sure I
animals.
don't see droppings. I look for droppings. I look for all that kind of stuff. I don't see no droppings. I don't see no bait gone. But like I told y'all, I put all my little stuff back. So my vents got all the window screen. I replaced all that. So shouldn't nothing get up there. But girl, I be looking. I ain't got time.
Yeah, you
Cause I'm
just,
like, y'all,
yeah.
I can't be at night. You hear that in the ceiling. I can't be in the house
Girl,
like
my
that.
mom had a raccoon come to her house, child. It was a,
Girl.
she had to call the people.
Well, yeah, you have to be careful with raccoons because they
She
can
had
be
to call the
rabid. And even if
people.
they not rabid, if you try to go get them, they can be aggressive. See,
Yes.
raccoons are not like yeah, possums show their teeth, but girl, you can grab possum behind his neck and told. Don't ask me how I know this and told him out. Possums ain't really aggressive. Now if they got babies, they will be. Don't try to
Yeah.
grab no mama.
I think most
If
things
she
that
got
with
her
babies
babies
will
on
be.
her, she will try to bite you. But most possums, they and then they do play possum. They lay down like they dead, grab their ass and take them on wherever. But be careful,
Yeah.
possums can have fleas on them, so use gloves or something, or call the people if you not comfortable. Call the people.
Call the people. That's what I was saying. She had a
Yeah,
raccoon. She had to call the people.
yeah, call them people. Um,
Sometimes call somebody. Ain't
ain't
that
that
way my
weird?
German
My
Shepherd?
German Shepherd does that too. Try to catch, yeah,
The
wasps, and
bee.
I'm just waiting for her to get stung. And I'm like, I can't because if you get stung in the mouth and your lip standing out, I don't want to look at that. I might go up in the attic today just because you benched it. A bird had gotten up there. I closed that up. No more birds. You know what, Crossing World, and that's beautiful that birds and stuff is getting in your attic because that house is brand new. See, my stuff is old. My stuff was built in 1950. My house is 75 years old. It's gonna have, but when they brand new, girl, that's beautiful. It shouldn't even be nothing getting up there.
Brand
But
new don't
I know
mean
how
that
they building
brand
this
new
stuff. I
supposed to
already know.
mean anymore. It don't mean that.
Girl, but you just think that people would have a little bit more pride in, you know what I mean, in
Mhm.
their construction. Because Clausen World only been there. Clausen World, how long you been? About 2 years now, 1 or 2 years. Girl, that house was brand new when she moved in. Ain't nobody lived in that house before her.
Yeah.
Girl, that's ridiculous. They
I
don't,
know how
but
you
you know,
feel.
these subdivisions, you know, but you just have to do what you
They
have to
throwing them
do until you
up.
can.
They throwing them
Yeah,
up.
until you can do better. You just have to do what you have to do till you can do better. That's all. That's all you can do.
I would like something with old bones that I can learn to fix up,
Yeah. You can find
and
it
there's
whenever
some more
whenever you
space.
get
And I feel
ready.
like the stuff that has more space is older homes anyway. So,
Yeah. Whenever you
but I feel like even furniture, mirrors, all kind of stuff that's made back in the day, the older version is the more sturdy version.
My
Everything
vanity.
now feels like it's being made to break down just so you can replace it or you
I
can
love
pay
it
for
when people
somebody to
tell me.
repair it.
I love it when people tell me, and y'all don't say nothing because I know people buy stuff from wherever. You can go to IKEA and get it. Yeah, IKEA do got cute stuff. That stuff lasts 6 months and then it's trash. Like certain stuff, like okay, if you get
Get
the
things
butcher
from
block,
IKEA.
if you get the butcher block stuff, that's pretty sturdy. But some of their stuff, don't be rough with it. You better be gentle because it's not made to really last. And then don't go like to Walmart or something. Oh hell no, that's gonna last a month. The legs gonna break out. Everything gonna be broke out. But don't get me wrong, I get it. Sometimes when you in a pinch, you need something, you can go to IKEA. I ain't knocking you for it. Do it. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
not
I
making on like
definitely have gotten some stuff from IKEA, and some of it has lasted a little while. But
yeah,
I think you have to know what quality looks like in most places, because some
yeah,
places have good prices on some things, and them
yeah,
same places are messing you
yeah,
over on
yeah,
other things.
yeah.
It just
Cause
depends
I
on
mean,
what
I
it
bought,
is.
for instance, I have one dresser in my house that it came from a little furniture store, and it wasn't. It was what I needed at the time, but and it's functioning. It still works. But is it the quality that I want? Hell no. Y'all know how you be
Mhm.
using them dressers so long, and then the draw won't, like, it'll go in, but it don't be going in straight. It be going in like this here. I deal with it, but when I tell you I'm really looking for me what I want. It's either gonna be a vintage piece of furniture or I'm gonna end up just building what I want. Like one of the two.
I
But
love
that's
to
why I
see
kind
people
of,
like get the older furniture and then just like
yeah.
refurbish it.
Yeah. My when my
It's gonna
neighbor
be
threw
sturdy
out
and it looks like what you want it to look like.
Yeah, my neighbor threw out his shiffer roll when I first moved. Actually, his brother used to stay there before him. His brother passed, and he moved in because that was their mama house, so that's air property. But when he moved in, it was a shiffer roll, and the mirror had broke, and two of the drawers was missing. He threw it on the pile by the side of the road for trash. Girl, I like to tow my car up, stomping. I said, "Who threw out this good? This some good." I got out. I car running, door open. I done got out. I'm over there investigating. I said, "This thing, it's dusty, but it's in good shape." Girl, I went and knocked on the door. I said, "Hey, how you doing?" I said, "You threw that on side of the road for trash? You throwing it away?" "Yeah, it's garbage." I said, "Can I have it?" He was like, "Yeah." I said, "Okay, good." He was like, "But what you gonna do with it? Cause the mirror broke and this, that, and the other." I said, where them drawers is missing, I'm gonna make shelves right there. Girl, I went and got that
Mm.
thing and sanded it down and restained it and put me a sink on top. And he actually, when he said the mirror was broken, the glass was not broken. It was the frame around the mirror that was broken. I said, "Oh, so you
Oh.
got the glass?" He was like, "Yeah, you want it?" He gave me the glass. Girl, the Schiffer roll was made in 1915. It's on the back of the glass. It's got the company name and the date. It was made like in August 1915. The
Wow.
glass is this doggone thick, I swear to you, and it's beveled. Girl, I built me another frame for that mirror part and attached it back. When I tell you people come in that bathroom, where you get this from? The side of the road.
That is so cool.
But
That's what
that,
I'm
and that's
talking
why I tell
about.
people, that's why I try to tell people, if it's auctions in your area, go, because when them old people die, they got nice old furniture. If you don't like it, you can change it, but you can get it cheap. Because I've seen people buy similar stuff, $40, $30, $20.
Mm.
You have to go
Love
to them
that.
estate sales and stuff, and then you can make it what you want it to be. Because just
And I
like
love
it was
me
a
a good
shipper
estate
roll,
sale, honey.
yeah, it was a shipper roll for clothes and stuff, but I put it in my bathroom. So all of my I hang my robe in there, all of my like lotion, toothbrush, all of that stuff is in the drawers. But where you hang the clothes, I put shelves in there. I hang my robe on the end, but I have shelves in there too for like cleaning supplies, my toilet paper. So when you go in my bathroom, you can't see none of that stuff. All you see is the vanity, the tub, the toilet. That's it. Everything else is stored away. Cause I'm not saying I don't like clutter. I'll be honest. Do I have some clutter spots in my house? Yes, but I don't care for, especially in a small bathroom. Mm-mm. In the bathroom, you don't need.
Organization.
getting out the tub, falling over the Q-tips. Ain't nobody got time for that. No,
You're
it's
falling
like
over the Q-tips.
I'm serious. Like whatever. You ever been in a bathroom and it's like a lot of clutter on the counter and stuff? I can't function like that. I grew up like that, and I can't because every time you turn around, you knocking something off. You knocking something in the toilet, in the sink. Ain't nobody got time for that stuff. No. But so
I
yeah.
feel that.
But let me see.
I wanted an older house for more yard. These new homes don't have no yard. They do not.
Yeah.
I agree.
Ain't there?
May as well
Okay.
live in an apartment, right? This isn't my forever home. I have to get older home with a larger yard. Yeah, a few acres. I'm sick of this. I agree. My farmhouse was built in 1918, 107 years old. Love that.
Good God. Oh yeah, that's Army Chickadee. Yeah, she ain't playing. I knew the first time she showed the outside of her house, I knew it was old as hell. I said it's a beautiful house. Beautiful. Um, this isn't my forever home. Okay, yeah. A few arches. Like I said, don't ever give up. You get what you want. And you just have to keep, if you do a dream board or just keep it on your mind. And when you keep it on your
Yeah.
mind, you'll do it. You'll get it. Because I promise you, the neighborhood that I live in, I kid y'all not. My friend used to stay further down the street. She used to rent a house when she don't live around here no more. Well, and she really ain't my friend no more. We was friends then, but we ain't friends now. But anyway,
I feel that.
um, but I used to go kick it with her at her house. And she was renting an older house, but the person who had rented it had kept it up so nice. Like everything was really nice. Even though it was older. And I said, this house is nice. And I used to just drive through this neighborhood and I'd be like, oh, it'd be nice to live over here. And I thought that for years and years would just drive through here. And periodically even though she wasn't staying over there, periodically I would just drive around in this neighborhood and just admire the houses. And I kid you not, one of them days I was driving through here and I saw a for sale sign in this yard. And I like to have a stroke. I like to tow my car up, get into the house.
Um,
Get into the house. I said for sale because I just knew they was gonna want like a ridiculous amount of money. And then when I saw the amount of money, I started calling the real estate agent. I started calling the real estate agent. I kid you not. And it was weird because I saw the for sale sign in the yard 2 weeks before Christmas. And I
hmm.
was like, because a lot of people aren't going to buy houses around Christmas time. Some people will, but most people they not in. That's not what mode they in. They in
Mhm.
Christmas, buy the kids
Gifts
toys.
and
They in that.
travel and
Girl, I ain't have no children. I ain't have no children. I said I'm finna call a real estate agent. I'm
okay.
finna swoop this up.
I'm gonna
And I
give me
kid
a
you not.
gift.
I kid you not.
The gift of ownership.
The next day I rolled past here and I saw a guy. He was coming to come look at it. And I had already seen the price. But the real estate agent was like, well, I ain't gonna be able to show you the house until like Monday. This was like a Friday. I seen him looking at it. And I said, damn, he gonna buy that house. Because I'm kidding you, this
Mm.
house is $35,000. And I was like, he gonna buy
Yeah,
that
I
house.
think you told us that in the live
Girl,
too.
I couldn't believe the price of this house. Couldn't believe it. Then, so I said, well, yeah, I'll come look at it. But in my head, I'm like, dude, gonna buy this house. Yeah, he gonna buy it. 35,000. He gonna buy this house. Cause where I live at, there are a lot. I ain't gonna say a lot. There's about four guys who have a lot of money, and over the years, that's how they've made their money. They catch these
Buying
houses when
houses.
they're 30, 40,000, 20,000. They buy them, they barely fix them up, and they rent them. And they've been doing that for 30. And these people, when I tell you one dude, I call him a plantation owner. And what I mean by this is he don't really grow nothing, but he actually, I think his family used to be a plantation owner, to be quite frankly, because he acts like it. He actually has a bunch of land that he no longer farms. He doesn't. His family used to farm it, but that must have been generations ago. But it
Mm-hmm.
has these little houses on it, and his workers that keep up his little maintenance men that keep up his rent houses, they live in those little houses. And one of them tried to hit on me because I didn't know all of this. I keep to myself.
One of
I
the
didn't know all
workers.
of this. Yeah,
One of
one
the
of the
workers. Or
maintenance workers. The dude he see me out in the yard. Because the dude owns two houses down the street from me. He owns two houses across the street from me. And I seen the guy working on the house. One of the renter had moved out. They go through, they paint, they do their little
mm-hmm,
nest.
mm-hmm.
So he was down there painting or whatever. I'm in my garden minding my business. And he stopped. He said, what you growing? I said, I'm growing some neat. And he was like, oh, you crazy. I said, no, I ain't crazy. I told you I'm growing some neat. And I'm kind of, sometimes it just depends on how you approach me, because I've had guys say, well, what you gonna cook for me?
Yeah, like
Child, I ain't cooking a damn thing for you. But what's up, Bammy? Um, so he was talking, and that's how I found out. He was like, yeah, well, I work for, so and so, and the dude owned a insurance agency around here, so I knew who he was talking about. He said, I
mhm.
work for so and so, and this is that and the other. And I looked at the truck, and I say, this your truck? He was like, no, all these trucks we ride in, he buy them, and he just let us drive them. And then I said, oh, I said, well, where you stay at? Oh, I stay out on his land. I said, and then he said,
And so
yeah,
you
he
want
got
to
some.
come live on his land with me in the
He
little
talking
house?
about some. Yeah, he got some houses or something. I say, how much do he pay y'all to do? He talking about, yeah, because he got cows and everything, and I tend to his cows and all this. I say, sir, how much is he paying you to do all of this? I said, because um this borderline sound like slavery. He was like, it's not. I pay him rent.
You
I
do
said, what?
show at the very least a sharecropper right now.
I told him, I said, sir, you mean to tell me you pay rent? And he showed me a picture of the house. It's a little shanty. I say, sir, these are slave quarters. I
Where he
say,
pay rent to the man that
yes,
he
girl,
working
this man
for,
don't
that he
play.
staying on the land. He ain't got
This
his own
man
land.
don't play. They pay him rent. He paid him a little salary. When he told me what he made, he say,
So he paid them just to pay him back?
get
What?
some of his money back. If I was him, I'd tell him, just take it out of my check. Don't even give me that whatever little rent money. Just take it out of my check. Because I'm just gonna give it right back to you. But dude said he paying him like $50,000 a year. He really thought that was some money. I said, sir, that ain't no money. I said, that ain't no money, sir. While you sit up here
And
trying
how
to
much
talk
is
to
he
me,
paying rent?
I don't know. Now that I didn't ask, because I didn't get too deep in. Because see, what he was doing is he was trying to prove to me that I need to
That
talk to
he
him. That,
mm,
you get what I'm saying? Because he trying to hit on me. He trying to prove, no. Because I'm
just
telling
digging
him,
it deeper
sir.
though.
I said, sir, you're a slave. I said, why would I want to talk to you? No, he paid me $50,000 a year. I said, sir, that ain't no money. I said, I can't live on that. That ain't no money. Like,
And how
what?
much? I want to know how much you paying him out there 50,000. Like how much you paying back to him to live in that? I don't want to live in that little house with you.
And ain't no telling what it look like on the inside,
Don't
because
nobody
I'm
see
looking
the
up in that.
natural
I'm
house
looking
with
up in
you.
that truck that he riding in, and it was nasty up in there. Uh,
Mm, mm,
When
mm.
I tell you I wasn't bit more studying him, but I'm just saying all that to say it's still people like that, and guys like that. That's all they do. They find these little houses for a little bit of money, buy them, paint them, just barely fix and rent. Oh,
Exploit.
they do that a lot around here, especially in my neighborhood, because a lot of people don't want to tackle these older houses because so many contractors will tell them it's too much money. It'll be cheaper if you tear it down and build something new. Yeah, it will be cheaper, but the quality though. The quality though, because I'll take a raggedy old house any day.
So that's why it's cheaper. Because you're gonna they are cheapening everything from the
And
paint
like I tell
to
people,
the girl.
if
Elijah
you would
fell into
invest
the
in
wall and made
yourself,
a big old hole in my wall. I was like, son.
if you would invest in yourself and just get the skills, because that contractor, he really paying you for labor. It's not hard to do drywall. It's not hard to do
Mhm.
none of this stuff. You have to invest in yourself and learn how to do this stuff, because you can do it. You can go to Lowe's the same way them contractors going to Lowe's.
Mhm.
You can go to Home Depot the same way, Menards, whatever you got around you. You can go to them same place.
And
And
I'll
and
go a
trust.
step further and say, learn from your friends. Because right now, me and my friend that do the podcast together, one of our episodes is gonna be fixing her porch. We have another friend
Good,
that's a very handy friend. She got all the tools and all the
good.
skills, and she's gonna help us and show us how to fix the porch.
Exactly, because you can do it. It's not rocket science. And guess what? If you don't know how to do it, take the time, take your ass on YouTube. Somebody has done it.
Get a book.
Somebody has
I love
done it.
books, y'all, because books are
Yeah, books
tangible.
too.
You know, I love a video too. I'm a visual learner.
Please like and
But
subscribe. Thank you, Battlezone. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Agribusiness here does the same thing. They rent their old family homes to their employees while paying them scrap. 80%, oh Lord, 80% are less than 10%. Yeah. But yeah, I didn't agribusiness, is that kind of like the land bank? I'm not familiar with.
Like agriculture?
Yeah, I because where she live at, it's a ton of farms. But understand that certain states, like for instance, my state doesn't have the land bank, but Detroit, Michigan do. Michigan got the land bank, and land bank. What they do is they kind of do something similar, girl. They call themselves coming in and buying up houses and fixing up stuff, but girl, no, they don't. They girl, please, they don't be
Mm,
doing what they
mm,
supposed
mm.
to be doing. The quality of these new houses is garbage. That's Clausen World. Army Chickadee say
Facts.
yesterday, my husband and I changed his oil. Why? Because I say Diva video, and I made it a
Made the
priority to go out
priority.
there and help. Army Chickadee said
That's
they have big
awesome.
hog barns around. Yeah, I've seen you
Um,
walk to the hog farms. I've seen you go over there. Do them hog barns? They probably smell like a barnyard.
because when I used to
I
live
love
in
looking at
Lamar,
home
California,
improvement.
it was all farms and the Navy base, and it stank out there.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
air
yeah.
quality
They
was so
like
bad.
to me, and see, that'll have people thinking that, like, to me, in my opinion, the way they farm now, like I said, chicken houses and these pigs and stuff in these buildings and stuff. I'm sure there's a reason why they went to that. It probably is for the chickens. I know it's got to do with predators. I know that's, but for the pigs, I don't really understand. My grandma and them, girl, they had a little fenced in place. Now, granted, my grandma
Yeah.
and them did not have thousands of pigs, but still, they pigs was out in the open. Girl, there wasn't no smell because it was out in the open. Now, if they had just crapped and you standing next to it, yeah, it stank. But other than
Hmm.
that, them pigs wasn't funky. Not like how
What's the
them, girl.
concentration and the
Them chicken
conditions?
houses, girl, don't much make me want to throw up, but the smell of a chicken house make me it'll make you gag. It's bad.
Mhm.
No, they don't, but they have a trash pile where they just throw the dead ones. Ooh, and ooh, just carcasses. But Army Chickadee, okay, they can't at least dig a hole. They ain't gonna tell me they ain't got no tractor. You could at least dig a hole and bury me. Like that's a bit much, but I guess I get it. Farmers, big farmers, they something else, honey. They something else. They do some strange things. Cause you could at least dig a hole and put them in. Like I know you're gonna have deaths. I know, but just to pile them up, girl, just pile them over there in that corner. Just we don't
I
care about them
was
flies and them
like,
maggots.
what the heck? What the?
Girl, I'll never understand big agriculture. Not really. You know, I guess.
Ew.
They and well, but they don't know what they died of. Cause if they died of natural causes, they can eat that meat, can't you? Look like you throwing away good meat. That's good bacon. Now if they was diseased, I don't know about all that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, a semi comes to pick it up and reuse it for glue. See, now I'll never buy glue again. You done messed up glue for me.
For glue.
Yeah, you can the I know for a fact the hooves and stuff, like have you ever heard of what's called hide glue? Hide glue is a very, very old glue. And what they took animal hides and the hooves and you boil them down and all of that, like you ever made neck bones and you ever seen how it get real sticky on top? That's the same
Mm-hmm.
basically thing that hide glue is. And hide glue they use it in like if you have antiques you want to fix, that's the appropriate glue to use because it's period correct. Because some of these
Mm-hmm.
new glues can actually mess up antique wood. I'm talking about real antique,
Mm-hmm.
valuable
Mm-hmm.
antique. Now this new mess, you can use whatever you want. But yeah, that's how they make glue. They make glue out of the hides and the hooves and all that stuff.
Mm.
Now I don't know what happened to the guts. Yeah, I've seen you show the how the buildings where they've been at. We don't want to see the pile, at Chickadee. We don't want to see the pile. Well, I don't want
That's
to see the
okay. No, thank you.
pile. Not if it died. If I don't know when it dies, I won't eat it unless you do. That's true.
Mm.
And the only reason I'm saying that is they're the farmer, so I would assume that they would know why it died, but I don't know. I don't know how they run their farm, so I can't really say. You know what I mean? Because sometimes pigs fight and they kill each other. Like sometimes it just depends. Like
True.
two men, they'll fight and kill each other.
That's
Like
what happened to the quail
if
this
they
week.
fighting over a lady, they don't give a damn. They'll kill each other. Now see that kind of pig, I'm gonna eat you because you died in battle. You was all right. You just didn't win. But I'm like you, if it's been laying up in there a while, I'm
And
good.
I want to
That means
appreciate your life too. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no reason to die for no reason. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
You know what I'm
Since they
saying?
built it back when they bring us a box. Oh, they bring you a box of meat every Christmas. Is it pretty
Okay,
good?
love that. Love
Yeah,
that
I
for
like
you.
that too. Yeah, they trying to make up for that stench of that pie. They tell them they need to bring you 3 boxes.
And they
I'm a
can bring
little.
the meat and also bury them carcasses though.
They do the same with the turkey
Like
barns.
they
You
could
see
do
them
both.
piled up, just sitting outside. Lord,
That's happy.
the poor turkeys.
But
Do
I'm
homestead
saying
heart?
that because, like, for instance, when I dispatch the quail, by the time I go inside, put the meat, the whatever parts I'm going to eat, clean them, get them in the fridge or let them rest inside and come back outside, it's already flies and all
Mhm.
types. You know what I'm saying? Like,
In seconds, in milliseconds.
so for just to have a pile for no reason, and I normally what I do is find a place in the garden and bury it
Hmm.
and cover it back up, and then there's no flies and stuff. Like, and it can just break
No
down. Like, there's no
smell,
reason
no.
to do that. That's not. There's no reason for that.
Our country has become so. Like I said, I think when it was family farms, people was doing that. But then when you have what I call big ag, these
Hmm.
very large farms, and they still may be run by families, but you get what I'm saying. It's not like it's a difference between homesteading and like big ag. There's a huge difference between the two. Um, I think when things become industrialized to that point, girl, they just start doing things a little differently.
Hmm.
Clearly, they start because, like I said, when animals would die, like my grandfather had cattle. Cattle died. I mean, over years because he didn't have cattle for like dairy or meat or nothing per se. They just had cattle, like because if they had a bull, they could sell the bull, or they did get milk off of them for a while. But then once everybody got grown and it wasn't no kids, they quit milking them. But they used them like lawnmowers, like they would just move them from pasture to pasture because they got acres and they didn't mow
That's my
nothing. The
plan.
cows mowed. Yeah, they
Not a
just let them
cow,
mow it,
but goats.
and
I'm gonna let
then
the goats eat my grass.
they got free manure. So they would let the
Hmm.
manure rot down. They would take manure and pile it up and let it just rot down like compost down. And then
And even
once
if
that
they
manure
want to
was
sell
no
it, they could
longer
lose it.
hot, they would put it on their crops, put it in the field. They also grew hay too. My uncles and them grew hay. But like um animals would die because they would keep their cows and they would keep them just about till they died. They was more or less kind of like pets. But because we used to play with them, we used to go feed them and
That's
play
with a
with them.
purpose.
But when they died, they dug a hole. That my uncle get the tractor, dig a hole, and push the cow, or, and push him over in there and cover him up. Like they didn't just leave him on top of the ground. It's kind of wild. So
Everybody to watch and smell it die.
oh, there was no way. My grandmother would never. She would tell you in a minute. Do something with that because I'm not finna do. Because my grandmother had a thing about she hated maggots. Like just talking about maggots, she would lose it. She'd tell you, "Get out of here! I don't want to hear nothing about that." I don't wanna-" Because keep in mind, this is the great grandmother that was born in 1907. She had seen people killed before when they killed black folks and they would not allow them to bury them and things like that, and they'll leave them hanging or all these. See, she's seen all that before. So, certain stuff she couldn't handle. So maggots and things like that, she couldn't handle. She could not
Mm.
handle at all.
One of my old employees has two goats. I told her to name them Bob and Marley, so that's their names. Oh, that's cute. I
I'm the
definitely
chicken
when I
and
get my
say,
my land, baby, I'm gonna have me some goats to eat the grass, and I'm gonna use their poop in the garden.
She Army Chickadee said when you're walking, you may come across a head here or a leg there, where the foxes done got into the pile.
I mean, chickadee,
That's
y'all,
rough.
you need to start a petition.
Look, Aisha said she can't handle it. Carcass pieces.
No, you ain't supposed to be living like that.
Carcass pieces. Yeah,
I'm gonna,
I
I'm
remember
gonna,
Army Chick. I remember you walking. You shown them twice that at least that I remember. I remember
I'm gonna
because
go back
it
and
was
see
like a
that one because
while.
I don't
Yeah, I
think I
think the
was
one
following you then.
on August in 23, I think I remember that when you was walking and you would go walk. And then it seemed like more recently, I think you showed it again just quickly. You were riding your bicycle, I think, because you was like, I'm gonna teach myself how to ride this bike. And I think you rode your bicycle over there. But I know I've seen those barns twice.
Mm-mm. I'm gonna go see what it's talking about.
Now she didn't show the pile, she just showed the building. It was just like she was like, this where the pig farm is, or whatever. One of my old
Bring
and
them
okay,
pieces in
yeah,
your
photos.
garden. No.
Or you can make bone meal out of them. You go bake them, make bone. We gonna run Aisha crazy.
Don't do it.
We gonna run Aisha crazy.
Please, not the
That's
random
wild.
parts.
Goat. But yeah, have you ever been around goats, Aisha? I'm sure you have.
Just the ones that was on my mama's property. They not
Was that
there
guy
anymore.
was that guy written from her or
No, so he actually rents on the street across. I don't know if I've shown. I think I've shown the other house that she had. So the house that I normally show y'all with the three on the one is Lockwood, but there's another house that's only like 5 minutes down the street. He rents from someone on that street, but the person next to him was letting him use their lot for the goats, but then they were about to do something else with their property. So he had to find somewhere to take the goats. So my
uh
mom was just letting him put them in that back part for a little bit in exchange. I think she said she wanted to keep a goat or two, but child, now she says she going to Missouri. So I don't know
yeah.
who's taking care of the goats. Maybe my little sister.
Mm,
So those are the only ones that we've really been around. But you know me, I watch and read and do all that before I decide I was gonna try to take care of one. So I'm sure by the time I get a go, I will be very much more versed in it. But I what I do like is like how you're talking about with your uncles and everything, and that was the first reason I thought about having something like a goat was that I want to have a lot of property, but I don't necessarily want to have a lot of
oh,
machines
more
or
outlet.
have to pay a lot more money to maintain, the grass and stuff like that when I could have something that's more like sustainable, like you feeding your animal, the animal feeding the garden, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
That was what
definitely.
made me think of having goats, and I really don't want to have a big old cow. So,
Yeah, and yeah, cows are. I mean, even the smallest cow is good size.
yeah, so
Cause
I
they have
think
smaller cows. I forget what those small ones are,
I
but
have
they're
seen
they're
some
not they're
cute
not
little
big,
ones.
but they bigger than a goat. They 4 times the size of a goat. So
Yeah, I felt like goat was a better size. Uh,
yeah, they're not big at all. They're like a some goats is like a small dog. Like the little dwarf goats. Those are
yeah,
small.
like the goats over there that was on my mama's property, they weren't that big to
Yeah,
me,
no, they're not big. They're not
especially
they're not
compared
very
to like
big
a
at all.
great Dane.
Girl, you crazy. You
Oh,
know
I'm
what
the
I'm
same with the
doing?
maggots. I'll be looking as I walk. Yeah, maggots are disgusting.
Absolutely. I mean, they
Maggots are
they they
disgusting.
they are a they decompose stuff, but they look disgusting. They look absolutely disgusting. They're very, very nasty looking. Like, y'all
Yeah,
don't mind me.
it's to
I'm
gross
in the
me
dark
out.
looking for stuff. I ought to be ashamed of
I was
myself.
gonna ask you, have you heard anything about it? An economic boycott today?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I
Mhm.
heard about it. I heard about it, and I said to myself, "Am I gonna participate?" Well, I am gonna participate. I have no intention of buying anything today. I have
Me either.
zero intention of buying anything today. But yes, but yeah, I did hear about it. I hope more people like use it. I hope more people take heed. And so many people they don't use their economic power the way they should, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Um, and I just wish more people would do that because, girl, if the people collectively get these people together about they the way they do the consumer, some
Mhm.
of these companies will slow down with this stupid stuff they be doing,
Yeah.
and so
Well, I
many
was gonna
people
say
think,
one of my girlfriends has cows. They have a new baby cow, Norman. These jokers are huge. That's what I'm talking about. Norman is probably adorable, but huge. And I
see,
don't need no big
for
old
me, it
animal.
just depended on how much land. Um,
But even
like for instance,
sometimes the grass is not even
if I had the
growing.
kind
So
of
the
land,
supplemental feed could be so much for a cow compared to a
yeah,
goat.
it definitely. But like, see, my uncles can get away with it because I don't know exactly how many acres that is my great grandfather purchased out there, but it's a lot. So
Hmm.
they don't buy any feed. They've never bought feed, but it's because they have so much land. And because of our climate, those cows eat grass majority of the
Year
year.
round.
The little bit of the time that they don't, they have one pasture, they'll grow hay on it, and then they bale it themselves. They got a baler. They got a tractor with the baler behind it. So you see what I'm saying?
See,
It's not
they
costing
know
them
they
anything.
sustaining it
Yeah.
all the way
Yeah.
around. It's like a
But
circle.
see, but if it cost them anything, they wouldn't have it. Like that's
Right.
why when I like talking to them sometimes, because I'd be like, do y'all be doing this? Yeah, they be like, nah, what we doing that for? Yeah, nah, we don't. Nah, what we doing that? That costs too much. They were like, well, it don't cost us nothing to have them cows. I used to think my uncles know rich and stuff because they had cows and stuff. Nah, I mean they were
The
rich, but
cows is
a lot of
caring
it
for
was because
themselves.
of
They
the
pulling their weight
land.
on the homestead.
Yeah, and it was because of the land that got passed down, and they just make use of the land, like what I'm
It's
saying?
such
Because
an asset.
they grew their crops on it. The cows ate off of it. They
Mm.
grew hay on it, and sometimes they would sell hay. Like if they had excess hay, they would sell it. They would keep enough for their cows and sell the rest.
Back to our roots. I saw one episode Back to Our Roots where they were talking about somebody comes and cuts their grass and makes it into hay and pays them.
they basically buying the hay from them.
I was
Yeah,
like, love that. So you don't have to cut your own grass and you
yeah,
get paid. Love that
yeah,
for you. So you
yeah,
just get paid to have land.
yeah. That's
Love
why
that.
that's why land is an asset. That's why when I run across
Even
people
my
who are like,
grandfather,
I
he used
don't
to
know
have
if I
a
want to buy anything. I be like, girl, you better buy as many acres as you possibly can, because that's the only thing as of right now that can still guarantee you some type of security. It's not very many things that can guarantee you security these days. Land will though. When you see the rich people buying land tooth and nail, that'll tell you something. That'll tell you something. When they stop
right.
buying yachts and start buying land, that should tell you something.
Yeah. I was talking to my friend Angel that we do the podcast together, and she was talking about we were talking about ways to save money, and one of the things that I was saying was like, or we were saying saving it for certain things that are more important, and she was saying like every year for her kids birthday she wants to do something that's really good for them or that'll benefit them their future basically. And so
Yes.
the last birthday she
Instead of
bought them each
parties
an
and
acre of
toys and all that
land. I was
crap.
like, come on, land.
Mm-hmm.
Because them parties, you don't know who's showing up. It's a one-time thing, and they cost. Especially if you're trying to have it at a place, a little jumper, da, 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 and you ain't getting
It
up but
costs.
2 hours. But land, though, they
Let me
each got
explain
an
to you
acre of
how.
land, and they are
Let me
4 and 8. Love that for
let me
them.
explain to you how. Although, um, although I love my mama to death, and my mama did a lot for me, My mama used to have birthday parties for me. And when I was a kid, I thought that, ooh, birthday parties, ooh, yay, ooh, and all this kind of child. I look back on that stuff. I wish my mama had a I wish my mama had bought me some land or something. I wish my mama had put some money to the side so I could buy some land. Or you get what I'm saying?
Or
I wish
another
that's what.
thing too, I think as far as like expanding our horizons and our children's is travel,
Yeah,
experiences, and seeing other cultures, and possibly learning other languages. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Now I will
Other
admit we
ways of
traveled.
living, or just having the passport and maybe having dual citizenship somewhere as well. That would be
Yeah,
lovely.
I'm not
But
gonna lie. Now we traveled in the U.S. But we
yeah,
didn't really get a chance to travel outside of the U.S. Yes, Felix. I wish we went to Canada, but Canada, their culture is so similar to America that
true.
I wouldn't necessarily call that like learning another culture. But we did do that, at least when my mom and daddy was together. Now, when my mom and daddy weren't together, that kind of went out the window because one income. You go
Right.
from two incomes, and my daddy's income was very significant. My father always made more money than my mother just because of what he did. And he worked. He also had more benefits than her because he worked for the post office. When my daddy
Hmm.
retired, he was making like $150,000 a year. That's why I said it ain't always where you work. Sometimes it's what you do with your money. But yeah, I agree.
Hmm.
I agree with exposing your children to cultures, languages, all of those things. They're very important. Like I said, I'm a kid. I'm not knowing no better. I wish I had the forethought to say, well, mama, I don't want a birthday party this year. I want to put my money towards, or, towards something else. Even if she had to save money for me to go, put some money aside for my college. That's a little bit more loan I ain't got to take out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It's true because it wasn't until I got older. Once I got older, I would be, and people ask me what I want for my birthday, especially like when my jewelry business was beginning. I'd be like, buy me a tumbler, buy me this flex shaft. Believe in my business. I want success for my birthday. Shoot, like
exactly. That's
even
what
this
the,
year, I'm like, my birthday's coming up on the 16th. Purchase a ticket to my event if you want to
yeah,
bless me for my
yeah,
birthday.
yeah,
'Cause I'm
definitely.
trying to circulate the black dollar, like, I'm trying to move in purpose, and there's a lot going on. Oh, that was one of the things I wanted to bring up is, like, the boycotts, like, I'm loving the energy. I'm feeling the, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm snatching my money from places who don't believe in me or from people who wanna invest in these different things that are really crazy right now in this
Yeah.
administration, or people who are actively anti-black, anti-trans, anti just living a life anti. But I think
And
the
I'm gonna
only
be
way that
anti
we can
supporting
make
your
it,
business too.
they anti everything but mind their business. Uh, but I think in order to make it sustainable, we have to replace these things. Like for instance, I need detergent right now. And if it wasn't for the black owned grocery store being closed on Sunday and Monday, I would still be able to go out and buy my laundry detergent and my
Hmm.
toothpaste, because even though we are boycotting these big businesses and stuff like that, I know a black man that has what I need.
Hmm.
Same for my meat man, same for my skincare, same
Hmm.
for a lot of different things. And I think we need to start creating a network um right now, today, right now. I don't know if it need to be email list, like I'm not sure. Of these black owned, like if you need toilet paper, because there's no way for us
I
to
think it's a
continue to boycott any business for like a long period of time if we don't have somewhere else to purchase that stuff from.
you damn straight. I know, and see, my thing is, I know that there's a website of a lot of stuff. However, I don't think a lot of people are circulating that. You see what I'm saying? We be so
Okay,
fast
the
to
resources that we
share.
already have.
Yeah, we be so ready to share funny stuff or fights in Walmart or this, that, and other, but we need to share things that's important. Are
Yeah.
we sharing what's important?
True. I agree.
Um,
Because I know there's one that pops out that's I think it's called WeBuyBlack.com. I know they
yeah,
got
I've
some
heard of
stuff
that one.
in there. And there's another lady that's on TikTok. I'll come back and post under this video. Because I think she has her own website as well. And then locally too, like if y'all know, because I sure be telling my friends, like all my friends that met my meat man at the farmer's market. So don't tell me you don't
That's the
know.
way you have to do. That's the way you have to do. You have
Yeah.
to
So
really be cognizant of, and like I said, and I hate this is I be preaching this. I know they probably get at my little advocacy group meetings, my civil activist girl. I know they be like, girl, we tired of her. I don't give a damn because I all of this stuff I be bringing up. I be like,
because
look.
I'm tired. Like it's tiring. The work is tired. Okay.
Yeah, and I be bringing all this stuff up, and I be telling them once again, miseducation hurts everybody, because black they think, oh, just the black and the poor is being misinformed. No, everybody's being misinformed, and this is why black people are in a quandary, so to speak, to where, like, I've never seen so many Negroes that don't understand that some of this stuff is like against you. Like, I don't know if you saw this. Did you see where some MAGA supporter went up on Tennessee State campus, and the students politely escorted, student and security politely escorted him off campus. Now, if you saw that clip, did you see after that the Negroes that weighed in on it? Certain Negroes talking about that was no way for them to behave. Oh, they can't just engage in conversation. This, that, and other. First of all, this is what I don't understand. Them people was on Tennessee State campus and they did not get permission to be on them people campus. Tennessee State put out because see when this shit happened at HBCUs, because I went to one, I be deep in it. I said, where the statement from the school? The school
Right.
immediately said they did not get authorization to come on campus. And anytime we have anything political, you have to get authorization to even come on campus. They did not. They came on campus and set up their table. So that's why security escorted them off. Our students behaved as
We
we would have
know
wanted
that
them to
they came
behave.
to
They were
agitate
behind the
and
students.
to distract our beautiful black students. That's what they came to do, to agitate and distract and try to incite
Let me be
an
all the way real
issue.
with you. They better be glad they went to Tennessee State. If they went to Grambling, they'd have caught them hands. Because I was surprised did none of them students put their hands on them. Because I'm trying to tell you, if they would have went to Grambling, I got a feeling they'd have caught them hands. Because it's a different little crew of people. like, like them kids ain't got, some of them kids ain't got nothing to lose. So be glad that all they did was escort them out campus. They, like, you may not like what they were saying, but they never touched them. Let's be real. If the Black Panthers or anybody go up on a white campus, what you think gonna happen? They gonna beat them clean off campus, and probably nothing is gonna be done. None of the students will get
But
put
the
out.
thing is that we are always reacting. We're the only ones that we just be minding our business.
And
And
then we
y'all
come
are here
outside
because
and you
we're
got a
going to
table.
class. We're
We
all
come
here
outside
going
and
to
you got a
class. What are you
table.
doing here?
When I tell you, but my thing is, and so the black one girl was like, "Oh, they were behaving." I mean, she didn't say monkeys, but more or less, that's what she was saying. All this stuff. And I just was like, because it's a chick I follow, Auntie Wigs on IG. She stitched in 2 or 3 different responses from 3 different black people who were similar ages, 20. They behave. So I said, nah, they actually behave quite nicely because, baby, I'm telling
That
you,
was the HR friendly version.
exactly, because I'm telling you, I knew some people when I was going to school. They'd have turned them tables over and took them table legs and whooped them people ass with them legs. Like, no, they actually was nice. I actually was proud of them. I left a comment. I said, from one tiger to another, congratulations, Tennessee State, for getting them up off your campus. That's your safe space. Because, see, I know all too well
And that's
why
the
I went to
problem is
a
they want to be in our
HBCU.
safe spaces and force their way, and it's not.
It's too much. And
It's
then,
too
like I
much.
said, in the Negroes to be so misinformed, and like some of them was saying, "Do y'all realize Trump gave HBCUs $500 billion?" No, he didn't. First of all, where would the 500 billion have come from when the
Didn't
budget,
he
our
just
budget?
didn't he just take funding from HBCUs? And what's the name? Jeff Bezos' ex-wife decided to donate like 70 million to HBCUs.
Did
Like
because she gave
what
Prairie View 25 million, and I forget the other numbers of the other schools, but Prairie View got 25 million. I was happy for him. She didn't
so
get my
what
alma mater none,
information
but
do
I wrote a
the
letter. I said,
feds?
please consider Grambling State University next time. I said, I'm happy for what you did, but please consider
Bad.
Grambling State University the
Shoot
next
your
time.
shot. Shoot your shot. Cause I
Yeah,
showed comments on
like
actively black. I was like, oh, thank you for the love letter to Black America. By the way, I got something coming up. Like you can be in my fashion show too, baby. Shoot your
because you
shot.
see, they just dropped the HBCU line. Now you know they trying to get my money now, don't you? And Grambling one of them. I said, Lord, look at this windsuit, and homecoming is this week. Y'all
Oh,
trying to play with me? Y'all trying to play with me? Y'all gonna have me with this windsuit? Yeah, they gonna fool around. I'm gonna buy that sucker. They gonna fool around. And they
I
think they
love that
slick
for us though.
because they did the windsuit in the color that the game, because every game have a suggested color. You don't have to wear the color, but it's televised. So they try to get the crowd to be in all one color. Baby, they done did the windsuit in black, and that's the color of the game. I said, now y'all really trying it. Y'all trying it. But
They
yeah,
did their
I was
research.
happy to
Love that.
I was happy to see that though. But yeah, actively black is when I tell you he dropping stuff, dropping stuff, dropping stuff. He
Yeah,
dropping stuff so fast I can't even keep up. I still want some of the FUBU stuff. I hadn't even
I
got FUBU,
know. Me
and I'm
either.
like, Lord.
I'm like
But
my
yeah,
birthday. Birthday coming up.
but yeah, that stuff be killing me, and I just be like, Lord have mercy, pray for these folks. But yeah, somehow our people are so ignorant for miseducation of, you know what I'm saying. And I know we're
Well,
not gonna get them
those
all.
people, just like Harriet would have left them people
Yeah, because they didn't know they was a slave.
because
She
they
said,
would get you caught.
Harriet said
They
that. She
don't
said,
know.
I would have been able to get more people if they didn't know they were slaves. I mean, if they had known that they would not. And then another thing is when you started running with Harriet, it was so funny. You thought you was gonna be able to turn back. No, she would threaten to shoot you because if you go back, you gonna get everybody killed. Because
Right.
when they take you back and torture you, you gonna tell it where y'all went and who with them. No, she said either you gonna die and we gonna keep on, or something gonna have to give, but you gonna keep on moving. That's what a
And
lot
this
of
is where
people.
we are right now, I feel.
Yeah.
This is where we are right now. I'm not even spending no time, no energy trying to convince or like,
Mm-mm,
no,
mm-mm,
no,
mm-mm.
your level of understanding is not
It's too
reachable.
low.
It's on mine.
Yeah, your
So,
intellect is too low, and I
but
can't
I
handle
can pray it for you.
it. Somebody I can pray for you.
I can still wish you well, but that you have to wish yourself, like you said, you got to wish yourself well more than I do. And at this
Yeah,
point, like just being totally unaware of where the hell you stay at is crazy to me. And it's dangerous at this
and
point. So
like
for
I said,
me, I'm
the
like, what we
idea.
doing? We bartering, we connecting, we feeding each other, we using each
Yeah.
other's services.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? We checking in with one another as a
Exactly.
community because it's going down. And
It's
these
more than
folks
going
is
down.
crashing out. They just realized they was the same as the rest of us. They losing their farms, their life.
They'll
I
be
think
okay.
they tried to reschedule the rapture.
Girl, and I'm trying to understand where did that even come from, this rapture business. Where did that come from? But the
I don't
people
know.
took us,
I just
the
seen
people,
on TikTok everybody thought the rapture was gonna be like last
they took,
Tuesday. Then they talking about nah, it was the wrong calendar. I said I thought you wasn't gonna know the day of the time based on what y'all be reading and stuff, right?
these people, they just coming up with anything, just something to get somebody worked up. Somebody had me tickled. They was making fun of them. They said, I thought we supposed to be rapturing today. I hollered. I said, I'm not finna play with y'all. I'm not
I
finna
seen
play with
people
y'all.
doing
Talking
some
about I thought
videos
we
with
supposed to
the
be
caught
rapturing today.
up in the rapture of love. I
Yeah,
was like, oh, y'all know y'all wrong for that. But
dirty.
it's just because we can't do nothing but laugh because the level of understanding is just not there at this point.
No,
Like I can't reach you.
not at all.
I just can't reach you. So That's why I wish you well. You know how they be like, may the Lord bless and keep you. May he make his face to shine upon you and grant you peace. Like over there. Like as you go and be blessed.
Yeah,
That
because
way.
what else? Because what else can we do with you? That's all we can do with you. We can't do nothing else because you don't want to get no act right. But we gonna see what's gonna happen. For things, I'm gonna tell you what happened. Um, we had a little meeting and we finally had some Hispanics to come because there's one group in our advocacy group. They hell bent on doing immigration stuff. I'm between a rock and a hard place on some of that stuff. But these guys, they actually seen, because I ain't gonna lie, I get right down to it. You know what I'm saying? When I show up to the meetings, they already know. They know I'm finna get right down to it. When the Hispanics come in, I say, hey, how y'all doing? Nice to meet y'all. I got two questions. What type of Hispanic are you? Are you the type of Hispanic that you think that you better than me? And you think, you know, you know what I'm saying?
It's a
And
great
quickly they
question.
was And quickly they was like, and I know people can say whatever they gonna say, but they were like, no, we like black people, whatever, whatever. I said, okay, good. I said, meeting can proceed. I just need to know if I need to stay or not. Cause I can
Right.
get up out of here. So they get to talking and talking and po things, once again, miseducation. They got to talking and they was talking about, like, one of the guys was like, well, if we find within our community, if we find all of them that have broken the law or that is breaking the law, because they admitted it, it was like most of us not doing nothing, but it is a couple of us. They will go steal, small things.
But that's
You know what
every
I'm
group
saying?
of people though.
But their thing is if we find them and turn them in, will ICE stop looking for us? Because they admitted that ICE will come to these areas looking for supposedly one particular person. They can't find that person. They then take off. Okay, y'all cutting stuff down. I don't know if y'all know what y'all doing. You hear Uno? He hear the tree. Uno, it's
Who cut
okay.
stuff
I'm
down,
okay.
cutting trees
The cross over there.
down?
Uno, hush. The
No, they
tree
ain't
is
gonna do that because
down.
they snatching people from their immigration appointments.
Yeah, now they
They ain't looking for nobody in particular.
shut
No,
up.
it's that I think
Shut
that's
up.
what they said to get people to agree that we looking
And
for
that
criminals, but they
and
just and then that's the problem. If you don't know the history of this place, you don't know. That's what they do. They just label a group as criminals or as scary, and then they just start snatching them all up and throwing them all in one
and
place.
that
That's what they do, and then
and
they
that
tell you,
is
but 5 million of them are missing out of the place
and
they
that
threw
is
them at.
exactly that is exactly what I told the Hispanic guy. I told him because, like I said, his thought was is if we find everybody that have broken the law, they can just come get them, and then they can leave us alone. And then we had a translator because they were speaking in Spanish, and the translator was speaking English. It was so everybody could converse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when the translator translated that, the translator was the white lady. And when she got through talking, I just was shaking my head. I said, hold on. I said, I've got to speak and I've got to say something. I said, can you please tell them in Spanish? This has absolutely nothing to do with criminality. It has nothing to do with criminality. Zero. I said, it has to do with they don't want you here. They don't understand your value. They don't understand that if all Hispanics is gone, so many of these farms, it's so many different things it's going to cease. Oh no, come here. So many of these things.
Hospitality.
I said it has nothing to do with that. I said, but y'all, I said, now see, this is where you go wrong. I said, how many of you know about the civil rights movement? Question mark, go over their face. I'm talking about the Hispanic. Question mark. I said, see, you don't know the civil rights movement. I said, your people are basically what my ancestors were. My ancestors either worked for free or during sharecropping worked for pennies. Never could get out of debt. Never could get ahead. Did migrant farming. The first migrant farming was you took people from all over and sent them to all kind of different farms to do whatever. I said, y'all doing that
Mhm.
now. I said, but see, that's they didn't value you the same way they don't value me. I said, that's why I asked the question that I asked, do you like black folks? Because it's some of you all go around here and think that it's something wrong with black folks. Because see, they have a caste system, especially in Mexico.
Yeah,
They
and
have a caste system too.
colorism and
The darker Mexican you are, the more worthless you are. If you're lighter colored, they look at you like you're white. That's why some
mhm.
Mexicans identify as white when they're not actually white. So it's like, and so when we got through talking, I said, y'all have to understand it doesn't, they actually was like, yeah, we understand a lot of us came over here. I say, yeah, a lot of y'all came over here to do the jobs that nobody else would do. I said, do y'all understand? And they were kind of, you get what I'm saying? But when you come over here and you just put your head down and say, I'm just gonna work, and you don't really understand a thing, okay, see where that's gonna get you. See what that's gonna get you. Then they can come lie to you and tell you it's about criminality and tell you about we just gonna get rid of the criminals because they know Hispanics are just as conservative. Hispanics are very family oriented. Hispanics don't like crime. They don't necessarily do they have gang members that are yeah, of course, but they're not in love with that. They're not in love with the cartels. They're not in love with none of
Mhm.
that stuff, and they know that, and they tell them anything to get them to go along with it. And then here they are locking up 90 some percent of the people ain't got no criminal record.
Mhm.
Mhm. And then people missing, separated from their families, children, and all this. But like I told them, I say, I brought it up. They said they're gonna do it. I said, y'all gonna have to do some classes with these Hispanics about what they really are up against. Because
Yeah, that's what
they
I'm
don't even really
saying.
understand what's going on. And they said they was gonna go to their church and they was gonna there's a Spanish speaking attorney who was gonna go and talk to them about all of this different kind of stuff and break
That's
it
good.
down to them. So that's supposed to be happening. And then we supposed to be having some training on our side too, because they got some things going on talking about, different ways that you can help the Hispanic community, in little ways. Because they were saying that, yeah, some of them be stealing, and I know what it is because black people do this too. Sometimes you stealing because you hungry. Sometimes you stealing because you need
And
pampers
that's
for your
by
baby.
design. That's
Sometimes,
by design. It's the low pay. It's the trying to keep you in that worker, that same playing field. Like we are the worker bees. We are still the black community is the worker bees. Like when you go to the grocery store, when you go to the post office,
yeah,
when you go
yeah,
everywhere you go, you do see. Even
yeah.
though they call us lazy, that's crazy to me because everywhere I go, black people be at work. You go eat at a restaurant, we up
Um,
in there. We the chefs, we the waitress, we the
but
hostess. Like we
that's
are at
that's
work.
that I got it's a shirt that I want to buy that says we didn't become lazy until we refuse to work for free. Um they've been doing that. Right after emancipation, you will see the black guys with watermelon trucks, and then they come up with the thing that we're Sambos and all we do is sit around and eat
Mhm.
watermelon. We wasn't just sitting around eating watermelon, bitch. We was
Just
growing the
selling it,
watermelons and selling them. But that's the lie they
and
come
they
up with.
paying for
Just
that
like,
economic strength that just from
watch
doing
this,
that.
watch this. They did the same thing with the Hispanic. You ever seen the Hispanic guy with a sombrero on, leaned up against the cactus, like he's sleeping or whatever? That's the
Mhm.
equivalent of a Sambo before a Mexican. That's the exact equivalent.
Mhm.
Because they try to say that the Mexicans, but they know they're not lazy. I ain't never seen no Mexican move slow ever. Ain't
Me
seen one yet.
I
You
was
know what
gonna
I'm
say,
saying?
like earlier, I said when some Mexicans bought our house on Shady Drive, baby, they fixed it up.
Oh, they
They
gonna hook
made
it
it
up.
their own. Yeah.
They gonna hook it up.
Mhm.
They not gonna stay. They done that in my granny's neighborhood. Like, so my granny's neighborhood at first was white. It was red line to where black people couldn't stay over there. And then as soon as they lifted that red line, and my granny and my grandfather bought that house, and then it became mostly black because all the white people left. But they were nice houses. They white people hadn't even lived in them houses 15 years, and when black people moved in, they was gone.
Mhm.
So my granny house is still there. My uncle lives in it. And there are still some of the old black people, like maybe they kids or whatever, living in those houses. But for the most part, A lot of them, like black folk do, and we need to quit doing this. Sold their houses, and they sold them.
That's
A
what my
lot of them to
mama said.
Hispanics, and when them Hispanics bought them houses, if them houses even remotely needed any repair, baby, them Hispanics fixed them houses. Them houses look brand new. One time I passed by one, I say, "Is that the same house?" They had added on, did stucco, landscaped the yard, had a pool in the back. Like,
And then
golly,
it's the skills that we keep talking about in our in these lives because they're not paying contractors
they
to do
doing it.
that. They are
They
going
doing
and
it.
getting the materials and they know what they're doing and they do it well and they help each other out too. You know what I'm
And then,
saying? And
yeah,
they get it
it's
done
the
quickly.
community aspect.
It's
It's a
the community.
community aspect. And then not only that, also, because I asked her, after the meeting was over with the Hispanics, one of the guys did contracting, the other guy, no, both of them do contracting. It's just one of them do like tile, and the other one do concrete work. And I asked them, I said, let me ask y'all a question. I say, man, y'all Hispanics know how to do everything. I say, y'all go to school for that or something? Cause like if you know anything about Africa, a lot of Africans have trades. Like before they even go to college, they know a trade, whether it's
Mhm.
welding, whether it's concrete, whether it's whatever. And I thought maybe it was similar in Mexico. So that's why I'm asking. I said, do y'all go like to school? Do y'all apprentice up under somebody? They was like, no, we teach ourselves. My daddy knew how to do this or do that, and my uncle knew how to. So we learned, or somebody, the neighbor, know how to. See, they're not
Sharing the
going.
skills.
They're learning from people they know, and that's what we have to do. We have to stop being scared to learn. Stop
Yeah.
being scared that you're gonna
And
mess up.
scared to share too. Like, for instance, I always
If
tell
I got it,
people,
I don't want you to have it.
yes. I will say personally, like I've had people now, and it can go both ways because you can be insulting to someone who's like learned a thing. I definitely have had like I've had people like, would you mind teaching me how to make jewelry? And I'm excited, like, oh, okay, you want to learn? Let me show you this book. This is one of my favorite books. Like you could literally go from start to finish in the activity, and they're like, can't you just show
I
me?
don't want to do it. Yeah,
Well, no, I can't just show you what I've learned in the last 12 years of
because I
being a
think some
relationship
people.
and working with because that's what I did. I invested in myself. I bought the book. I've melted stuff before. You know what I mean? Like, so it goes both ways. I think if you're wanting someone to invest in you, you would have to show it for yourself as well. But we can do that. You know what I mean? I feel like if you go through the amount of work and you build the skills, first of all, you're gonna have a totally different style than me. Second of all, like you know how many people buy jewelry? You know what I'm saying? Like if I were to invest in you and help you learn this skill, it doesn't mean that people are gonna like stop buying jewelry from me. It doesn't. That's like not how it
It's
works.
plenty enough money to go around. Plenty
And
enough.
it's always going to be. Like there's always going to be. And also me not helping you is not going to make me more money.
Yeah,
Like
but let me tell you what I think some of that come from. Some people, because of the way our education system is, because I firmly believe our education system is wholly broken. When you go to school, what do they usually do? They More and more kids are reading less and less. They're learning less and less on their own. It's let me show you. And then the teacher gets tired of telling you things, and then they just start kind of doing it for you. Or at home,
mhm,
instead of your
there's
parent
not
letting you
reinforcement.
struggle a little and learn how to do, they're tired of you struggling and they want you to hurry up, so they just do it. Like
Mhm.
that's why people don't just show me how to do. Cause you
I
lazy.
that's
Cause you
lazy.
lazy.
Like no. Now that I've been building these skills for all this time and I don't mind helping out, but you don't even want it all gotta come from me. No, I already got it. Like
Exactly. Cause I'm gonna tell you what my homegirl did one time. And we still cool to this day, but I'm one of those people I will once you do me a certain way, I'm gonna pay attention to what you're doing. And it's like I peep game. So Her car, her head gasket, she blew a head gasket. I told her way before time when her car started overheating, I said, girl, quit driving that car. You driving it overheating, you going to tear the motor up. I said, or you going to cause some damage that costs a lot of money. If your car start overheating, I know you don't want to, pull over, call a tow truck because the tow truck is going to be cheaper than an engine. I don't give a shit where
Mm-hmm.
you going. So she didn't listen. She was like, well, I be putting coolant in. I say, yeah, but it's still more or less, it's overheating a little bit before you putting the coolant in. Girl, she blew her head gasket. And she went to a shop and the shop was like, it's gonna cost some thousands, more or less. And I said, well, I know how to do it. I said, but here's the thing. I will fix your head gasket, won't charge you no labor, but you gotta help me. And my thought was, I know that on that particular car, if two people get on it, we could have it done in like a day and a half or so. And that's with her still going to work. I still do my thing. We work on it like in the evening. So
Mm-hmm.
maybe 2 evenings, 2, 3 evenings max, we could get it done. She was down for that. I said you can just buy the parts because the killer part is you can blow your head gasket and the parts only cost like $100.
Yeah,
All
the
the rest of that
labor
money
is what
is
it is
labor.
because they know what they doing, and you don't.
And when you blow a head gasket, you have to take a lot of stuff off. The parts don't cost nothing. It's a gasket. It's what all you gotta take off.
Getting
You gotta
to
take
it
off
and
half the
then putting
motor to
it back
get to it.
together the right way. Uh-huh.
So we get started. And she didn't know nothing about working on cars, but the thing is, it wasn't more or less about me teaching her how to work on cars. I just really needed, like I said, help. While I'm
Yeah, you're
tackling
the
one side,
assistant because you don't
yeah,
have the skill, but it's your car, and
exactly.
so you
And
need
while
it.
I'm tackling one side, you can be tackling another side. So if I take off a boat and you take off a boat in the same amount of time, two boats coming off instead of one if it was just me. So, but every time you get over here, so she get off work and we're gonna work a few hours and then she gonna go home and go to sleep. She talking about some, I'm tired. I'm 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 hungry. It's all of this stuff. And I'm like, girl, we gotta go to work. Like, you knew you was coming over here. You should have got something to eat. You should have whatever you needed to do before you got here.
Or
It's
just
time to
wait
go.
till you're done and then grab you something to eat and lay down after. Like it has to get done. What is she talking about?
And this is her only vehicle. And she got to get and I'm taking her backwards and forwards to work. Now it wasn't far. She didn't work far because
Yeah, but
we lived in San Bastille.
you this is a timely thing. You're welcome
So
for help and also don't drag it out, just focus and pay attention and get it done. What are you talking about?
So when she get here, she starts all of this. I'm hungry. I'm this. I'm that. I'm this. I say, and so she gets her something to eat, and then when she eats, she even more sleepy because she done got the itis and all this. So we working, but we like double working, and because you kind
So
of
what you need, a car or a nap? Come on, Shay.
yeah, I
Baby, consider the nap, honey. Cause what? Make it make
said,
sense.
girl, and then
That sounds like a baby. I'm hungry. What are you talking about?
it got drug out. We on like day 5 of evening 5 or 6. This should have been done.
And I'm
But
only dropping you off for the
every
days
day
that we
is
had
something.
thought it was gonna take. If we were working well together and it happened to take a little longer, that would be different. But the fact that your effort is not even there, you're not even dedicating the time that I've set aside, and girl, I'm dropping you out, baby, you could walk. Baby, you're gonna have to get on the bus, catch a
Some a
train,
bicycle,
crawl.
some
You know what I'm saying? Get you I don't know. I don't know what to
so
tell you because I'm comfortable inconveniencing you for a while. For me, it's like you can't even be grateful if somebody helping you out enough to respect their time. That's a big thing for me is respect my time. And then you got skill on top of time. Like I don't actually have to know how to do this. All I gotta do is save some money and buy the parts and
yeah,
follow your
all you got
direction.
to do is listen to what I'm telling you to do. I'm showing unscrew that one. Okay, I point, undo this one, do the next one, do the next, and I be on my side working, and she be on her side working. We get, it was very simple. I wasn't making it rocket science. I just want you to help me undo stuff. That way, the shit can get done faster. And I had all the tools, I had everything. She at my house doing all this stuff. Her car parked at my house. So about the fifth or sixth day, because when we started, she said, "How long do you think it's gonna take?" I said, "Well, if we both diligently work, we can grind it out." I say 3 evenings max. I said, but I
Which
think we
didn't
can get it
happen.
done in two. No, because we're on evening 5 or 6, and then she has nerve enough to say, "I thought this was supposed to take 3 evenings." Girl, when I tell you I fucking lost it. I lost it. When I tell you I looked at her and I said, "I know you did." I say, "Every day you come over here is something. You gotta take a nap. You hungry. I would that, and the other happened at work. And then you can't focus because you hungry. And I got to tell you 2 or 3 times what to do." I said, "You the one making it." I said, "You know what? How about this?" I said, "Don't worry about coming over here no more. I'm not taking you back and forth to work. Find you a way to work. In the meantime, I'm gonna finish your car. Your car be done tomorrow." I wasn't playing with her.
Without
When
you,
I
it's gonna be
tell,
faster without you, getting on my nerves and whining like a baby.
and I told her, I say, "These the parts that you need. Have you purchased them yet?" "No, I haven't purchased them." "Make sure you
So
purchase
how
them
it's gonna
tomorrow."
be done, girl?
Girl, I said, "Make sure you purchase them tomorrow morning," because she was gonna be off the next day. I said, "Find you a way to the parts store, purchase those parts in the morning. If you bring me those parts at 10 o'clock in the morning, I promise you, before the sun go down, your car gonna be through." I said,
But
"It'll
how
be
it was gonna
completely and
be
total." And when I
done?
tell you I wasn't playing, girl, she brought the part. When she came over there, she couldn't believe it because I had knocked out. I said, "This." I said, "When I go to work, I go to work." I
And
said,
you
"Because I'm not trying to
lazy.
be
You
on your.
ain't been dragging this the whole week. You lazy. And how was gonna be done without the parts? You couldn't have thought that and you ain't purchased the parts yet. You ain't thinking at all. You just waking up. Just going.
Girl, she got through. She got through with that car. I got through with that. She brought me them parts that next morning. I got through with that car. Bolted all that shit back up together. And I'm gonna tell you what was the final straw. She had gone to the actually while I was taking her engine apart. I There were some parts that I thought were missing from somebody else's previous work. Because a lot of times when you're a mechanic, you can tell when other people have done shitty work because you'll come behind them and it's little stuff missing, not major stuff, but little stuff missing. And so I said, "It's a couple of little bolts that you're gonna need that are missing." But come to find out, when I got the heads all the way off, I found them. Somebody had dropped nuts down, and just so happened they were sitting in an area like in the frame, and I was able to use a magnet and get them. But I had already told her to buy them. But I called her back and I said, "Girl, you're not gonna need those nuts. I found the original ones. Somebody dropped them in the frame. They probably couldn't get them, and they just left them." I said, "But I found them.
Mhm.
You don't need them." She got off the phone, but she butt dialed me back. She was at the parts store and she had already bought the parts, and they was giving her a hard time about returning them. She hadn't
Mhm.
used them or nothing, but they was making on like they couldn't take them back, which is bullshit. If you haven't used it, you can return it. They just
Right.
didn't want to do a return. And she was on the thing. "She done found out. Now they won't take this stuff back. This some. Like, and I'm like, how I get thrown into it? It's not my fault. I found the stuff. I could have just told you, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to save you
Right.
some money. It's not my fault that they won't
If
return
they
it."
don't want to
Girl,
return it.
she was low key trying to like kind of blame me. Like, but she was talking to the person at the store, but she didn't know she had butt dialed me, and I can hear the whole conversation. And she was talking real wild, you know.
Mhm.
She done caught an attitude with me. And I can't return this stuff. And I'm like, "No, you need to fight for yourself. Yes, you can return it. You haven't even opened the package. Yes, you
Right.
can return it.
And then you know what? People
Don't
they
let me
have
catch it
misplaced
straight.
anger because they can't. She probably didn't have the guts to really blame them in front of her. So it's like I'm just gonna talk mess
Baby,
about the
so when I
person
heard
who in front of me.
the conversation went on and on. She finally quit talking to them and had got in her car. I hung the phone up and I called her right back. When her phone rang, I politely let her know. I say, um, "Girl, I heard that conversation when you was in a park stop. What you talking?" And I repeated verbatim what she had said.
Yeah,
I
I
said,
heard
remember
you.
when you said XYZ, this is, I heard you. You butt dialed me. I haven't called you, some. Then she looked down at her call log and she said she had called me. And she seen the call went on for about 15. I said, yeah, when I heard you talking, I sat up there and listened. I said, you sitting up there blaming me because they won't take your stuff back. I said, girl, when you come get your car, I don't care if I ever hear from you again. I said, but don't worry, your car be done right. I said, I'm not gonna fuck your car up because I said I'm not gonna fuck up my place in heaven fooling with
Right.
you. I say, but just if I don't never hear from you again, it'll be too soon.
If anything, she could have been blaming whoever worked on her car before because they the ones just left the things in there. They could have got a magnet just like you did and made sure they put all the bolts back. Like all the misplaced everything. Like that's so sad for you. You could have learned something today. Now you done lost a friend. Like where they do that at? They
Girl,
decided
I
to
ain't
give
here
her a
to.
hard time. Attitude goes a long way, Shay. Attitude goes a long way. She probably went in there talking reckless.
Yeah, cause
Probably.
one time I won't never forget.
Sound
One
like she
time I
got
was
lack
in
of
a.
accountability. Lack of
I won't
accountability.
ever. I won't ever forget one time. This is before her car did with it. I was in riding in the car with her, and she had a habit of if the day wasn't going too good, she had a habit of taking that out on people. Like to me, just because things go wrong in your life don't mean when you go in the grocery store, you cuss out the cashier, you
Right.
don't make other people day bad just because your day going bad. Even if you have to pretend, you could be pissed as hell, but even if you have to pretend, just be nice to people. If you get in your car and cuss to yourself, that's totally fine. But don't do that. She not like that. If her day going bad, she want everybody else's day go bad. So we was in the car. She had a tendency to change lanes and not look. This girl just got over. She didn't know, and as she was getting over, I'm on the passenger side. I seen the truck in my periphery before I could open my mouth good because I was getting ready to say, "Girl, it's the truck over here." She had done already sideswiped the truck, so that was a wreck. And she hit like she sideswiped like an AT&T truck, you know, the telephone trucks with all the toolboxes and stuff on the side. That's what she sideswiped. So you know that's a company vehicle. They calling the police and everything because they got to do a report because that's a company vehicle. That's not like
Mhm.
oh me and Pookie ran into each other and because we don't want to call our insurance we're gonna go our separate
Right.
ways.
Right. They got
She
protocol,
hit
baby.
hello. So they called the police and she I guess didn't know, girl, when the police got there. They asked me what happened. And I don't know if she wanted me to lie or not, but I wasn't finna lie once again. I ain't finna mess up my place in heaven. I say, officer, it really was an accident. She just got over and didn't look. She didn't look. And she got over and they was over there. I said it wasn't nothing malicious or nothing like that. I said she hasn't been drinking, nothing like that. And they was like, okay, okay, it's just an accident then. It's just an accident. I said, yeah. And it wasn't nothing major. She kind of had her fender was kind of bent up. She had some scratches. The AT&T truck just had scratches. It didn't even have no dents or nothing. But
Right.
still, like I said, they got protocol. But she got lucky because she could still drive her car. Like it really was just her fender messed up. Girl, after that, she go in the parts store, or we went somewhere. She went to some store. She in there talking crazy to the people because when I walked in the store, you know how they greet you in the store? Welcome to whatever. I said, oh, hey,
Mhm.
how y'all doing? Do you know she had the nerve to mumble something like, well, I'm glad your day going good. I said, girl, if you think I'm finna come up in here and treat these people any kind of way because you had a car wreck, has absolutely nothing to do with me. She was talking
And
to the
how
dude
does
over
that
the
make
counter
your day
crazy.
better? Like
The,
just
she was talking to
spreading.
the dude over the counter crazy, and that dude kind of sensed her energy, and baby, he was giving her the same energy. He was really not trying
Yeah.
to. He was doing the very minimal he could do. Well, ma'am, there's nothing I could do about that. There's nothing and when we
And
walked out,
that's
I
the
said,
thing is that you want to treat people crazy and then you want them to go above and beyond to service you, which makes no sense. Like,
and when we walked out
I'm
the
not,
door,
even if there's something I can do, if you're treating me like shit, I'm not doing it. No, no, ma'am. It's
no,
against our policy. Oh, no, ma'am. There's just no
it's above, like
loopholes
that
that
man
I
at that
can.
hotel. It's above me now.
It's above me now.
It's above. And when we walked out the door, I said, Joy, I know you mad about because you done told your car up and everything. And really ultimately she was mad because she got a ticket. And she didn't know she was gonna
Right.
get a citation. But the cop was like, yeah, you caused the accident.
You
And she was like, can they do that? I was like, yeah, girl, they can write you a ticket for an accident if you caused it. Yeah, you was negligent. You didn't look over.
did. You hit
Like,
them. What do
yeah.
you think they do when you hit other cars?
I guess she thought they just let you go. I guess. And then I told her, I said, girl, you really gotta
It's a
control.
moving violation. You're moving in your vehicle. They
And I
give
told
you
her,
a
I said, you
license and
really,
they're
you really
trusting
gotta
you.
control how you, because you out here talking to people crazy because you wrecked your car. They ain't got nothing to do with that. I said that dude probably would have helped you better if you weren't talking to him crazy. How was I talking? I said your tone. I said, see, you don't see yourself and hear yourself. I said, why you think they was being? I'm over here laughing and kikiing with the other dude, and you wonder why he giving you static. And I said, you even said something crazy to me. Talking about you glad I'm having a good day. I'm having a great day. You know
You
what I'm saying?
cause how can you be sarcastic about that? Like you really are not glad that I'm having a great day. Like why be such a hater on my
Like
day?
I told your car. I didn't tell your car. Like what?
Hey.
Let me explain to you. And I told her, I said, girl, I had an 18 wheeler run me out the road, flip my truck 3 times. I say, when them people, it was 2 or 3 people pulled over to, like, when I climbed out of my damn truck that would tow the fuck up, people stopped and was like, well, do you need us to call 911? I was like, yeah, because I don't know where my phone, I don't know where nothing is. My truck just flipped 3 times. I ain't even have my glasses on. I couldn't see nothing. What it look like if I'm talking to them people crazy and they trying to help me, ask me, do I need them to call now? I said, I was so nice to them people. I say, I know I'm probably kind of out of it right now. I say, but yes, please, if you could, please call 911. Whatever. Now, what I look like if I talk to
Abuse.
them
Cause some
crazy?
people
Yeah,
are
yeah, I want you
abusive.
to
Like
call.
that's crazy. Yeah, what
Them
you
people
think?
that got in their cars
How?
and
Don't you
pulled
think I have
off.
an accident? Ma'am, I'm gonna leave you here to bleed out.
Exactly. Because the 18 wheeler that ran me off the road, when he seen that shit, he kept going. Because even the woman said something about it. Because I asked the lady, I said, do you have a seat? Did he stop? She was like, nah, baby.
That's real shame.
It's some numbers on the trailer. She got a picture of it.
Mhm.
And I thank that lady for that. Because if it hadn't been for that lady, it ain't no way that I would have ever I didn't get much compensation, but I did get a little compensation out of the deal.
Mhm.
But like it would but what do I look like if I'm talking crazy to this lady? Yeah, bitch, call 911. What I look like?
Right. It's real crazy. Like it's real crazy. But people do it every day. And especially when you going out to eat and stuff. I'm like, oh, you finna cuss this person out about to bring your food
Girl,
out?
let me
Oh,
tell you something
because
how I don't
people
talk crazy
ignorant.
to them people. I let the servers talk crazy to me because I don't want you to piss or spit in my food or put whatever semen, whatever you're gonna put in the food. I don't want none of that.
Drop it in
Please
the
don't mess
trash.
with my
You put it
food.
on my plate.
I told my friend that she done been in fast food places before, talking crazy to them people. When I tell her, I say, girl, you gotta stop that. You gotta stop. She'll send
Especially don't
food
go
back.
nowhere with me doing that. No, I ain't with you.
She'll send food back and then be talking about, this ain't hot enough. But I said, girl, you crazy than a motherfucker. I said it done pissed all over them fries. That tanginess, that saltiness, that's
That
piss.
you think is
That
lemon juice.
that you think is lemon salt or whatever you think it is,
Zest,
lime salt.
lemon zest.
That's piss, ma'am. Piss. I ain't got time. Please don't.
That's what I'm talking about, man. I'm trying to keep the peace because I don't want no pieces or nothing in my food. I don't
Girl,
want
I be so when I tell you I be so peaceful. I remember one time they had left out some of my nuggets and I checked my sack. I was being so nice. I said, "Oh, ma'am." I said, I know it just was a mistake." I said, "Please." I said, I'm missing about 5 nuggets. I knew it was a mistake. Please, ma'am. Can I please have my nuggets, please? I don't mean it to cause no problems, please. Please don't fuck up my nuggets, please." But see, let me be real with you too, though. That's why you don't catch me at a lot of fast food, though. Because when I have to do all of that, because I'm scared of you, I can just be at home. Because I'm not going to piss or shit in my own food. See what I'm
fact.
saying? So I just need to be at the house. Because see, what I want to do is cuss you out. You know damn well I ordered 10 nuggets. You done put 2 nuggets in here. You know damn well.
But because I
You back
done
there, you back
already
there eating my
committed to
other
this
8 nuggets.
transaction,
You back there eating them. But
right?
girl, when I
Thought I was gonna say nothing.
But see, but I don't say it like that though, girl. I have to get myself I have to fix myself real good.
Everyone should be HR friendly when dealing with your food.
Girl, my friend be up in them places and be talking loud. They said they was gonna cook this chicken fresh. I said they gonna cook it fresh, all right. Gonna be fresh out of their ass crack when you get through with that chicken. Keep on. Keep on. Let me tell you this. I used to date a guy. So I used to date a guy that worked at Taco Bell. When I was in high school, I was 18. I think he was like 19. And he had been working at Taco Bell a little minute, and it took for him. He was the one that put me on game, which I knew they was doing stuff. But when he started telling me the stuff that he had witnessed, he told me one time. He said, "You at these places, do not." He said, "Cause I got a homeboy. If you look at him sideways, he'll go jerk off in your food." I said, "I like to have a stroke." He was like, "For real." He said somebody sent some tacos back up in Taco Bell, and they had told him, "I told y'all I didn't want sour cream," but the dude said it real ignorant. Said the dude said, "Okay, we'll take the sour cream off." He went back in the back, licked the sour cream off, put them tacos back together, and gave them to him. See, that's when he told me that. I said, uh, uh. I fixed myself real quick. But they have caught people like that, getting wondering how people getting hepatitis and things like that at these restaurants. That's what be going. And sometimes you ain't even got to do nothing. Sometimes you just got a nasty MFer back there doing nasty stuff. And that's why I told my friend. So you giving them ammunition to go back there? Some of these people just fucking with your food just to fuck with it. And you giving them ammunition? Girl, no. 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 But see, that's why 90% of the time I stay out of these places.
Yeah.
I stay.
Mm. Shay. Not the booty
But yeah,
meat. Mm-mm.
when my ex told me that, I said I couldn't believe it. He said the amount of times he done caught people scratching their crotches and scratching their asses, go back to fixing the food, don't wash their hands. Now he was like, "I can't do that." He said my moral compass won't allow me. He said, "But I seen it before, and I try to tell them, and they just laugh." I said, "Oh my God." That's why I said the
That's
stuff that 18, whatever age these people be at these places. They don't care about you.
they don't
They
care.
don't care.
Yeah.
No. Get out,
Mm-mm.
dust yourself off, and thank God you made.
Okay.
She said she
Fuck
can fake
them.
it till she make it up out the drive-through. Probably already eating kangaroo meat. Exactly, cause
Probably.
some of that meat I don't know what it is.
Probably.
That's why I made my own lunch. I do my best. Me too. I'm not 100% out of the fast food joints, but most time I eat at home. I
You
ate at
know, I
home
mean,
last night.
to me, it's cheaper too. Like, I ain't gonna lie.
That too.
To eat at
You
home.
spend $10, $15 and that's one meal. That I can spend 10. Like for instance, I'm gonna make tuna salad today. I had everything I needed with the exception of I needed a red onion. That's all I needed. I had everything else. You see what I'm saying? So why red onion costs what some cents? I didn't even pay $1. I think I paid 88 cents for that onion. And I'm gonna use it twice because it's a pretty big onion. I'm gonna cut it in half. I'm only gonna put half in that and I'm gonna use the other half somewhere else.
Mhm.
But like, you see what I'm saying? What meal can you get and you already have most of the ingredients?
Mhm.
Like,
It's
cause
5
that's how
people
I
in my
cook
house,
usually.
dude. I'm like, to feed all of us out somewhere, it gets real expensive real quick. When
Real
I could
fast.
get like
It
2
just
whole chickens
two
for
people at a quality
10.53 at
restaurant.
Costco.
Yeah. Two people at a quality restaurant cost. Let
Yeah,
alone you got three children and
and they
kids
are, and
eat.
only one of them still eats like a kid.
Exactly. That's what I was gonna say. They eating like grown folk.
Mhm. This should make you no longer eat out Popeyes. My weak spot though. I know, man, but
Yeah,
y'all see that
Popeyes is
love that
girl.
chicken
Wait a
fried
minute, girl.
wine.
Them little honey barbecue wings at Popeyes.
I do like
Oh Lord.
Popeyes. $17 for 6 chicken strips, fries, slaw, Texas toast, and a drink. $17. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I was saying. Like at Costco, they got a pack. It's 2 whole chickens for 10.53.
That's a
Two
steal. You can
whole
make chicken
chickens.
salad. You can
And
make
that's what
chicken
I
salad.
do.
You can make nachos. Whatever you can do with that chicken meat. If you shred that meat up, you can make quesadillas. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of stuff you can do with that meat. And then
Mhm.
even if you like me, when I first get my rotisserie chicken, shoe, I be eating on that rotisserie chicken a little bit. Give me some bread. I
Mhm.
be eating on it. Then what's left, I make something else out of it. Cause
Yep.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm a fiend for that little chicken skin. I'll peel that off and eat it in a minute if it's seasoned right. Cause
Right.
around here they be seasoning. It's some black women back there cooking them chickens. I went back there in the
Yeah, the
deli. I said,
rotisserie
"Who's cooking the
chickens.
chickens
These are the
today?"
raw chickens, though. The pack is raw
Okay,
chicken,
raw. Okay,
but
but
it can
here you
still.
can get a rotisserie chicken for $5
I
cooked
think you can
already.
get it here too. I just normally get the raw ones
Yeah, get the
because
raw.
I be
Yeah,
thinking about canning them, or if I don't end up canning them, I'll be like, "Ooh, I forgot to pull something out or whatever." I'd be like,
yeah,
"Let me throw that whole chicken in the
yeah,
oven, or throw it in the Insta, throw it in the crock pot,
yeah.
throw it somewhere."
Uh huh.
They really come in handy, so I could definitely feed this whole family for way less
A little bit of
than going
nothing.
through the drive-through. When Popeyes is chicken too, but look, I'm about to pay a whole lot more money for probably the equivalent of 2 whole chickens.
More or less. And then sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes Popeye's quality of chicken. Like, have you ever got some chicken before and you be like, what part of the chicken is this? Like, why is it an extra? It's some extra bones. Is this bat meat? What is this? Because I'm telling you, I've been eating before and I'd be like, what is this bone? I ain't know what
Hmm.
bone is this. Where this come from? This pterodactyl meat. This is not chicken. Y'all done found some dinosaur meat.
We
Y'all
know
feeding this
McDonald's
folk.
ain't serving chicken no more.
KFC ain't either.
Mm-mm. Yeah.
Um, but
But
is that the almost bad chicken? You know, the chicken has phases in the stove. I now that I don't know.
Um, I mean, I'm good at looking at dates personally. Also, I'm doing something with it. It ain't like it's going in the fridge. It's normally, as long as the freeze by or use by date looks
It's
good to
good.
me, and the meat
Yeah.
actually looks good. I'm very much a dig around and look for the best
Yeah.
looking pack type
Klaus will say,
person.
Klaus will say, is the chicken green when you get it at that price?
Okay.
She didn't say that. That's what I'm saying. She said that's how I cracked the molar on the mystery cut of chicken. I was pissed. Yeah, the
Oh
one
no.
the one tooth that I have that's an implant, I broke it. It wasn't on chicken, but I know what you mean though. And it cracked and broke, and them suckers wanted to do something. I told them no, pull that and put an implant in. Whatever you talking about, putting in,
They
that
want the
mess don't
root
last.
canal.
Yeah, they want to do all of that stuff that in 10 years I'm gonna have to have that addressed again. No, no, drill that out, put a post in there, and then put that fake tooth on there that look real, and leave me alone.
They want to
When I
do a
told
root
that did
canal
that,
on
they did it.
Lanaya when she was 3, and I'm like, that tooth ain't even permanent. If you don't pull that
Exactly.
thing
On
out.
baby want to do this stuff on baby teeth. When I tell you, I told that dentist looked at me, that dentist, and he said, "Well, why are you opting for that?" I said, "Because you're not coming in my mouth 10 years later talking about some more work on that same damn tooth. I'm finna fix this now." He was like, "Oh, you're pretty smart." I said, "Yeah, I'm not your average bear.
You say you smart. I didn't get you.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
now
not
that
your
I know I
average
couldn't
bear."
get you, we can be more honest.
Baby, that dentist, now I went back. That dentist was old as black pepper. I said, "No telling how many people you done got over on in your 100-year career."
She
Telling
said the
people this
worst you could
crazy
have
stuff.
said was no. But that's why you have
Cause,
to know
cause,
something about yourself. I saw something today that said, it said the easiest way we give up our power is not knowing that we have it in the first place. Like,
mhm, mhm,
we just let people
mhm,
tell us everything about our own bodies,
mhm.
our own mouth, our own, you know what I mean? Like, even doctors, like, they're
Or even
suggesting
if
they
you
are
don't know, you
practicing
refuse. Even if you don't know,
medicine
you refuse to do any, just a little touch, like 2 minutes of research. You,
research.
are- you know what I'm saying? Because to be real with you, when I broke that tooth, you don't want to know what I did? It wasn't hurting me when it broke, but I said, I know I'm gonna have to have this addressed. I went online. I say, what are the options? And
Mm-hmm.
so when I looked at the options, and then and I remember in my family, see, my aunt used to, she went to a health magnet high school, and because she had every intentions of being a either a dental hygienist or a dental assistant, but she ended up interning at this dentist's office, and she said that the guy was mean, and so that turned her off from the whole dentistry field. Which, girl, don't get me started on that. But she believed it. She just would believe anything the dentist would tell her, and she would get all this work done. She had all these crowns in her mouth, and yeah, they was fine when she first got them put in. Then when I got to be about 15, they all started failing, and she had to go get all of those teeth addressed again. And so when I started reading, and that's basically what it was saying, that these root canals, know that that's not a permanent fix. This is that and other. If I'm gonna go through this pain, let me go through this pain one time.
And finish
I'm
it
not going
up
through this
and leave
pain
me
over and over,
alone. And stop setting me up to keep coming back all the time anyway.
paying all this money
No.
just because you bought a yacht that was above your means. I'm not paying for your yacht. You better go on with that. But yeah, and I got lucky. I was blessed too, because when I had my work done, those oral surgeons were so good. I wasn't even in pain, and I'm so blessed. I didn't have to take one pain pill.
Oh
So
wow.
but I try to tell people, advocate. A lot of people think that dentist work is supposed to hurt. Not necessarily. If you have a good dentist, no, it will not. You need to go find, but the way you're gonna find them is word of mouth. Because I remember when I was a little kid, the first time I had to go to the dentist, my mother purposely went on her job and was like, "Hey, who y'all taking y'all kids to?" And
Yeah,
they was like, "Do your kid like
that's
going
what I
there, or are
do.
they scared to go there?"
Hmm.
And when the parents like, "No, they love," my mama said, "Okay, I'm gonna take my child over here." And my mama let me know before I go back there, if he hurts you, you need to holler out or something. I'll be back there in 2 seconds flat. And but I was so blessed, I ended up going to a really good doctor. I wondered why this young white doctor was in the hood. His office was in the hood. And
Hmm.
it wasn't until I was like 16 and I needed my wisdom teeth out. My wisdom teeth were hurting because they were trying to come in but didn't have enough room. And my mama took me to the dentist, and he looked at me and he said, "Yeah, you got to have your wisdom teeth taken." He said, "But I can't do it." He said, "I'm just a regular dentist. You're gonna have to go to an oral surgeon because those teeth are still below the gum, and I can't go below the gum. My license does not allow me to go below the gum."
Mm.
So he was like, "But I know somebody who you can go to." Well, when I was 16, I was a little bit more inquisitive. I asked him, I said, "Dr. Bells, let me ask you something. Why are you in the black neighborhood?" He said, and he pointed over to the wall and he said, "I went to Meharry Medical College." At the time, I didn't know what the hell Meharry was.
Hmm.
He said, "You know what Meharry is?" I said, "No." He said, "That's the historically black college." I say, "Oh." He said, "Yeah." I said, "You went to a black college?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "At Meharry, the mission statement of the school is to help underprivileged communities. And therefore, And that's why I got into the medical field. He said I was poor, and I remember growing up, and I couldn't even get dental work. I couldn't get anything done. And he said, and I looked at my black friends, and it was similar. He said, so guess what? I went where I felt
He didn't
comfortable, and I
forget where
went
he
where they
came
was gonna
from.
train. Exactly. He said, I went where they was gonna train me to help the marginalized community. He said, and the dude I'm gonna refer you to that's gonna get these wisdom teeth out, he's an oral surgeon. He went to Meharry too.
I
And
love that.
but he was a black guy. And when I tell you, but see, that's why I said I've never had dentists that hurt me. Dr. Bells, I'm telling you, he would give you Novocaine. And as a little kid, I remember like I needed to sneeze or something. And I said, hold on. He said, am I hurting you? I said, no, I just need to sneeze. He was like, oh, because if I'm hurting you, you need to tell me if I'm hurting you. I don't, that's not what I'm here for. And he said a lot of people don't get dental work because they're afraid because it hurts so bad. And when I tell you he was such a good dentist, he could give you Novocaine, you barely felt it. He would tell you in a minute, I'm gonna prescribe you pain pills. You shouldn't need them. He said, if it go to hurting bad, call me back because something wrong. You shouldn't need these.
Hmm.
He was just that good. The dude he referred to that cut my wisdom teeth out of my head, he cut off 4 of them out at one time. Not one pain pill did I need. That's how bad that man was. That black, and he's still practicing to this day. Him and Dr. Bell.
Wow.
They done got old, but they still practicing. When I tell you some dentists that don't play, they don't play. I got my wisdom teeth out, girl. I was at home that night eating peanut brittle. Now I'm ignorant.
What?
I wasn't supposed to be doing that, but I'm ignorant and I was doing it anyway. But I'm just saying that's how
At
good he
least you
was. That
wasn't
stuff is
thinking.
not. I wasn't hurting. My mama came in that room. She said she slapped the bag out of my hand. Girl,
Because
you
that's
eat
what
that
I
damn
would have
peanut
done.
brittle.
I'd have
She
slapped that
said,
bag
"Y'all
out of
eat
your
that."
hand too.
She said the doctor didn't tell you don't eat nothing crunchy. I said, "But
It
mama,
was
my
just
teeth
in your
feel
mouth
fine."
an hour ago.
But see, let me tell you what my problem was. I had been hurting my them teeth had been hurting me for a while, and they was hurting me so bad I couldn't hardly eat. And I think I
Mm.
was excited to eat something. I couldn't eat nothing you could chew. That's how bad they was hurting me. My mom said, "Girl, I know you want to eat, but you ain't finna eat this damn peanut brittle." She slapped that sack out of my
You found the hardest thing to eat after dinner wax, sis.
girl, and I was just fine. Girl, back there. She said, "I knew I had some crunches."
Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm,
But
mm,
now that's
mm.
why I tell people if dentist hurt you, go to another dentist. Because you don't know how many people I met. The dentist supposed to hurt. No, you ain't. No, you
I
ain't.
had a
Those are pussies.
dentist that when we moved from San Diego, I had to like finish getting some work done. And he, you know how they give you a shot in your mouth and they tell you, not to move. So I didn't. And the dentist, he was Asian. He was like, "Oh wow, you didn't flinch at all." No, most people flinch. Didn't seem like it hurt you. I'm like, "You told me not to move.
Yeah,
It hurt, but you told me not to move. Like I'm gonna think it's gonna hurt more if I move. You told me not to move. I didn't
you
like it.
may.
I felt like he was making it seem like, oh, it hurts other people. It doesn't hurt you. And I was like, no, I don't think I trust you anymore. I don't like it. I don't like how you
Yeah.
responded to me because
No, let me
like
tell you
I didn't
something.
move because you told me not to move. If people
It took
just don't
for
follow directions, mostly, that
it
doesn't mean
took
that it
it.
hurt me any less. It means they don't follow direction.
Let me tell you what my mama was dating this guy years ago, and I'm gonna tell you what he told me. He had to have some dental work, and he went to the dental college because you can go to the dental college and they'll do cheaper, if cheaper work because they're not full dentists. They like they need to get their license. It's like they
Same
in
with
residency.
cosmetology, same with
Yeah,
haircuts, same with a bunch of
yeah.
stuff. Yeah, you can go
He went
while they're
there.
training.
He went there, and of course, the person working on you is still a student, but they be up under somebody who's a full dentist.
Right.
Child, why he said the teacher was telling the student, because he said the student was damn near standing up in his chest trying to pull that tooth. He said the teacher told him he's black, their teeth, the roots is real long, and told him that it's harder to pull black people teeth because they teeth hold on tighter. Or something he told him. They telling him to be. He said a student was all in his chest with them pliers. I call them pliers. I don't know if they really call,
That's
but
what they
be
look
grabbing
like.
that too. I told him, I said, you out of your cotton
I would
picking
have
mind, because
kicked
ain't
them
no
out of
way in
my
the world
mouth
I'm going to let
immediately.
somebody, first of all, be standing up over me, standing on the chair, pulling, and that person telling them you got to pull real hard. I wish you could have seen how bad his gums and stuff look from how much trauma they had caused trying to get that tooth out. But they was catching gum and everything else trying to get, because he said he broke the tooth 2 or 3 times
Oh,
before he
that's
finally
so
got it out.
painful.
I told him, but let me say this. My mama dating that Negro. My mama ain't had no bitch dating that. That Negro was slow. And there ain't no way I'd have stayed there. Hey, you got to be slow. Something wrong with you to stay there.
Yeah, you got to get
First
out
of
my
all,
mouth immediately.
when I'm laying there and you mount this chair up on top of me trying to get this tooth, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. You're not gonna straddle me on top of on no chair. Am I pulling the tooth? Girl, please.
Girl,
When
why
he come home,
you give horrible bosses that dentist lady? She was so inappropriate. Like this is inappropriate now.
and then when the person is telling them they black, they teeth hard to pull, you still laid there. Can you imagine? I want you to picture the scene. You a patient in the chair. The student is atop you,
I'm
straddle
imagining
you.
him strapped down.
Oh, he was strapped. He laid his ignorant ass up there. And the person straddle you, and the dentist on side of them coaching them about how black folk teeth is hard to pull.
And they
When I
gonna
tell
pull the
you,
out of yours right now.
when he got across, when he got up on top of that chair, I'd have said, "Let me out of here. I'm gone." He would. There wouldn't have to been no more dialogue.
Mm-mm.
I'd have been gone. But the idea, but see, that lets you know that some people, I don't know what it is. You think at the hands of white folks, you're supposed to do anything. That's crazy.
You will let
And
them do
say
anything to
anything,
you and your
and
loved
you
ones
said
too.
nothing. You said nothing when she said pull. Now pull harder because them roots are gonna be real long. I was like,
And
okay.
then people want to make blanket statements like black men don't go to the doctor, as if there's like no type of history of medical racism that keeps certain people from trusting doctors. Like I'm one of them. I
And you
definitely
wonder
like
why they
don't
be
bother
at
me unless
home.
I have a big issue. Please don't bother
You
me.
wonder
Don't
why
check
they
out
be
nothing
at
on me.
home trying to operate on themselves.
Cause
You
look how
wonder
they.
why. Why did you just, sir? Why did you try to cut that out of your foot? Well, I felt I could do a little bit better than the damn doctor here. I just, I cut a little too deep. I hit a couple of vessels. Can you patch that? Because I got the rest of it out. See, I done did 80% of the work. I just need you to do the
Because at this
20%.
point, I trusted me more than I trust in y'all. Like, I'm gonna try it out first. I'm gonna try it out first. People are ignorant and
Girl,
perpetuating further ignorance. It's tough out here.
it's rough in these streets. But let me say this regarding the dude. I'm not saying he deserved that, but I'm without going into too much detail. I didn't feel too bad for him because he had done some things that was completely and totally out of order. Now, should they have been saying that to him? Hell no. Should he have stayed? Hell no. But the idea that you did and all this kind of good luck, MF, or good luck. So stuff go both ways. They was out of order, but he was plenty out of order because the way he treated my mother, child, because me and him
Mm,
almost went to blows, honey, on several occasions. Me and him,
mm.
I said, I'm gonna have to stay away from you because I'm gonna fool around in jail behind my mama. Like,
Right.
cause we're talking about the 80/20 surgery. I'm serious. I'm serious. Real talk in my family, it takes for so my granny's grandmother, this on my daddy's side, she died of gangrene. And ultimately the reason, I mean, it's obvious she didn't trust doctors. And she
Mhm.
thought she could doctor on that, and that gangrene, it went through her system and ended up killing her.
Mhm.
My great grandfather died at home. He had a heart attack, but my great grandmother said he was having symptoms before that, and she tried to like get him to go to the doctor, but then Girl, he wasn't going to no doctor. He had lived 70 some years old without a doctor, had never been, ain't never, and so he was determined.
I mean,
But
listen, some stuff that I think about because I actually, when I had Mia, I went somewhere. I don't know. I came back. She was like, "Stay with me. Are you with me?" And I was like, "Don't you let me go again, because I don't even know where I was, but it's your job to keep me here. Okay, so you stay with me, damn it." But
exactly.
when you go through something like that, it's like, who wants to die in this hospital surrounded by people that I'm not even sure care about me or doing their best for me? You know what I mean? Like, I kind of rather die at home. Daddy died at home, and I love that for him, that we were able to care for him and support him until he passed away at home, because I can just imagine doing that at the hospital, especially when you don't fully trust the people around you are the ones taking care of you. So
Girl, tell
it's
me about
it's
it.
all kind of, I mean, but gangrene, certain stuff, like personally, I try stuff at home, and then like things that I can manage at home. But you have to
Yeah,
be
and then
realistic about the fact that you can't manage everything,
true.
at
And
home. But
then
then
also,
we
like I
also
said,
didn't have access to everything
yeah, that's what I was gonna
sometimes.
say. In the case of my granny's grandmother, so my granny was born in 1928, and so that was her grandmother. So
Mm.
I think I looked on the tree. I think that lady was born in the late 1800s. Let's be real, it probably wasn't no hospital for her to go to. Like, I mean, she was in her 60s by that time, but it probably was no hospital for her to go to, because I think she died in the 20s or 30s or something like that,
And
girl.
then even up until now, there's
It,
still racism in the
yeah,
medical system. So it's like, listen, there's access, and then the access don't even necessarily mean that the people in there are gonna take care of you. You, like you said, you have to find the right ones. And I think, going back to what I've been talking about, being collectively sustainable, is sharing those things, sharing those
yeah.
people who actually care for
And you
us.
have to be and build good relationships in your life to where you can ask people. Cause I ain't gonna lie, a chick asked me not too long ago. She was like, "Girl, I don't like my gynecologist. Do you like yours?" And I was like, "Yeah." I said it took me a while to find the helper, but yeah, I like. I said so. Yeah, cause I'll put it to you like this. I don't fully believe in Western medicine. However, I do believe in preventative stuff. Like, I get an
Mhm.
annual PAP. I get annual physicals. I get teeth cleanings. I do preventative stuff because your teeth is important. Your teeth can lead to you having heart problems, different things of this. Now, certain things can lead to other stuff.
Mhm.
Um, so I try to, but in between all that, I try to take care of myself, meaning eat
That's the
good,
biggest
exercise,
thing, and
things like
not
that.
to have such a need for outside
Yeah,
intervention, right? Like, you can just
yeah,
live a healthy life. That's my
yeah.
thing too. I'm like, if nothing is going on, like, I'm getting healthier and healthier, I don't really feel the need to for y'all to keep staring at me every all the time. Personally, leave me alone. Um,
What movie is
but
this?
I'm not just like eating junk, not moving my
No,
body,
no.
not doing
I think for
anything
me,
to
I think
keep.
for me, I get annual stuff only because, like, my friend's mom, she really didn't have any symptoms until she the first symptom she had, she went and she was at stage 4 ovarian cancer, and I was like. Now, let me say this though. Her mama didn't eat right. Her mama didn't exercise. Her mama had been on drugs. So she did live that type of lifestyle. But I think for me, that's the only thing. Just check me to make sure don't nothing look abnormal. Or, you know what I'm saying? I
Mhm.
just turned 40, so I got a mammogram at the beginning of the year. Granted, I do my self checks and things like that, but I just be hoping I don't, find nothing or something like that's the only reason why. But annually don't bother me because, like I said, it's like a pap, a physical, a mammogram. That's three things.
I
Um,
think we should do exactly what makes us feel comfortable. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like, checking once a year make you feel good and comfortable. You should.
Yeah,
I
cause I ain't
because
gonna lie, I'm
to
one
me,
of them
even
types
if
that
I
if I
got
go to the
cancer, I
doctor,
doubt I would trust the treatment that they tried to give me, because from people
of
that I've
course,
known and seen and heard stories of, watch document different things, it's normally the treatment that make you start feeling bad. If I only got 6 months here, I actually don't want you to make me feel sicker.
yeah,
While I'm here, I didn't even know I was that sick until I came up in here with
yeah,
you. So
yeah,
again, and I'll probably try to clean up my diet, do some other things, because our body is steady regenerating itself. You can actually make a lot of change with fasting and diet and
yeah,
all types of stuff. I'm
a
not
ton
telling
of it.
anybody to not go to the doctor. I'm saying do
Is
exactly what you feel comfortable with, and find people and medical people that you can feel comfortable with if you are going through something, because you can't just blindly give your power away and trust some stuff. You got
Clawson
a
word
family
crazy.
member with gangrene, Clausen World?
They better get that 7 days for yeah.
Not
What was
write
I
it
gonna
around in your
say?
pocketbook.
I know that's what I was took about. That's what my girl. I got a friend that girl. That's what she told. She ended up having a hysterectomy, girl, but she told the doctor the first time she had a bunch of fibroids and she had them removed. And she said they all grew right back. And she said she told her doctor, look, go ahead and just go ahead and do a hysterectomy because if my purse just gonna be full of tumors, that's all right. She said she
Because
got her
leave me
purse.
alone. Take it out. Take it out.
Girl, and
Everybody
this is
got
what I
time
was
for
gonna
that.
say. I was gonna ask you, is Dr. Brzezinski, is his clinic still in Houston?
I
It may
don't
not be. Have you
know.
ever watched the documentary Brzezinski?
Mm-mm.
If you haven't watched it, watch it. It came out years ago. Long story short, there's a dude. His facility was in Houston, and the science made sense to me. It was actually very simple. He said that he had a lot of patients. He would have patients come to him that they had been to hospitals and been all these different types of places, and the hospitals weren't really able to help him. He treated cancer, and he was like, people would come to him, and he found that if he would simply test a person's urine, there were certain proteins that were in the urine, and if they had those proteins, if they had those proteins in their urine, that 9 times out of 10 they had cancer of some sort. And then he was able to. He had I forget what he called it, but he had a treatment. It was not chemo, it was not none of that. It actually was something very natural, but you had to change your diet to a healthier, cleaner diet, meaning like it didn't really have restrictions, but you couldn't eat a lot of processed stuff. That was number one. The processed stuff had to go. Fruits, vegetables, you know, things of this nature, meats, but it had to be clean stuff, not processed stuff. And then it was a very simple procedure, but it was these chemicals that basically, baby, they would cause those tumors to just like almost like self-destruct. But like I said, I have to watch the documentary again. But when he explained the science, it made absolute sense to me because I've said for years, like there's certain things that tumors don't like. And a
Right.
lot of it is healthy eating. They don't like just plain food. They don't really like that. They
When
like
I
a lot of
saw what
processed
the
stuff.
health, it said that that processed meats are considered a carcinogen. I was like,
Yeah, hot dogs and all that kind of shit. But
and
yeah,
we
and
don't eat none of that. But
the
then it also
FDA,
takes more time for you to get the whole chicken and blend it up and make the whatever, you know what I'm saying? Home scratch nuggets and this and that. But it's like, what are you weighing the option?
yeah,
From home is cheaper. From home, you can cook whole foods, like actual foods. You're gonna have to process these foods yourself because you don't even know if that chicken nugget got chicken in there. And then we wonder why we sick. I was wondering why so many kids are sick. I'm like, they just got here. Like, why they so sick? Well, we give them the stuff with all the
yeah.
processed things, all
Wait
the
a
hot
minute.
dogs, all the nuggets, all the coloring, all the
But
high fructose
not only
corn
that,
syrup, like
not only that.
all of
Let's
it.
go further. I had a friend that had a baby, and when I tell you, her diet consisted of uh uh Whopper Juniors and all that. That's what it consisted of. And then plain, wouldn't even get it with the vegetables on it, just meat, cheese, bread, plain.
Mm.
And then you sat up and you ate all of that most of your life, and then you laid up and had a baby. And then when you were pregnant, you did not clean up your diet. Now they come into the world. What you eat is what they eat. Then you got mad because your
Then what's
child
in the
wasn't.
air? Then what's in
Then
the
when you tried to breastfeed, like you got mad because like she wasn't really producing any milk. And I said, well, sweetheart, you're not
you
really
gotta
eating
eat?
food.
Yeah,
You're not really eating food. You're
you
eating
gotta eat
bullshit.
food. Yeah.
So, and then, you know what I'm saying? Then, so your baby can't even breastfeed. So then, couldn't breastfeed, put them on formula or whatever. But then, once you got our formula, it wasn't too long. You letting your family members let her get a little piece of that that Big Mac. Let her get a little piece of. Stop feeding that baby that bullshit. Stop feeding them that. That's so yeah. They come. They be in the womb out of order. They be in the womb
Facts. Trying
against
to
their own
develop out
will.
of order. Dang.
But yeah, so that's why I try to tell people don't get your child mouth fixed for that stuff because I got so blessed that my granny just didn't allow. Well, and my mama wasn't really here. My mama, she didn't really allow. When I was a kid, I could have a little candy, a little, but she monitored a lot of. I couldn't just eat what
I've
I want.
always monitored candy. I would say I've gotten better and better with each child. It's for like by the time I got to Mia, people were like, "Your baby always eating some type of fruit or veggie, like as a snack." That would be her snack. So now that's where we are. But it's definitely a. I never was too bad as far as like always eating fast food and stuff like that. But the more you know, the better you ought to get. I think
Girl,
some of us ain't even
my
doing that. We know it and we
that
ain't trying at all.
that chick that I know, she would eat that day in and day out, and I used to tell her
And
the
how
only
you gonna
time she
produce
didn't
milk with no
the,
nutrients in what
the
you
only
and then
time she
even if
would
we
really
try to
eat
eat
food was
well,
holidays.
and even if we try to eat well these days, the food doesn't even have the same like pack of nutrients as it had before, especially if you're purchasing all of your food. Depending on how far it came from, like it's losing the nutrients when you pick it. Depending on what they done sprayed on it, it's probably adding some stuff to your health issues. And that's with even if you were buying fresh food from the store all the time.
You see this comment, Class World so
This
crazy.
is
Talking
about
about, well,
some
this
stuff.
was a lifetime ago, but I didn't know nothing about feeding a baby. My milk came in, and I was like, well, look at this.
Look at that, baby.
I done paid money. I bet your Class World say, wait a minute, something is malfunctioning.
And I don't even know about no powdered milk. I don't know how much money that costs, but it seems so expensive to have to buy all the milk for your baby. I always breastfed. Even with Anaya, it was hard at first. The WIC office helped me like learn how to get her to latch on because I had her in college and I was like, oh, it hurt. I was like, oh my gosh, I
Yeah,
don't think people would do this if it felt like this, but it was because
I
I
met
didn't
this
have her all the
woman.
way on.
I met this woman though. She said no. She said She said once I felt that pain, once I went to the store.
But see,
She
her
went
baby
to
might
the
not have been
store.
latched on
I got some
properly. Her baby might not have even been latched on properly. Cause that's how I was with Anaya. And once they showed me how to get her to get on there properly, it wasn't comfortable. Like you do kind of get used to it. But at
She
first it
said,
was hurting, like I was crying. Like I
she,
don't think
she said it felt like razor blades. I was dying. I was crying, but I couldn't really say nothing. My mama didn't breastfeed me either. I can't remember why. There was a reason, but I can't remember why. I don't think it was no good reason to be fair. I think mama was just like, I ain't got time for this.
I
I'm finna get you some
getting
formula.
encouraged more. I think it was like a little discouraged in our community and it's being encouraged more. I
That's
was baby
possible.
and
That's
on Wick. I was
possible.
on Wick too, baby. Wick helped me out. I was crying. I was like, I don't think people would keep doing this if it felt like this. Like this can't be right. It can't be right. I was like, please. So Anaya did get We never finished that powdered milk, but that was like one night overnight where I was steady trying to breastfeed her. And think about me continuously breastfeeding her with her latching on wrong. So by that time, it was hurting so bad. I was like, "You got to buy some powder for this baby." But after that, I went to the WIC office and they helped me out. And then I was like, "Man, who buying powdered milk every time? Because that sounds expensive to me." My mama said last week, "Where the cloth diapers go?" I said, "These folks
Girl,
don't
my
know about
granny
no cloth
swore by a
diapers."
cloth diaper.
I had one
My granny
friend
swore
that
by 'em.
did
She didn't
cloth
like them
diapers.
Pampers. It take my granny. My granny told me, she said, and don't get me wrong, my mama liked Pampers because of the convenience, so she did use them. But when I got dropped off to my granny would immediately take that pamper off and put on a cloth diaper because she said to me, she was like, those Pampers, because of that plastic and stuff on the outside, she said, girl, your butt used to get diaper rash so bad because even when you soil a cloth diaper, understand they still breathe a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's cotton. It's not that plastic is designed like that so that nothing seeps through. You know what I'm saying? Like so they won't mess up their clothes. But my granny said, "The hell with that." She said, "If you got diaper rash like that, no, your little bottom needs to breathe." And
Mm-hmm.
that cloth breathes more than a pamper. But yeah, my granny swore by cloth diapers, and it used to be so funny because my mom be like, "Your granny kept putting them down cloth diapers."
My friend, I have one friend that did cloth diapers with all her kids, and it's definitely doesn't seem like the norm at all. And I ain't gonna
No.
lie,
But
the
the thing
the
is
other
now
ones.
they got cute ones. They got cute ones now with
Mm-hmm.
the little liner on the inside. That's the part you watch the whole thing, but the liner part is the part that you take out immediately and address. They got cute ones now. That my granny had the one that was a square and you fold that sucker in a triangle and you wrap it around
You
that
flip
baby
it.
and you put that pin on it. My granny used to have me so tickled. She used to have them big old diaper pins around the house. Tell me, yeah, that's what I used to fasten around your little ass.
Oh, that's so
But yeah, but
cute.
yeah, my granny didn't believe in no pamper. She did not believe in pamper
I would
at
say if I
all.
were to have a baby now, well, things would be different. My last baby was born 8 years ago, so I think with how environmentally conscious I am now too, I would definitely do cloth diapers because everything irritates me. My phone was broken. Even my phone was broken for a week for damn near a month because I didn't want to because kids is in the Congo mining stuff for us to have phones. Like that bothers me, and I'm like. I don't want to buy a new phone. You can't make me. Like
I
I'm gonna
know.
suffer through this one. So I think probably how I am now, I definitely would try to go ahead and tough it out. And sometimes you think stuff is tough just because it's not familiar. I'm sure it would seem
Yeah,
normal to me to just start with cloth diapers, have a little routine as far as getting them cleaned and stuff, have the little ones you can switch
yeah,
out. And it would be normal just like other diapers too, because it's not convenient to have to stop and change a baby anyway.
no. And I like I said, I think that's why my mother it was definitely convenience for her. And then keep in mind, I'm born in the 80s, and I think Pampers and things was fairly new back then. So,
Mhm.
a lot of people they gravitate towards, oh, this is the new trend. This is what we do. This is.
And when you think about society, we always are encouraged to use the things that we would have to buy over and over. And cloth diapers, you don't have to purchase over
Yeah,
and over.
Pampers
But
you have to
those
buy over
Pampers,
and
you're
over
gonna
and
throw
over
each one
again.
away, and we would have to buy
And
boxes,
they're very
big boxes
expensive. They're
of
they're
them.
doing nothing but getting more and more expensive.
Yep, I had my son
Clausen
at an
World
early
got
age,
me
so he
crying,
knows what I'm
talking
talking about.
about yes, if they not latched on correctly, it feel like your soul is leaving your body. It's not coming with what you want. I'll tell you, when that lady told me it feel like razor blades, I hollered.
I
I
was
hollered.
crying, y'all. I was like, I think it's wrong. It hurts. Oh, like I say, I don't think this is this because it's natural, right? I say it's natural. I don't think people would keep doing this. This don't
Wait a
feel
minute, let
natural.
me tell you what I thought about though. I thought about when they would force black women to be the wet nurses and stuff, how much you want to bet that's probably what kind of why they did it wasn't comfortable. So they was like, I'll let them do it. You feel me? Anything to put us in as much discomfort as possible. Armin Chickadee say I had my son at an early age, so times were hard. I tore a sheet up to make diapers.
I
Well,
know
that was
that's right.
smart because you
I'm a
probably got
chickadee.
several sheets out of you probably got several diapers out of that sheet.
That was smart.
Yeah.
Shoot.
And it tickled me. My granny after all of her grandkids, they was old enough, didn't need no diapers. Shoot, granny would use them cloth diapers for different little stuff around the house, If she was cleaning stuff outside, like a rag, like she would use it like a rag or something. If she was
That's
cleaning
what
like
my sisters do.
outside
They
stuff.
with old clothes. They be in the garage with me when I be making jewelry, cleaning my tools, different stuff like
Hmm.
that. Like, baby, this is still a piece of fabric for something.
And them cloth diapers actually were decent fabric because they wasn't the thinnest. They were decent fabric. Because I remember I found one time and I said, Granny, what's this? She said, Girl, that's one of them little diapers. She said, Can you believe your ass was small enough for you to get in that? I was like, Granny, really? Really, Granny?
Aw, that's so cute.
But yeah, that's crazy though. But yeah, girl, somebody feel like your soul leaving your body. That's hilarious.
I'm
But I
trying to
promise you
tell you,
that
I said no. I don't think people would keep doing this. This can't be right. It
I'm
can't be
telling you,
right.
I bet you that's why Ole Miss
But you
didn't
know
keep
what? It's
nursing their
because
children.
you and the baby have to learn how to properly latch them. And Anaya was just she was like on the tip, but you have to like make them open their mouth
Yeah,
and then stick it
yeah,
in there. So
yeah,
for anybody watching, if you knew, you gotta like make the baby open their mouth and then bow, stick the baby all the way on there, so they get enough where they ain't just holding on and squeezing on your nipple. You gonna
yeah, yeah, absolutely.
so
Girl, that's funny.
yes.
That's funny. That's hilarious. But yeah,
Child.
girl, I was, oh Lord, that how you said you was up in there crying. You was like, I don't see how people continuing to do this.
No, it can't be right. It can't be right.
That's hilarious.
Living like this for real, not on a daily basis. And
Look,
breastfeeding babies, so they eat like every 2 hours. No,
yeah.
we
Yeah,
can't live.
my friend was so distraught when her baby, because she was not producing enough milk, her baby eventually just quit. Like she was trying, and her baby was like, I ain't got time to be playing with them things. Ain't nothing in there. Ain't
Mm.
nothing, they empty. Them sacks is empty. Ain't nobody got
Oh,
time. And but like I said, I told her, I said, you get mad, but just think about if somebody keep putting you and you not getting nothing out. If you keep going to a water fountain and don't know water come out, you gonna keep going?
yeah, that baby
Now
mad
that
too. Like, where's
I
the
said the baby
food?
hungry. See, you need to get you some damn formula. Shit.
Or change your diet. I know that
She didn't
and
change her diet. She
Tamara
ended up
at
getting
one
some formula.
time.
I told her to change her diet while she was still pregnant, and I saw that she wouldn't do it. And I said it's sad when you which don't we not friends no more because this the same chick I think I've mentioned on my channel before. She wanted to stay like she was 18, and I'm not 18 no more. And I told her back then I knew that how she was eating was very unhealthy. And I said, Girl, you won't even do it for your baby. And when I said she wouldn't do it for her baby, then you not finna do it for nobody. Like, cause my mama would do stuff for me that sometimes she wouldn't even really do for herself.
I
And
feel like
so when
that's
you
most parents. Like
and
we be
when
pushed
you
way
won't
out of
do
our
it for
comfort
your
zone.
kids, you won't do it for nobody. You not finna do it.
That's true.
So
I
girl, when I
remember
seen
Tia and
that,
Tamara even had like a little tea or something. Didn't they have like a little tea or something that was for
oh yeah, with
mothers that had
the
issues?
fenugreek in it.
And so it's like it's a lot of stuff that you can try to do before you just decide like,
Yeah.
meh.
Girl, I
But you
put
gotta
money
want
on.
to.
I put money on. I haven't talked to her in years, but I put money on to this day. She probably still doing the same thing, and it's cool because, like I said, I find people who are more in my lane. If you don't want to grow and you're not trying to be mentally fit, like at least try to. try to do a little something, but fast food every single day, trash every single day, and then you want me to hold conversation with you. I don't think people understand that when you're malnourished, your conversation don't be about nothing either. You know what I mean?
Fact.
Like,
I think
because
that
your
goes for
brain,
just the
like,
food and sleep too. Like sometimes that's why I be telling the kids go to bed. Cause when you get up, I expect your brain to function, baby. I expect us to be in school. Don't play with me. So go to bed,
yeah,
get you some nutrients and whatnot, so that you can properly function.
yeah.
Yes, they have a tea to
So
help with
some,
milk production. Yep. I had a
yeah.
coworker who made so much milk. They bought a separate deep freezer. I said, dang, you superwoman. Yeah. I've had
Some women do
friends
make a lot of milk.
that make a lot of milk, and I didn't even know that you could like purchase
Yeah, you
breast
can.
milk or people
Yeah.
share breast milk.
I know people gonna think I'm strange, but humans drinking cow milk. I mean, granted, they doing so much to the cows and the pasteurization of the milk. That's not helping either. But for all these people making all this extra milk, maybe they ought to sell it. Maybe, I mean, now, I don't know what it tastes like now.
I heard
I
it
don't
tastes
know.
sweet.
That's what I
I can't
heard
speak
too.
for well, I
That's
can't speak for
that's what I heard.
nobody
I
else
heard
personally,
a
but
guy told me that, and I was like,
yeah.
"Boy, you stop drinking all the baby's milk, motherfucker. You drinking the milk." But yeah, that's what I heard too. And I was like, Lord have mercy.
But
But
I
maybe
think
that'll
people will
help with some of these
respond
people with
weird. It
all
would,
these
but people
lactose
will
issues and
respond
stuff.
more weird to that than drinking cow's milk when
I
we're
know,
not
I
cows.
know, I know. They would because people so used to stuff.
Yes.
They be used to what they've been doing.
We're so easily conditioned. Yes, they
Yeah,
have an organization that you can donate milk for the babies. Yeah,
that's
so
cool.
because that'll be the best thing for babies,
Yeah,
especially
then
for
Similac.
mothers who try. Because I know there are some mothers who have tried tea, tried whatever. You know, sometimes your body just reacts differently to different situations. And I
Yeah,
think for moms like that, because for me, it was really important to breastfeed my kids because I felt like it would start them off healthier in the first place and like for life.
yeah,
And then also I just wasn't trying to buy something that I felt like I could produce either. But I've seen people struggle
yeah,
really trying
yeah,
to change their diet, really trying to buy the teas and the this and that. And I think for them that would be a great option. You seen
yeah.
breast milk on Craigslist, Army Chickadee, okay? Adults are not meant to drink
Mm,
milk. I have no idea why people drink milk. I've never liked milk.
hmm.
I've never liked the taste of milk. I probably would drink a chocolate milk or something like that every once in a while, but just to be like, "Oh, let me get a glass of milk." I've never liked milk. Even and then they try to make you drink milk when you're pregnant, and I'm like, I still don't like it. That part of me hasn't
What are they
changed. Like,
telling
is
you? Are
there
they
a
telling
different
you to
way to
drink
get
it? Are they telling you to drink
calcium?
it because that's what I was gonna say, the calcium.
But there are
That's
other
what
ways, and that's the thing that we have to know by being educated
in
is all
today's
the
age, they
different
got
foods.
supplementation. You can just take a calcium pill. In
Yeah,
today,
but
now
even
back in the day, I get it. Way back when, because my granny and them, they ain't had no calcium, nothing. You couldn't take no vitamin C pill. They can have none of that stuff. But
true.
in today's age, it's a little bit different.
But I also think we have to learn the different things that we can get from the stuff that we're supposed to be eating anyway. Like a more
Yeah,
balanced diet will help you, and the other things to put with it to make you absorb. Like for instance, I will always be anemic with my kids and stuff. But like, okay, don't just eat your kale. Eat you kale and then an orange a little later. You know what I'm saying? So you can absorb the vitamin C and iron going. You know what I mean? Like there's ways that you can learn to make sure that you're
yeah,
taking
because
the best advantage.
you can take a calcium supplement all day long. You ain't got enough vitamin D. It ain't gonna go where it's supposed to go anyway. Like if you trying to get it to go to your bones, don't have enough vitamin D. You're gonna be looking stupid.
Right. Exactly. That's exactly what I mean.
Because people don't understand that vitamin D is the carrier of calcium. It's like the way they used to teach us in school. Vitamin D, imagine it's a little car or a pickup truck. The calcium ride in the back of the pickup truck into your bones. That's the way they used to teach us in school.
Mhm.
And the same thing what you said about the vitamin D and I mean the vitamin C and kale or whatever. And the same thing is with iron. There's something that pairs with iron that makes iron more
Isn't it
your body.
vitamin C?
Yeah, it makes it more readily available to your body because you can lick a light post all day long. You won't get none of that iron if you ain't got what you need for it to pair with. I'm just here to tell you. So,
I should screen record that and post it on Instagram and tell people to come watch this live. Cause you can lick a light post all you want.
you sure can. You can lick you can suck on them brake shoes all you want. You won't get no iron from that. I don't care if you ain't got the right stuff in your body to make that do
Oh
what
my
it's supposed to
god.
do. But yes, indeed, these people be something else. Um,
I take
she
blood
said,
like I eat super
but
fish, yeah.
yeah. What you said it was something ago. You said you had some starts. You gonna get some? Oh yeah, you was
I'm
supposed to
about
go
to
to
get
H E
some
B.
starts. I'm going to
Yeah.
HEB. I have what I have left from some of the stuff we planted is I planted brassicas and for some reason some peppers popped up. Don't know what kind. Don't know. I guess because
Probably just seeds from some old soil that you use. Cause I had some stuff pop up out there that whatever. I'll take it. Whatever it is, I'll
I'm gonna
take it.
take it, but
Yeah.
definitely the brassica died and the pepper stayed for like 4 of my little. So I was like, thanks for the peppers, I guess. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm looking to get more brassicas. I am gonna replant stuff like from seeds that I saved that I really wanted, like the spicy wave mustard. You sent
Yeah.
me some purple collards. I really want those. That's the collards
Yeah.
that died. I had like 8 of them.
Mm.
And they all the just day by day, the little leaf miners. I even started like taking the leaves off, like, I see them leaf miners. I'm gonna take that leaf off. But they're still so small, like you ain't got enough leaves for me to pull off.
I know. I done pulled off one leaf. That's all the leaves. Ain't nothing but a
That's
stem. It's just a stem.
so my carrots are doing well because I
That's
direct sow
good.
those.
Yeah.
And
It's
yeah, I'm gonna
amazing
buy
how
some
most stuff will
brassicas.
leave carrots alone. You would think they're such dainty seedlings that something would eat them, but most time they leave them alone. I don't know what it is. They must don't like them.
Ever since I learned to grow carrots successfully, I have not had a problem.
Yeah, I think people just forget to grow carrots because
I
they're
think
not
so
really.
too.
The only thing you have to make sure of is once you plant them, just make sure that those seeds stay moist long enough for them to germinate. As long as you do that, because that's not the first time I planted carrots, I figured out that's where I messed up. I watered one day, but then I didn't water again for like a long time, and they just never did come up. But I figured out if they stay moist till they germinate, because they do take a few days to germinate.
You just can't
But
forget
what?
about it.
Yeah, once they germinate, they good.
I see a lot of people. I haven't done this because I'm in the garden every morning anyway, so I haven't forgotten to keep them moist. But I see some people cover their seeds with like a wooden board or something like that once they
Yeah,
plant
yeah,
them.
yeah,
I don't know, but for me, I probably feel like that'll make me forget them more. Like, oh shit, I ain't check under the board.
yeah. You better remember, cause them suckers will be mashed up and they be up on their hair.
Dying. Like as soon as they
Yeah,
sprout, they would like some sunlight and stuff too. Like give
yeah,
me something else to get some energy from. But I do see
exactly.
that work for other people. I guess that depends on your memory.
I guess if you wanted something, maybe cardboard will work, but I would,
Cause that's lighter at least.
yeah. And maybe if they get tall enough, they'll kind of push it up depending on how many you planted.
Mm-hmm.
I
You
could
need to
see
get out
well,
and sow carrots, claw some world. Well, here's your friendly reminder to sow you some
yeah, to
carrots.
sow your carrots.
I
Um,
love carrots too, because you can leave them there like in the wintertime.
you can leave them there a long time. They don't. I may take some nebula carrots and throw some of them seeds out um in the bed over there and let them grow over the winter. Cause they, you know what I'm saying? They, like you said, the winter don't usually It don't usually phase them. I haven't found.
Mm.
I don't
I
think
feel like
so.
it's storage time. Like, oh, okay,
Yeah,
y'all sit there for the winter when I'm ready, y'all.
yeah. I
Come get
make my
you.
roots when I get ready. I did
Mhm.
plant some beets. I planted some beet seeds about 2 days ago. We'll see. It takes beets a little while to come up too, so we'll see how they do. I
I
hadn't
have
really grown.
dill. What else? I think I planted dill when I was with you guys.
Yeah, I planted cilantro too, and then I had some soil that, like you said, I don't know what kind of brassicas, girl. They just popped up. And when I saw them come up, I scooped them right because they was in my little. I have a bin of just reserve soil, so if I need to start seeds or whatever, I go in that bin and get it. And girl, they was just in there just growing. I must have scooped them. I said, let me put you in something. I scooped them up and put them in a little tray, and they out there growing
Mhm.
just as good. I said,
I love
well,
that.
we
I
gonna
got a
see.
purple
I don't know
mustard I
what you
gotta move.
is. But we'll see what you are whenever you grow. And then where I had planted my cilantro, some brassicas came up in there. Like I reuse so much soil, I know that's probably old, you know, just seeds that they finally got the right conditions and they coming
Mhm.
up. That's all it is.
Yep.
But yeah, my girl, my peppers got so many peppers. I mean, they just loaded down. It don't even make
I'm about
sense.
to go can after this live actually. Um I'm gonna try some spicy pickles, but I mostly have peppers. I just been canning my peppers like jalapenos so I can eat them on nachos, tacos, whatever.
Whatever. Whenever I eat fried chicken, I like my peppers whole when I eat fried chicken. They don't have to be, but I prefer it.
Mm.
I prefer them whole when I eat my fried chicken because then I bite on it. I
Ooh.
bite the chicken and then bite the pepper. That just come from eating at the chicken joints though, because you order 2 pieces and a pepper, you always get a whole pickle
But that
jalapeno.
sounds so good. I would probably do my chicken with
Girl,
2 peppers like that.
yeah, yeah,
And then just
yeah.
take them out and bite them with the chicken. Oh my gosh, that sounds
hmm
good. I'm doing that.
Yeah, that's just from me eating it. I just done got accustomed to it. I have eaten sliced like the sliced jalapenos, but I don't know, but it's not the same. And I know it's just you get used to stuff. That's all it is, cause
Yeah.
it tastes the same.
But that's a
It
part
just
of the experience. Shoot.
yeah, yeah. Girl, I remember when you could get a 2 piece and a pepper, and the pepper would be free. Girl, when I won't never forget when they started charging for them peppers. I was pissed. Cause my homegirl used to work at the chicken place. And she was like, girl, we done started charging for the peppers. I said, what? How much?
Because that's a part of
15
it.
cents? Girl, put one in there. Why y'all charging for the peppers?
And you
Y'all were
because they
hot.
know we need it, and now we're gonna have to pay the extra 15
They
cents.
ain't 50, them peppers ain't 15 cents no more. You go to the chicken joint and see don't them the pepper be doggone 50 cents. You might well buy a jar of pepper. Them pepper,
Buy a
just
jar
get
of
a pepper
peppers and grow them hoes in your
or grow them
backyard.
and make your own pepper. Cause I'm telling you right now,
'Cause that's
them
what I'm
whole
doing.
jalapenos, they taxing. They almost the price of a chicken wing.
That's a damn
I'm
shame.
serious. It is.
25 cents in 2019. Yeah, it didn't went up inflation.
Hello. Shoot, I remember
Inflation.
them peppers you could get them peppers with your chicken for free.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot, 'cause we used to go to William Chicken, get some corn fritters, and get us a pepper. But shoot, you can cancel that now. I mean, you still can get that stuff, but like I said, they taxing.
Yeah.
They taxing. But shoot, all
Definitely
this stuff for
gonna.
fried chicken, that's making me want some fried chicken. But I ain't finna
So
fry no
I'm
chicken today.
just getting hungry right now, but Anaya is the cook for tonight. I wonder if I can
Anaya,
get
what
her
we
to fry
cooking?
some chicken or some quail.
Anaya, what we cooking?
I'm,
Kentucky
I'm,
Fried Quail. Y'all need to put that on the thing, KFQ. Put that on the.
we're gonna have to do a video.
Do y'all have Bojangles where you at, Army Chickadee? I can't lie, Bojangles good. I can't lie. I so many of these chicken places done went to the dogs. Like churches rebranded. I have not had churches since they rebranded. Churches is now churches Texas something or other. They
I
don't
have not been
rebrand.
to churches in
I
years.
haven't. I remember I quit going to churches because they chicken had gotten. If you go to Dallas and you go to Williams Chicken, I'm gonna tell you what that dude did. Williams Chicken is owned by a black man, but it's a chain. It's all over Dallas. And I think they say he got some in Oklahoma now, I think, but Homie making so much money in Dallas, you know. But what he did was he used to work at churches. And when churches sold their recipe the first time, when they changed their recipe the first time, he bought the old recipe and opened up his
Mm.
own chicken place. And the people like the old church's recipe so much, people quit going to church and start going to William. And that's why he got franchises all over. William
Oh
Chicken so
wow.
William
That
Chicken
was
good
smart
now.
of him. Love
It
that for him.
was. He quit that churches was looking crazy because he had been a manager for years at churches and just saving his money and waiting and waiting. And he bought their old recipe and he opened up his own chicken joint. But his menu is totally different though, because he got you can tell it's a black man. He got
Right,
corn
I was about to say
fritters.
because he put the flavor on it.
Yeah. He got corn fritters. He got all kind of like some Williams ain't just chicken. Some Williams you can get link baskets, you can get hot link baskets, you can get
Mm.
burgers. It's probably a chicken joint, but it's one in the hood. You
He
can go
say
get
chicken
burgers.
plus.
That
Okay.
sucker 24 hours. And it's right next to a club. So when you get out of the club, you can go right over there and get you some food and then go to the house. Girl, that man be clean. He's
Listen,
smart. He be
Williams got a
cleaning up.
business model, okay?
Yeah.
And I ain't mad at it.
Yeah.
I love that. Oh,
That's what
Army
I was
Chickadee
gonna
say
say, cause
no,
I
they
don't
don't
think
have
they
no
eat fried
Bojangles.
chicken. They don't strike me that they eat fried chicken like
She
that.
reminiscing. She reminiscing of the
Yeah.
days long gone. Dot
But
dot
yeah,
dot. Dang
Popeyes is
Army
still
Chickadee. They
good.
look so sad.
Yeah, Popeyes still good. Bojangles is good. KFC trash. KFC
Yeah, I
used to
haven't
be
been.
good. It's trash. Like
I
I
haven't
said, I
been to
haven't had
KFC or
churches
churches in
since
a
they
while.
rebranded. But I mostly be frying chicken at the house. I fried some
I was
chicken,
gonna
girl.
say I barely go to Popeyes, and then
Yeah.
especially after that video where that black man was showing how he been delivering the chicken in New York, and he turned on the light and all the rats start running around.
Oh yeah, I ain't shocked at all. I ain't
He told
shocked at
me,
all.
y'all still love that chicken for Popeyes? Love that chicken for Popeyes. And them rats was running. I was like, don't sing the song while the rats running.
Yeah, why they running? Why they running, child? I'm not shocked at all. That's another thing keep me out of these places. The amount of filth.
Yeah, because
The
it's not
amount of filth.
sanitary. Even like when you
Mm-mm.
think about just the drinks, like I be telling the kids, the different pipes and stuff that some of the stuff go through,
Baby, the
and the
ice.
ice
When
machines and stuff.
Gordon Ramsay used to go to those restaurants and go right up in the ice machine and he knew where to reach his hand, take his hand around the edge of there and come down and all that green and brown gook be on his hand. He said your ice goes straight through there. And y'all don't be knowing, baby, when I do get drinks, no ice, please. No ice. But like you said, those hoses where the syrup and stuff go, if they're not cleaning that, that's nasty.
And they
So
are not.
and the people at the
So,
restaurants were saying that, like, oh, we didn't even know we were supposed to clean that part of the ice machine. And I'm
right.
like,
Well, they don't because they come there and people training them and ain't nobody bringing it up. So they
yep,
ain't thought about it. But it's like,
nope,
oh, we eating that.
yeah,
And the people who work
girl,
there don't even know that that's a part you're supposed to clean.
yeah, that's disgusting, disgusting. Cause I will say I've worked job, but fast food, like I said, after that ex, I could not, I didn't even want to see the atrocities. I
Mhm.
just stayed away from fast. So I would work. I've worked at gas stations, grocery stores, things like that when I was younger. But yeah, I never did do fast food. I had a lot of friends that did, but
I
I
worked at
just,
Whataburger.
girl,
That was my first job.
for real. Whataburger used to
Mhm.
have. I used to really like Whataburger. I'm not saying it's nasty now. It's not the same. Like
Um,
to me, it's not the same. It's okay. It's straight. It's okay.
it's not bad still. I mean, I'm probably Whataburger is probably still one of my choices if I'm going somewhere.
Yeah.
Just because I don't even think some places are serving actual food and beef and chicken
Yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah.
Like I even saw this guy, he buys burgers from different places like Five Guys, McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, and he will sit them in the bags for months, years. and show you like this is my burger from last year from McDonald's and it still looks the same. It's not supposed to look the same. It's supposed to be getting some mold or breaking down in some type of way. Same with like Wendy's, Burger King, those type of places. Like I'm like, is that food, y'all? I don't know if that's food for real.
Oh well,
Like,
McDonald's got caught because that's why they advertise now, and I still don't believe it. But when they advertise the burgers are 100% beef, why you think they advertising that?
I don't
Because they
believe
got
that.
caught. They got caught that
But
that
that
meat was not
Whataburger
a
burger
hundred
we
percent
pulled
meat
out
before.
was breaking down. I was like, all right, Whataburger, at least y'all still serving food. Shit, that's the at this point, is it food?
Yeah,
Maybe I could add something to it when I get home if I really don't have time to cook because some of y'all not even serving food.
Clausen World said those foundry machines are filthy. I saw a worker stick his hand in the ice machine. I told the manager after I got my food, I never went back.
Mm-mm. And best believe the manager acted like they addressed it in front of you and probably never brought it up again. Probably never
Mm-mm.
gave feedback to the team that hey, we not supposed to be doing that. Like they literally just appease you while you right there and then move on.
Uh huh. Yep. Because
But like they kept
ultimately,
that dirty ice after you let them know it was dirty.
yeah, they didn't care.
They
They
ain't
said
care.
when I get my ice, that's when we'll change. But until then, these people gonna sit up in there and eat this sound. They gonna eat this stuff. Girl, that stuff be foolish. Oh, it be foolish.
No.
Girl, I got a neighbor across the street. She got a Cane Corso, girl. We was sitting on the porch Friday night. I was sitting on my neighbor porch. We hadn't sat out there in a long time because shoot, it been hot, but it finally cooled off where it was nice. And when the dog came out of the woman's house, my neighbor so ignorant. Come on. I didn't know that woman had no Shetland pony. I said, what? I didn't even know he was talking about.
Oh
He
what?
said, he said, look over there. Ain't that a little Shetland pony? That's that's a breeder. It's a small little horse. Ain't that a breed? Ain't that a Shetland pony she got? I looked at him. I said, boy, shut up. I said, that's a dog. He can't see. He ain't have his glasses on. He can't see. That ain't no pony. I said, no, that's a Cane Corso. It's a
Coming
dog.
out the house?
Damn, and it didn't make it no better. She got a shirt on the dog. I don't know where she got the shirt, baby. That's a human T-shirt that she got on this dog. Cause that dog big enough. That's a human T-shirt,
Oh my
girl.
god.
But it's a beautiful dog. It was so funny one day. The dog came outside and there was two guys going down the street. When I tell you, them guys was getting ready to run for their life, and the dog was just sitting there looking at them. And she was like, "Oh, he ain't gonna bother you," which I give it to him. When she say, "Come here," that dog. But most time, Cane Corsos are not vicious. They just look intimidating. Like, I mean, I'm
Mhm.
not saying they can't be vicious. They can be. But most of the time, they actually kind of have kind of a Scooby Doo kind of personality. They kind of goofy like. And but
Mhm.
they seen that big old dog because that dog got to weigh 80, 90 pounds. That's a
Yeah,
big
they
dog.
large dogs now. They
Yeah,
large.
they big. They big. And they have a very, if they're just looking at you, they have a very intimidating stare. Like they look intimidating. And then by their ears being cropped, it doesn't make it any better.
Mhm.
So they have this look about them. But that dog girl was so funny. Them dudes was getting ready to take off. And she was
But
like, he
that's
ain't gonna
the
bother
thing, you
you. Come
gotta
here,
have a
sit down.
plan if you about to run from a dog. Cause if it starts chasing you, it's gonna get you. Are you
It's
finna
gonna
jump on
catch you.
something? Because
I
and
don't
then
know. I
as
don't
soon
know
as you
where they
start
was
running,
going.
it's going to chase you now. Now you're running and
Exactly.
now
I
now
don't
it's
know
a
where,
chase.
because the killing point is the dog was running around in the yard. It wasn't in the street. They don't have a fence or nothing, but that dog don't leave that yard. Like I said, she got him trained pretty good because that dog done seen my dogs. And a lot of times if a dog see another dog, they'll
They don't
leave you because
listen.
they want to play. But that dog stayed in that yard because she looked over and seen me. She said, don't you go nowhere. That dog stayed in that yard and just watched me and my dogs till we went back in the house. But but yeah, the dog was in. But when she seen they was scared, she called them back over to the house. He ain't gonna bother you. Come here. And the dog came and sat right down. Then the guys started talking to her. They was like, oh, he pretty or whatever. When they seen they wasn't finna get attacked.
Oh, that's
But
nice.
But yeah, that lady, girl, that dog something else. She have a t-shirt on that dog, and it'd be so funny. I don't know what the shirt say. It say something, but I've never gotten close enough to see. But it's a boy, but the shirt was like a yellow color, and it said something on it. But girl, her and that dog tickle me. That dog be he just be frolicking in the yard, just jumping around like a little puppy. I'd be
Mm,
like, you have no concept of how big
how
you are.
big you are, huh?
Zero concept. Zero. Cause he just be frolicking out there. But my neighbor really thought that was a pony. And I was like, Negro, go get your glasses, because that's not a pony. Why would anybody have a dog that big in the house? And I said, if you knew what she probably paid for that dog, you'd have him in the house too. Like I think sometimes people don't understand. People paying $2,000 and $3,000 for dogs. Them kind of Corsos high.
People
I can't
don't
afford them.
understand that because most people not paying it.
I get, and he definitely not gonna
Like, if
pay it
you're
because he
not
don't.
somebody
Yeah,
exactly, I
he
would
don't
never.
believe
I'm
in.
gonna save a dog. It don't
Yeah,
need to be a special breed. Now, if I wanted to be a dog breeder, then I would probably
yeah,
spend the money to make sure that I had purebred dogs so
yeah,
that I could, charge or get them certified or
yeah.
whatever. But like just to save a dog's life or just to like have a dog in my life, like Teddy is
And
a
no, I'm
mess.
not willing to pay that. Like I
And
said,
he's
I have.
gorgeous in my eyes. Like
Yeah,
he's
because I mean,
he's
like
a
I said,
husky
yeah,
lab. And I got him for like $25 from a friend that went to
yeah.
school with me.
And see, Iris is purebred, and I think people think that I paid a lot of money for her. No, the guy that originally got her paid a lot of money for her because her bloodline is like, he told me what her bloodline is. I looked it up. Apparently, it's something fancy. And he paid a lot of money for her, but he couldn't afford her and he couldn't take care of her. So I got her for free. So and I probably could go get papers, but papers for what? Because she fixed it. She not finna have no baby. So, man, what for what? But
Yeah.
and my neighbor, he of a totally different mind because he don't even believe in having pets. So he ain't finna pay. He don't even believe in having
Oh,
pets.
heck no. Oh, he don't believe in
Yeah,
having
he
pets?
old school. He don't believe in that. He don't believe in pets. What you want a dog for? He don't even understand. He don't understand how I have dogs. He don't understand that. Girl, you baffle me with all them damn dogs you got. Cause he be talking shit a little bit. All them damn dogs you got. He thought my house was nasty. He came over here one time. He said, "Oh, I thought it was gonna be nasty up in here." I said, "No, you was a lie." He was like, "Well, people. They say people got dogs in the house. They how it be nasty." I said, "No, hey, that's your people."
Some
And
people,
some
that's
people,
true.
yeah,
Some
not me.
people, even big dogs. My friend told me, she was like, she got two tiny little dogs and they be doing the most. They cute though, but I be like, they doing a
Yeah,
lot.
but sometimes little dogs'
And she was
personalities they kick
like,
up too much hell. Like my
I
dogs today,
think
I know the
to
last
children, that's
live they
one
was
thing
tripping, but
I'll
today they
say.
sleep.
But my
Cause
house is clean. She was like, "Well, I didn't want a big dog because I thought it would just be hard to keep the house clean or whatever." And I was like, "I'm
how
not
if
gonna
how
lie.
if they shit outside and piss outside? That's I mean I
The
know you got to
hair, I
vac
will
them
say,
and stuff.
Teddy's hair is pretty, but it's wispy.
Yeah, yeah,
So
and
we
you do
do have to
you have to
vacuum
vac them.
and
You have to vac them and that type of thing. And
they
if
don't go
their
in the
hair is
kitchen. Like my
long,
dog don't go in the kitchen, so you don't have to worry about like dog anything in my food because he don't even
yeah,
go into my
yeah.
kitchen.
Cause
Um,
like with long hair dogs, you have to make for sure, for sure. Well, I did when I had a long hair dog. I brushed him. I had to still vacuum, but
but
I
yeah,
had to
that's
brush.
Mia's girl. That's
Like,
Mia's chore. That's one of her chores for the day. We have a brush vacuum. It like brushes and then sucks the
sucks
hair
so it
up
don't fly.
into the
Cause a lot of
vacuum
times if you
clean.
brush, it just flies.
Yes, yes. So you can do it, but it will take work. And then also, it
Yeah.
just depends on the person's house because some people let their dogs to a lot more spaces than I do. So then maybe the concern may be different.
It
Um,
may be. I mean, mine have free reign over everything but the kitchen. But they don't.
right.
My dogs
I
don't.
think the kitchen is a
They
big
don't they
concern
don't
for some
pee on
people.
things. They don't poop on things. Now,
My
like I said, my
dog
dogs are
don't.
short haired dogs. I brush them and I vacuum every day. Um they get brushed every other day. And that's only because if they were long hair, they probably would get brushed every day. But I mean they don't do like you get what I'm saying? Like they don't create a lot of filth. Like
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
get what
sure.
you're saying. I'm
And
saying
then like I
people
bathed
who don't have
mine.
dogs assume that all
Yeah,
dog houses are the same
yeah,
when they're nowhere near the same. Especially when
yeah.
you
And
see
like
videos and people dogs be up on the counter in the kitchen and stuff. See, no, that's not something that would ever happen in
yeah,
my
and
house.
like I also bathe my dogs. They don't get baths every day. They get a bath every week. So it's like but see, once again, I think sometimes I don't know what people I don't I maybe people like they remember the dog that was always tied up outside that never got a bath, that never got brushed, that you know, those dogs are going to be dirtier. They're outside,
Yeah,
they're wallowing in dirt. They never get
true.
bathed because we all grew up with somebody that had a dog that just they dog was filthy and they was always outside. See, my animal like once I got to like I said, when I said I wanted a dog, my mama made it clear. That's your dog. It's your responsibility. And you're not gonna just be allowed to have a dog and you don't care for him. So when
Right.
we got that dog did spend most of his time outside, but there were times where I could ask my mom, I'd be like, can he come in? And she was like, yeah, he could come in for a few hours, but make sure you take his ass back outside. So yeah, sometimes, and that was to keep me from always having to be like in the summertime it's blazing ass hot and I wanted to play with the dog and my mom was like, okay, well I don't want her in the sun dying trying to play with the dog. So yeah, he could come in, and then as time went on, she saw I was responsible. When he got older, he became an indoor dog. And my mama was like, "Oh, child, I would have never thought I would have had an in." But my mama couldn't. She said, "But nah, you bathe him, you brush him." And I had a long haired dog at that time. And she was like, "You bathe him, you brush him, you feed him, you buy his food. I don't." So yeah, he could come in. She was like, "But if the house be nasty, I'm gonna tear your ass up." And I ain't had no siblings, so wasn't gonna be nobody but the
Just
town but me.
you. Yeah.
So so I
The one
learned
on
real
your
quick.
shoulders.
Yeah, I
Right.
learned real quick. But if I hadn't have been being responsible, it's no way that she would have let me let the dog stay in the house. You know what I'm saying? Because I ended up housebreaking him. Because when we first got him, he was not housebroken because he wasn't a house dog. He was always outside. But
Mm-hmm.
when she started letting him be in, she was like, okay, well he can't. I said, I know, ma, he can't go to the bathroom here. So it didn't take long. I trained him out. When he needed to go out, he would go to the back door. I would open the door, let him out. He would go to the bathroom. He'd come stand at the door, and I'd let him back in. But mom was like, okay, well, I see you got that handled, and that's more or less how I go around here. I'm finna put in a dog door for them because I'm tired of letting them out. But I gotta put the fence up. When I put the fence up, they get in a
Then
dog
they
door.
can just go
They
and come
can
on
do.
back
They
on
can
their
go and
own.
yeah, cause I ain't got time.
Something was that I was at a friend's house. Her furniture smelled like piss. I was like, nah. I've been to
Oh, but
somebody's
wait,
house. I'm
closet
not gonna
world,
tell
but
y'all
wait.
who, but their
But
towels smelled like dog piss.
who?
I'm not gonna tell you who.
Oh, okay.
Somebody house that I've been to, and yeah, but I
Oh,
could have
girl.
threw up.
Wait,
I
hold on,
could have
hold on, hold
threw up.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. When you say they towels, these were towels meant
Bath
for humans
towels.
that you dry your body with.
And when I discovered it was when I was coming out of the shower to dry my body. I
Girl, what
had
did
to
you
get
use?
back
Did you
in
air
the
dry? Did you spin around in the
I
floor and air
got back
dry?
in the shower and air dried myself.
Was you in that fan and like this trying to blow?
I want
Girl.
I want to throw up. Like,
But okay, so Aisha,
but
so this is
these the folded up towel. That was a new towel in
okay.
your
So
house.
here's my
In your
issue
house,
with
this is a new towel.
that. So I don't know about everybody else. Maybe I'm anal. Okay, so there is the rare occasion where one time somebody threw up in here. You know what I'm saying? And that happens because kids throw up too. I look at they basically so I have certain towels. I have 4 towels. I have labeled those. Those are dog towels. If they throw up or when I bathe them, I dry them off. They have their own shit. The towels I dry my behind with is not the towels I dry they behind
No,
with.
this
The
wasn't
towels
that.
that I've used to get up dog puke or something, that's their. Now let me say this: I still wash them. They still get
Yeah.
washed.
Us
So
some
those
teddy have
towels,
towels.
they still don't stink. So I'm still trying to understand how did that person's towels, because even their towels, I wash them and I fold them and I have a separate area. Like I have an area for dog stuff. Like all of their treats, all of their clothes, their leashes, all their stuff is in a place. I have a place for that. And they towels go there too. And
No, this
so,
was my towel
but everything gets washed.
for the day.
So,
They came out the cabinet where the folded towels is at. Where you say, "Oh, do you have a towel I can use?" I say, "Yeah." Open that cabinet right there. You see the folded clean towel. That was that towel, and it was. And I'm gonna tell you, it was
and they're
straight
not
dog
clean.
piss.
And they're not
Dog
clean.
piss.
They're not clean. So did the dogs piss on them after you folded them? Did the dog get up in the linen closet and piss on
And then you didn't
them?
smell that? It was so concentrated. It was so concentrated.
Yeah. When I
I,
tell you I don't know how you did it, because I would have been in the bathroom cussing.
I
They'd have been like,
was.
"What's wrong?"
I had to get
I'd have
back
been like,
in
"These
there.
piss ass towels you done told me to get."
Why you taking so long in there? Oh, I just prefer to air dry. I just I prefer to just let the natural.
That's too much. Wait a
It's
minute, hold on.
disgusting. And
I
you
highly
know, you
advise
don't
you to
want to
get some
go to somebody's
bulldogs.
house and call them dirty, but like
Bulldogs and
this is dirty. This is filth.
I didn't know you had boxers, Clausen work boxers. I
This is
like boxers.
nasty.
I'm
I
not gonna
can't
say
see
it's
you
junk.
now. And I'm echoing. Am I echoing, y'all? I didn't grab the dog towel, Army Chickadee. No. I ain't no, I didn't grab the dog towel. No, I didn't grab the dog towel. It was a folded up towel where the towels go for the humans to go. I was directed to the
Oh
towel.
my God.
Humans are supposed to dry themselves with these folded up towels.
I didn't know you had boxers. I'm not against bulldogs. Bulldogs is they cool. They are. My vet has a bulldog that be loose in the office, and he cool. He be all over you though with his little funky breath. He be all over you. My dog's been like, okay. I read that part. That furniture smell like piss. My perception is growing up how dogs and cat pests is not traditional. It's just fun.
Mm,
Yeah, see, everybody in Jamaica gotta go. But see, I think that's cause they gonna curry them damn thing.
right.
Uh
They not pets. That's just like my
Everybody gotta
husband
go.
told me in Nigeria. He got a chicken one time for like, I don't know for what, but child, he was like, I fattened him up and then we ate him for Christmas. I was like, babe, they ate your pet. He was like, the chicken was never my pet. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't name him
And
anything.
Jamaica, when I see people with dogs, they dogs generally be loose. And
But
it's this one
Daddy
lady I
used to
watched,
have a
Jamaican
dog.
cooking journey. She has a dog that was in her backyard, but yet and still, I ain't trying to talk about the lady. The dog, she fed the dog. I'm gonna put it that way. She fed the dog, but
Army
I don't
chicken
know.
somebody trying to throw them grace. No, it was not a dog towel though. I can't give no grace because the piss
Yeah.
was in my
And
face.
then girl dogs came with the husband and kids. He wanted dogs.
That's how
The
mommy
dogs
and
had their
daddy
own
were.
bath
Daddy
time.
loved. He had a dog in Nigeria named Terry. He always tell me about Terry, baby. Daddy loved Terry, but mommy don't like dogs at all.
I've met people like that. They let the towels stay dirty a week or more. Then you wash those towels. They level. People let their
Oh
towels.
yeah,
Oh, excuse me.
that it was concentrated. It was concentrated, and I could have passed out.
The
Okay,
I'm gonna need you to not be somebody who was concentrated. I know it was concentrated, but still, that shit is tickling.
it was
I see.
wrong.
Let me explain to you how I have too much shame to be. I have too much shame for that. Like I'm so crazy. If I even have a doubt in my mind, I'll go buy brand new towels just so when that motherfucker wash their ass, they got brand new towels.
Me
I'm so
too.
serious. I be just that shanked.
Me too.
Like real talk. I got some towels that I would dry my behind with. Like you know how towels get old sometimes and they get a little rip in them. It ain't that much, just a little. But see, I'll still keep drying my ass with that towel. But let
Right,
company
but when
come over.
somebody
They'll
come
never
over,
find that towel. That towel is up under 6 pieces of furniture. You would never find that damn towel. And when
it's
you
true.
leave, I'll get that towel out and continue drying my ass with it. But you won't see it. You'll never know. Oh, look how nice these towels is. Yeah, they real nice. They brand fucking new. I ain't got
Same.
time. I be
Same.
too frank. Like it's certain clothes you will never catch me wearing outside at all. I wear them up in here.
Me too.
It's certain
Yeah.
clothes you'll never catch me wearing outside. I got some shorts, got a hole in the ass. I don't go nowhere in them shorts. I need to throw them shorts away. But they so comfortable, and I just be in the house with them shorts on.
Same.
Like,
Sometimes I don't record in the garden because y'all might not want to see me.
do you know how
You
much
might
footage
not
I
want
done
to see what
deleted?
I'm wearing.
Do you know how much footage I have deleted due to like I go to edit
Wardrobe.
it and I look at it and I be like, oh, I can't post this. I can't post this. I didn't know I was looking like that.
I remember one video I was putting stickers like over my butt crack one time. Like, girl,
I
you
girl, I hollered and I put in the comments, crack kill. But the thing, it was what you had used like an animal face. That's what was funny to me. It was like a wolf or something. And I was like, why did she pick that to put over? Girl, because I wasn't gonna say nothing, but then I had to go back and analyze. I said, because at first I was like, why is there all of a sudden a wolf on the screen? Like I didn't even catch it. And I was like, wait a minute, is she
it's
covering up?
either this wolf or Maya.
I said, she covering, and then I said, she
I'm,
covering. I'm gonna leave a comment.
I said I done recorded this video, damn it. Y'all go watch it. Then done a whole video, ain't know my ass was out.
Girl, and wait a minute. And my thing was somebody else was filming. I don't know who was filming. They ain't said a word. They ain't said two mumbling words. They ain't said nothing.
Crack
And
just
I want
out.
and I wanted to say so bad, camera person. You could
You
have
see why I
sworn.
have to cycle through them at times. Like, not you, girl.
Girl,
Not you. Let me ask your daddy.
girl.
But my husband ain't no better. Even if my crack ain't
Ain't
out, it's gonna be lots of
ain't
butt
cause he be
shots.
filming, cause you see what I said. I said, is he really filming your ass right now? I said, sir, we missing the footage. You got
That's
one
not what the
job and
picture
one
told me to
job only.
see.
I'm like, this is not OnlyFans, the garden edition. What is going on?
Girl, he
No,
trying to get us paid.
girl, you posting this on the wrong channels. This is posted erroneously. This needs to be on farmers only. Farmers only fans. That's where this need to be posted. Girl, because he really was filming and he really thought he was doing something too. And I'm like, and I could hear his voice, and I'm like, wait a minute. Who is this
But
filming?
you can
Because
tell
I
if
usually
he say
can tell
nothing,
when
you
it's
know
the
it be
kids.
him.
I can tell when it's the kids because, like, for instance, if it's Mia be filming good, but you can tell some will catch Mia attention and phone will drift, and then she'll come back. Oh, Mia got the camera. I know when Mia got the camera. Anaya pretty good. Anaya hold the camera straight.
She the
Uh,
best one.
yeah, Anaya, but she
Tonight is the
older. She
only
makes
one
sense.
trying to tune in to whatever
Yeah,
I'm trying to
yeah.
show.
Yeah,
Everybody else,
but Anaya the oldest. She almost grown. She almost can buy cigarettes. So it makes sense. She know where to hold the camera. Paul Mia see a butterfly. We be over there with the butterfly. Wait, come back, Mia. Come back. Mia be back. Mia be like, you be like, are you on me? Yeah. I be like, no, she wasn't. We were looking at a butterfly, but we okay. We back. We back. That's how you know who it is. That's how you know. Elijah, if he see a praying mantis, we gonna be on that for a quick second. Then he gonna come back. He gonna come back. He gonna be like,
and then
oh,
he
oh,
gonna
oh.
teach you some. He
Yeah,
gonna put
he
his
gonna give
own
you. Yeah,
commentary.
Yeah,
in the
so
video.
if you look at the praying mantis, you'll see his mandibles and this, that, and other. And I'd be like, okay, baby, but I don't want to look. I don't like them things, and you keep filming them things. I don't like them. But the problem, baby, he gonna give you an education on what's going on, and then we're gonna be back to the task at hand. Hold on, mom. I want to tell them this right quick.
Right, right. He'd be like, "Can I?" I'd be like, "Son, yeah, son, yes.
Come on, science class. Come
Come
on,
on,
science
son.
class.
Educate the people, cause you out here, you working for me. I need to work for you too, son. This is your passion. You really be. You got
Girl.
to. You got to tell the people. That's who you are." But look, as a family,
Mm.
they support the channel, so I can't complain. I just grab whoever's available and try to edit it out best I can.
The bulldog had a heart attack. I know you had said the dog had
Oh,
died suddenly. Girl, I remember when Clausenberg put that video out that she had to go take her dog and the dog died suddenly, but I didn't know what had happened to the dog. I heard boxers get cancer a lot. My uncle had a boxer, his died of cancer. I hear that's pretty regular. Uh,
really?
yeah, Army Chickadee be blurring too. And I be, let me tell
Hey,
you
I'm
something, Army
tickety to
Chickadee.
my
I don't
blurred
never
my
say
friend.
nothing. I be cackling. I be cackling. I be cackling. Because I'm telling you, Army Chickadee was the same way. One time it was a blur, and I said, why is the screen? Why does it look like we watching cops? You know how they blur out their faces on cops? I said, why am I looking at cops? I couldn't figure it out. It's just, I'm telling y'all, I be having blonde moments. Y'all think I'm smart. I be having dumbass moments. I'm like, what's going on? Then I finally say, oh, she okay. Then I be dying.
Oh my god. Am I
You black?
frozen? I'm black, but you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good. You're coming in good.
I don't
She
know
said,
what.
I saw that Closet World talking about you had your body hanging out.
Girl. And I said, I done feel this whole damn thing. We gonna watch this.
Shay be the only one that hasn't had these mishaps. Shay stuff be real professional.
Shay is
My
a
stuff be
professional.
bootleg. My stuff be bootleg. Shay be cute in the garden. I don't know how she doing that. Child, I be out there looking a fool.
Shay,
A
we
fool.
appreciate you.
Essie used to be cute in the garden too. Essie go make her dress and go make
Essie
it just so
did
she
used
can
to
go
be
garden in it.
cute. Yeah. Essie used to be cute in the garden.
She
I'm
girl,
not,
and
I
you
don't
know
think
she
I'm
was
ever
making
gonna
those
be cute
dresses.
in the garden unless I do stuff in the garden and then just go change and then go take a picture for a thumbnail like I'm cute in the garden. But do I just be naturally cute for real? I don't. I just be trying to be comfortable and I just be working and that's it.
Girl.
But I appreciate when I see other people cute in the garden. I love that for them.
Yeah. I child, I don't know. When I go out there, I'll just be out there. I guess my thought pattern be I'm gonna get dirty anyway. So what I'm getting cute for?
I
And
just
then
want to
not
be
only that,
comfortable
y'all
because
have
I
to
got a lot of
understand
work to
I have
do.
ruined so many different clothes. Like I have stuff that I have absolutely ruined in the garden, working on cars, just different stuff. You get stains on the stuff and the stains never come out. And I'm just tired of
Yeah,
messing up clothes. So I got certain clothes, them my already messed up clothes that, they probably got a stain. Like if y'all see a shirt and it look dirty, it's not dirty. It's just them stains won't come out. And that's my
right.
gardening clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and see, Shay good about having an apron. I ain't about SHIT call. I got an apron up in here and so stupid and forgets to put the damn thing on.
I don't even have an apron, but I would love one. That's a good idea. I don't know why my screen is not coming back, y'all. I definitely
Now you have a picture up there. It's your channel picture. I have 5 of the same shirts. I throw on whatever pants. I can't have nothing hanging out.
I
Clausen,
didn't try to have it hanging out
gonna get you
though.
on OnlyFans. You can let your significant other film for you. He probably would enjoy that. My
No,
apron.
I
Okay.
wasn't trying to have it all hanging out. To be clear, I didn't realize until I was
That was
editing.
like Super Bowl. That was a slip. It was
It was
like
a
remember when
slip,
Janet had that slip.
you know. had you naked by the end of the video. That's what it was.
Girl, that took me so bad. But it took me cause the what you call me? The camera person was just a quiet, was saying a mumbling word. They probably was like, oh, we see this all the time. This ain't nothing new. They had thought about the video going on YouTube.
Right? Mm.
Cause I know when I was growing up, my mama, she may do stuff. Your child, that ain't nothing new. I done seen that in the neck. What's this?
Mhm.
But like I said, we at the house. That ain't in public.
True.
But girl, that's funny though. But yeah, I won't never forget that. I hurry up. I'm telling you, I was struggling for a little minute. I say, am I missing something? What is this little animal? What is this for? And I'm so stupid. I'm just so naive. I'm just like, no, I said, oh, wait a minute.
You missing
Oh,
the
then I immediately, I
ass
said, let
crack.
me go down here. Let me go down here and leave a comment. I said, crack kills.
I was trying to protect you people.
Girl, nah, you didn't kill nobody. You didn't kill no brain cells that day. You didn't kill no brain cells that day.
I'm gonna have to get me an apron though. I like that idea, especially like when you harvesting stuff. Sometimes,
Yeah, what you
you
call
can
me?
carry your trailers and
Sweet
whatnot.
Tomato Vine Homestead got one of those with like I think it's called a harvesting apron or something, but the way the pocket is made, it can hold a lot of like vegetables and stuff. And so
Hmm.
when she be harvesting, she can just harvest and drop it in that little apron or whatever.
Yeah, I love that. I might have to get me
Yeah,
one of
that's
those.
a good idea. That is
Hmm.
a good idea.
Well, I guess
And it
my
also
trailer's not gonna come back on. I just don't know what to push. I pushed, I pushed the video off, and now it's my picture. But when I cut it back on, it's just still my pictures. Still, put the veggies in your pocket. Yeah, I mean you put them anywhere.
I used to, girl, and then I sat down and I busted 6 or 7 peppers out my clothes.
Same for eggs too. Eggs, you can't put no eggs in your pocket, and then you forget.
No,
Then you gonna
no.
smash them eggs. But if they in front of you on the apron, then it's a little easier to
It's a
remember.
little bit, but when you got the apron on, I think you be more cognizant
Mhm.
that I got this stuff down in here.
Mhm.
I bought fabric to make a garden apron, hadn't gotten around to it yet. Clausen, you gonna have to bust out that sewing machine. Bust
I
it
know
out.
that.
Shay said she done busted a couple of eggs before.
See, that's what I'm
I
talking
know,
about.
I know they got to piss you off because then you got to clean that out of there. And egg
Yes.
ain't the easiest. I mean, you can clean it, but you get what I'm saying. Egg is
It's
it's so
nasty.
nasty to clean up. I dropped the egg on the floor in the kitchen one time, and I was so pissed I didn't know what to do because I was just cussing. I cussed about 2 or 3 minutes, then clean that egg up. I really did.
But you gotta cuss first to get it off your chest.
Baby, let me tell you something. They said something about black women be holding in so much stuff and that's shortening our lifespan. I told the people I ain't holding in nothing in. Fine. They done told me that. I'm really finna cut loose now.
That's
And
fact.
y'all ain't finna
But that's
shorten
why
me.
I'm always so happy because I always give feedback. I always say something. You hurt my feelings, you make me mad, I'm gonna communicate.
Shay said it feel gross when you, but hell yeah, it feel gross. Raw eggs is slimy. Like
Yes.
when people can drink those or drink raw eggs, I don't see how they do that.
Oh,
I
I wish
have
you
no
were my
idea how they
face.
do that.
'Cause
Ain't no
that's
way I die. I die first.
well,
Tell
okay.
us, see, they trying to get me fired. But yeah, that's. I'm telling you, they done said that. It was some studies. Some scientists did some studies that they said black women hold in a lot more than other demographics for obvious reasons. Because a lot of time we say stuff, angry black woman or she's crazy or these different things, these
Mhm.
stigmas. And so they said black women, and then on especially like if they work in corporate America or something, they're more inclined to hold in a lot. And so
Shay, you
they
just
were
need
saying
some
that
best
weighs on you.
practices.
Yeah.
You need some per my last email. Like, bitch, I already told you that shit last time. You know, if you reference the you know what I'm saying? The form, so and so and so and so. Like you should have been knew that because we taught you that in training. But go ahead and reference that form that everybody got access to. You just need some real HR friendly ways to read people, and they won't even know that you didn't insulted them till they get home from work.
Then they be thinking about it. Wait a minute, did she say?
They be thinking about it, but it be too late.
Clausen World said her sewing machine on the craft table. She need to cut and sew that apron. Then Shay say I can't cut loose at work, and that's usually where they piss me off. Ain't it always?
Mhm. Yeah.
Ain't it always? I remember Mama used to come home from work, and they didn't make her mad all the time. But baby, when they did, when she came home, you would know. She'll walk in that door and get to telling you about whatever somebody done did. Or my mama worked in the office to where everybody had phones on their desk. So I could call my mama and call her directly to her phone. And so I would call her sometime, like mm, my mama had me trained to where I couldn't just go in the refrigerator and just eat up everything. You know what I'm saying? Because I was the only child, and so she was like, "Don't be in here eating up everything." She said, "You can eat
Mhm.
some, but if you unsure about what you can eat, call." So sometimes I call back, "Mama, can I get?" She be like, "Get one.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
get, don't
right.
eat the box. Get one."
Just kids
You
will eat
know.
it all the first day you buy it. Like,
Yeah, yeah, of course. Because we don't have no. When I was a child, I ain't have no breaks. You just eat. But break, slow
yeah.
down for what? Just eat. But But yeah, so I would call her sometime, and I could just tell by the way she answered the phone sometime. Mom, you all
Mhm.
right? These folk up here getting on my nerve, but I'm gonna talk to you later.
Mhm. Child, we gotta journal it. We got to journal it. We gotta call each other and cuss on the phone before we gotta go back the
Exactly.
next day.
But
You
I ain't gonna lie,
know?
I thought about my mama when I read that study. I ain't crazy. I know some of that stuff she went through probably shortened her life.
Yeah,
But like I said, she
probably.
she worked she worked years and years in more or less corporate America. She worked in the office building. Um, and she worked
Stress
for
and
Sears for
frustration
40.
builds up into sickness in your body.
Yeah, she worked for Sears for 30. That was simultaneous. A lot of those 20 some of those years were simultaneous. So you imagine going from one place to another, these people cutting
Mm-hmm.
up.
A class of work, so that's why you
She
gotta
said that's why talking about that's why you gotta take ashwagandha before you go to work. Child, I wish my mama had known about something. She didn't know nothing about no ashwagandha.
Are you
And
growing
you know
that,
I need to grow
Clausen? I buy
I need to
it
grow it.
dry
I
from
got
the
seeds,
farmer's
but I ain't
market.
even growing it.
I have seeds too and ain't growing it, but I get it dry from the farmer's market. I'm trying to replace the stuff that's in my kitchen that I purchased from the farmer's market for like tea and stuff like that, and go ahead and grow it myself.
Shay said she got a tea tree and a eucalyptus on her desk. Um,
Okay, you clear,
child, let me
you
tell you.
clear, you trying to clear the energies with them?
That's what I was gonna say. You might want to start burning you some sage up in there, but they may not allow no burning. Yeah, ain't sure enough a fire. You shade and lit a fire over
Okay.
in the trash can. Talking about it's some sage. You finna let me see you on the 5 o'clock news, Shay. They gonna be talking about so and so got fired from their job. Shay pop on
She
cussing.
said she was
I'm
trying to
trying
clear
to
the
tell you
negative energies in the office. Then you gonna be a witch. I was just about to say. Then
yeah.
you not just gonna be angry. You gonna be a witch child trying to clear out them energies.
The classroom word talking about she started cussing Tuesday. When she got in the car, she told she been cussing ever since. Boy, when I tell you, I bet my daddy he probably halfway glad he retired. But I remember when my granny retired. And my granny never really said much about when she was like working. My granny was a domestic and worked for these white people. But the last white people that she worked for, I knew that she didn't too much care for them people. My granny used to work for a set of people who actually were really, really nice. Because although she didn't have a retirement plan or nothing. Even though she retired from them, they paid her every month. Like I forget how much they paid her, but like when it was her birthday, they would give her $10,000. But every month they would pay her like she was getting a pension, but she wasn't. You get what I'm saying? But
Mhm.
the
Wow.
last family she worked for was not like that though. They were
Mhm.
very much, girl, they didn't care for nobody. They treated all of their workers like trash because
Mhm.
they owned some stores around the city. They owned several stores and they owned land, so they had ranch
So
hands
they
and
thought
stuff.
they was better than other people.
Yeah, and
That's basically what it
I
is.
ain't
Because
gonna
if
lie
you're a
though.
domestic worker, you could be cutting the grass for whoever you are. You like you
Yeah, you
still
could.
just a
Yeah,
person. You
yeah.
know, you still
And
just
I
a
ain't gonna
person.
lie,
And
the
if you own all
one
that stuff, your mansion can burn down. You could lose your job. You could get arrested. Like it's so easy to become that person that you think you looking down on.
exactly. And when I tell you, I'm pretty sure, I'm not 100% sure. They had 4 children. I think their kids done ran through all that money. I think their family back broke again.
Mm.
They may have the land, but I know they don't have those stores. They closed all of their stores. I knew when they started closing the stores. I said, that's their kids. Their kids running through that money, and they don't understand how the money was made, and they don't understand how to capitalize and like make more money so you can keep things going. But by
Yeah.
now they may have sold their land. By now they may have sold those ranches. But the family who paid my granny the pension, I ain't gonna lie now. The lady was nice to begin with, but my granny did rear her children.
Mhm.
My granny, when she started had, that's why she worked for the lady's mother at first, but then the lady's mother didn't need her anymore. And she said, well, my daughter getting ready to have some kids, I think she may need some help. And so she started working for the lady's daughter because, like I said, the daughter was very pregnant. And I think 2 months after my mama worked there, she had her first child, and then she had twins after that. And this lady, she was one of them white women that she was
Hmm.
very well to do and all of this, and her husband had some high powered job, and they kind of didn't believe in raising their kids, you know.
Yeah.
And so my granny raised them. Um, but I
And that's
think,
a
but
common complaint, actually,
yeah,
from kids raised by wealthy people who work a lot and stuff. Is like they're gonna pay for you to have everything you need or what they think you need, but they need you.
exactly. Because
You
watch this,
know.
when my granny died, so my granny died, and they told me when the funeral was, and I came to town, and um, when they were having the wake one night, and they were having the funeral the next day. So daddy say, you want to ride with me to the wake? I said, come on, let's go. We rode over there. I knew family would be there, but when I walked in and half of the chapel, one half side was black and the other half of the side was white, I turned around, looked at my dad. I said, who are all these white for?
Right.
My dad say, girl, go sit your ass down. Hey, I tell you about that later. I ain't got time to tell you about that now.
Okay. You could have told me it
But
was
when
gonna look like this when we walked in.
exactly. So I sat down, and I thought the wake was gonna be pretty quiet, but they actually had remarks or whatever. So the people getting up talking was white folks, and of course they gonna explain who they are when they get up talking. Well, the 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 three people who talked the longest, that was them kids that my granny had more or less raised. And
Mm.
when I tell you, it took them a minute to get together. They was boo-hooing. They was
Yeah.
boo-hooing.
And that's
They
the
was
thing. It's
tore up.
like, do you
And when they
want
got
people
up
to
there,
love the person that's caring for your kids more than they love you? Because them kids is attached to her like a mama.
when I tell you, they got up there and was crying. So I'm looking like, I said, okay, now I ain't trying to rush you with her and get straight because I'm trying to
Like,
understand
damn,
why
y'all
you
trying
boo.
harder than us.
Exactly. Y'all boo horn. So, but when they got to talking, I quickly understood because they was like, if it hadn't been for her, we wouldn't even know how to fold clothes. We wouldn't know how to pray. She taught us how to pray. She taught us how to
Mhm.
all these different things. She was like, she
She
actually taught us
raised
how to
them.
be adults and things like that. One of them got married on my granny's birthday. Another one had they named their daughter. after my granny. You see what I'm saying? Like, and
Mm.
I didn't even know all of that stuff. Apparently people in my family knew that, but they never really said anything about it. Which my granny used to talk about them all the time. And I used to wonder why she talked about them so much. But like I said, my granny
You need
never
somebody as a baby and raise them. Shoot, ain't no way you
see, but
cannot.
see,
It's like being a community too.
my granny was so humble. She never really said I raised them. You get what I'm saying? She never
Yeah,
used those words. She just said I used to work for the Evans. That's all
right.
she ever said. She never,
But back
but
in them times,
it
that's what that
became
meant
very
because they didn't
clear.
raise their own kids. Like you said, they ain't even breastfeed their own kids for the
Exactly.
most
It
part.
became
So,
very clear to me at the funeral. Like, oh no, you really raised those kids. And then they spoke again at the funeral. They was broke up at the funeral. Cause even one of the sons said, I didn't cry like this when my mom and daddy died. They
that's
was
what
like,
I'm
we
saying.
kinda had we kinda had a little something and then we went on, buried them and went on, you know.
Yeah,
But
that's what I'm saying because the parents thought they were providing, they're like, here, you raise them. And she did. And that's what I'm saying. The connection is going to be everything based on the time you spend it with them. Like, regardless of what you providing.
yep. But yeah, they were like I said, they was saying how my granny was very instrumental in, their upbringing and learning how to be adults. And the one of them even said, if it hadn't been for her, I don't think I would have even went to college because I think he was thinking about doing something else that did not require him to go to college. And
Mhm.
my granny kind of talked him into going to school, and now he's a film maker, and he went to school for that. So but yeah, it was something else, and that's why I said, yeah, they get attached, and girl, because they was up there boo home. When I tell you boo home, um, I wasn't really crying to be honest. I usually don't, but see, I usually don't though. I don't know. I handle grief a little bit differently than
Differently.
some people. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with crying or whatever. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It's perfectly fine. I think I
I
just
mean, it's
handle.
healthy for some
I
people.
didn't really cry when my mother died. Even though, and somebody said it was like, but she died kind of suddenly. Which my granny was not ill either. She died of natural causes too. But I don't know. I just like I said, the last time I talked to my mama knew what was up. I told her I loved her. That was the last thing. So she knew how I felt, and we talked all the time. And it was sad to lose her, but
I
you know,
think everybody processes differently, and that's okay.
yeah, I agree. I think I definitely process stuff differently. Cause honey, some people I know they don't feel like they done due diligence unless they pull a casket to the floor. I'm telling you, I know some people like that. If
I
they
mean,
don't
I
jump
would
in the
like to
casket
hold
with
it
the person,
together,
they
but
have
at the
not
same
done their job.
time, I can't speak for things I haven't been through. I know daddy, I still cry over daddy like often. But
Okay.
I don't know. That's not even something I'm trying to do though. It just be coming out. So I'm like, oh shit, if you need to come out, it must be healthy for you to come out because
Yeah,
it's
I
not
don't
like
agree.
I'm
I don't
triggering it.
think people should hold stuff in if I don't think you should do that.
Mhm.
I don't think you should hold anything in. Um, because like I said, you shorten it,
You
shortening
sure?
that
That's what I'm
lifespan.
talking about. I'm letting everything out. Okay. I'm letting it all out. Crying, anger, joy, all of it.
Yeah, but
Keeps you
like I said,
light.
I do try to keep they, memory alive and things like that, and
Mhm.
do stuff in honor of them.
And you know
Um,
what you do? That's why I say everybody's different. Is your mom is always very relevant in what we're talking about all the time
of
in the
course, because
videos
she
and
taught
what
me
we
the most
learning
stuff.
from you. Yeah, so it's like we
Girl,
we
every day I wasn't homeschooled, but every day was a lesson with mama. You was gonna learn something.
mhm.
You- She used to tell you all the time, use your head for more than a hat rack. I'm
And
telling you,
we
she
get
would
to
say that in a
connect with
minute.
her as you share her with us. So
Yeah.
I do love that. I'll be learning. I'll be learning from your mama. Shoot. You see,
Girl.
listen.
You need to tell your daddy that we need a tour of his house next time. We want to see more than the pool next time.
Oh well, oh, look, me and you gonna have a private conversation about that.
Jesus.
I'll make sure to call you. Stay,
Yeah.
y'all to be continued on that one.
Goodness gracious.
I can't make no promises
Well,
on that.
look, I ain't want to talk because like I said, do I know my daddy? Yep. Do I know where he stay? Yep. Do we have a tight relationship? Nope.
Well, this time it ain't
And it's
him.
not.
It's that wife, but
Oh,
or
okay. Well, I mean, well, that's him by proxy. You get what
true.
I'm
He
saying?
chose
Like, 'cause
her.
like I told you before, I just got lucky that my daddy actually married another woman very similar to my mother. I think my daddy does have a type. I think he goes for a type of woman. And my
Mhm.
stepmother, that's why me and my stepmother, we get along more than me. Like when I tell you, like I said, I just got lucky. I can sit down and talk to Jackie like I
Yeah.
mean, like that's my mama, you know. But she's truly a mother, though, and my
See,
daddy don't
I
understand
know.
that because when she do things, why you doing this? Why I said them her kids, daddy, them her
Yeah.
kids. And though you try to say that you say that they're your kids too, but you don't act like it. See, that's the difference.
Well, not
Because
only
I ain't
that,
gonna lie,
you
I noticed the difference in the way that he treat me versus them. Granted, me and him don't have the greatest relationship. He still treat me better because he know I'm his blood. And I don't know if that's a man thing. I don't know if that's a trifling man thing. I don't know what it is. But it's funny how Jackie don't treat me no different, and I'm not her blood. But
yeah.
but
I
like I
think
said,
that
she's a
might be
mother.
a man
She had
thing,
three
but
children.
it might not be a man thing. I've seen some women. Girl, I just seen a video on TikTok. The lady talking about, my stepkid is mad because my daughter got the biggest room. They got two houses. They can go have a room at their
But you
mama
but you
house.
gotta but you gotta answer for that. And when you think you don't have to answer for that, you're gonna have to answer for that. What goes around comes around.
At the same time, we need to be choosing spouses that look like if I mean, I can't speak for other people because like me and my husband been together since we were in college and like we just have three kids together. But I would think that if we were separated and now I'm this person with kids, I'm not marrying or joining my life with somebody that I don't see have the genuine care and love and respect for my kids as they like. I'm
Tell me
not gonna
about it.
be with you and show up for my children to be feeling othered. So that's these people are not picking. Yeah, you your own person and you deserve to have your own relationship and stuff. But if you are a single parent, then now you have more stuff to consider
Yeah, and
when you're choosing your
your
spouse. You're
children
not
are
just choosing them
paramount.
for
Your
yeah.
children are paramount to all of that because I'm gonna tell you the stat that they put on TV, that uh I think they said it was like different levels. It was like when you find these spouses or these live-in boyfriends, and then how much the incidence of child molestation and stuff goes up. Like it's almost 80%.
Yes.
And I was like, oh, but see that lets you who you picking. And see, let me go further. I love Jackie to death, but Jackie, she could have picked somebody better than my daddy because it's amazing. My daddy has never whooped me, never laid a finger on me. My mama was the one that whooped me. I don't know why it was like that, but that's what it was in my household. My daddy never put his hand on me, and but he was whooping Jackie kids. And I walked in one time and he was whooping my stepsister. And I told him, Negro, go sit. I was 12 years old. I didn't care. I told him, I know I was like 14. I told him, Negro, go sit your ass down because you ain't even never whooped me before. What you whooping her before?
Right.
I said, what she do? He was like, she was supposed to vacuum or something. I said, well, holler at
Oh
her. It's
my
vacuuming.
gosh.
It's
Yeah.
vacuuming. He was really in there beating her ass. I said, just because all you had to do was holler at her and tell her to vacuum right now, she probably would have got up and vacuumed. And you in here whooping her ass? I said, you never even put your hands on me before. And then he was looking
Yeah, that's
stupid then.
crazy.
Because see, now the cat is out of the bag. See, they
Mm.
probably thinking he whooped me too. No, he never put his hand.
Right.
My daddy never put his hand on me, not once, not even tried. Now my mama would tear that ass down. She didn't give a
Yeah.
damn. But that was my mom. But I think I'm gonna tell you what I think it was. I never got clarification. I think between my mother and father, I think my mama let it be known, okay, she a girl, let me whoop her. I don't want you whooping her because she might think that that's normal for dudes to be putting their hands on. That's what I
Oh,
feel like. That,
that's
and I
probably
promise
true.
you, to this day, let a Negro try to put his, I kill you first. I'll kill you first. Please don't put
Yeah.
your hands on me. I'm just that crazy. Because my daddy didn't even touch me. So why would I allow you to touch me? You're
Mm-hmm.
crazy as hell.
Clausen will say it's a personal thing. Not every person treats their bonus babies with love and respect. I don't prescribe to the mistreatment. Had a wonderful stepmom. She was my role model. I had a stepmom. My dad, I met somebody when I was 8 years old. That I'll call her my stepmom. She came to my high school graduation. I graduated when I was 17. Pretty much, I think the summer after that, then my dad, I don't know what happened between them, but he was all of a sudden in Atlanta. Now, this
Okay.
lady that he married when I was pregnant with Mia, I always call her my dad's wife, and people be like, your stepmom. And I'm like, that's my
No,
dad's
my father's
wife.
wife.
Like, I
I
didn't,
said exactly what I
I'm
said.
old enough, first of all, when I met her to not need no more mamas. And
Yeah.
she's not very motherly either.
Yeah.
And I also wouldn't even choose her. He chose her. And then so
Yeah.
by marriage, now she's kind of like a family member or was
I
or
mean,
whatever.
yeah, by law, by whatever. These little
Yeah,
papers.
by whatever. So I ain't really, you know what I'm saying? Nah, I'm good. I think I'm good on stepmamas and all that.
Does she treat your sister the same way? Probably.
Well, I mean,
Mo-
I just feel like she's not motherly anyway. Like
Oh,
like
I
she's
feel
not
you.
mothering
Okay.
anyone. Like even when
Yeah,
her
okay.
daughter and son were little, like it was, the dad was really the more hands
Okay.
on. She was kind of like my dad, but a girl. So that's why they understood each other. You know.
Gotcha.
And
Yeah,
he's definitely growing. His
my father
grandfatherness.
was not. My father definitely, um, like I said, like I tell people, my father, the reason why I basically exist, and it took my mama to tell me this. So I'm the second grandchild. My uncle who was older than my father had a child first. And my daddy wanted to run the race because my daddy was my granny's favorite child. I don't really believe in that either, but that's, hey, that's on her. He
Right.
was my, and so he felt like he should have been the one to have a child first. But my uncle was older, so he did. And then my daddy was telling my mama, we need to have some kids. We need to have some kids to give my mama some grandbabies. My mama didn't really want to have kids right then, but she was married to him and she was like, it's my husband, whatever, whatever. So she did it. But that's basically, you get what I'm saying? So it kind of was a race. It was a race
Yeah.
to who could have grandkids first. That's
Not
more or
a
less
let's
what it
have a
was.
baby.
Yeah, and so and he lost the race ultimately as far as first grandchild, but I'm the girl. I'm the first girl. I'm the oldest of the girl cousins. I have an
Mm.
older boy cousin, my first cousin, like but yeah, that's kind of how, actually I have two older. I'm the third grandchild. I forgot about Justin. Justin's older than me too. But anyway, but yeah, like that's really, girl. So it wasn't even, my daddy wasn't, he didn't really want to be a father for being a father. He was too busy running a race. But then when I got here, he soon figured out, oh, it's more to having kids than just,
Right.
well, he figured it out too late though, because by the time he figured it out, I was already divested from him because I had been trying for 12 or 13 years to try to build a relationship with him, but he just was not, girl, he was not
I think
fatherly.
that's the difference too with the discipline. Because I remember, not that I talked to my daddy about parenting, but he be bringing up little stuff sometimes, and I be reminding him. But one day he was like, I didn't pressure you too much, and I was just, pretty cool with you about most things. And I was like, well, daddy, everyday parents can't be that cool.
No, they sure can.
Like,
See, you
because
can be
I'm
like
like
that because
responsible
you
for who
come
my
in and
kids
out.
become. Right. I used
Yeah,
to see
you
you
come
in the
in and out. So
summertime,
yeah,
daddy,
you
for a
trying to be
month.
cool because you want me to like you because you don't be here every day.
Right.
And I
I'm
and I
like,
know that, and I don't know when you gonna be here versus, see, and I
and
understand that
see, my
because my
mom
best
was
friend,
responsible for who I become. She, everyday
exactly,
parents are
because
responsible for how their children show up in the world. That's why
exactly
we don't get to be as cool as you are, because you get me for 1 month in the summertime.
Exactly, because that's how my best friend, that's basically the dynamic of her and her like her mother, which her mother didn't raise her fully. She really got fully raised by her grandparents, but her mama did more. The daddy was really in and out the picture. Like he would barely show up in her life. And that's exactly what she told me. She was like, "Yeah, my daddy, he was, when I was a kid, I thought he was cool because he was always fun and we always did fun things and he always
Yeah.
made sure that we had fun. But it took for me to get grown to really understand that's because that Negro ain't barely there. I'm seeing
Right.
him
He
once
got
every blue
stored up,
moon.
son.
Yeah,
From when he's not there, disciplining you and
exactly.
taking you to school and to the doctor and making sure that you get your appointments and when you're sad and reading
Mm-hmm.
bedtime stories to you. Like the everyday parents are exhausted. I had to tell my friend one time, well, she not my friend no more, but she was single at the time and she was complaining about like the something about taking her son to the daddy house. I was like, my kids, I can't drop them off nowhere. They daddy live here.
Hmm.
And
Tell
she
me
was
about
looking
it.
like, oh yeah. I was like, girl, like they're all just always here. Like when my husband get on my nerves, he still be here. The
Mm-hmm.
kids get on my nerves. The kids can get on my nerves and touch me too much. Then he'll come home and want to touch me too. And I'm like, I love you, but I'm overstimulated right now. Like Mia's hugged me 52 times today.
Oh Lord, have mercy. Yeah, they running a race for who can hug Mama Mo.
Child, I'm like, I seen something that said married women live shorter time than single ones. I said, Lord, that's probably true, Lord, because the amount of
It could be
stimulation,
it could be possible. It could be possible.
the
I know
amount of
sometimes my mama used to get sick of me, child, because she get home from work and I be, mommy, mommy, mommy. She said, girl, give me about 10 minutes, honey, because I ain't gonna be able
that
to handle it.
I be telling Naya, she be like, Mom. I'll be like, just just give me a
Girl, when it
minute.
was summertime, my mama be fast. It's too hot for all that affection. Get off of me. She'll tell
Fast.
me in a minute. It's too hot. Mama, it's cold. No, it ain't. It's hot. It be
That's
cold as
Mia.
hell. She be talking about it's hot. She ain't
Yeah,
care.
that's Mia. She hugged for so long. I'll be like, baby girl. I
Lord
feel
have
it. I
mercy.
thank you. I thank you. I feel it. It's long though, you
They
know?
must they must wait, but they must got that from their dad's side of the family.
Hugging? No.
Girl, you ain't have to say it like
Heck no.
oh
Right?
Lord have mercy.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. My
Oh
dad is a
Lord.
good hugger. He's a hugger for
Oh,
sure.
he can do that. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Hugging look, he need to run a
When
hugging
you
boot.
listen, when you get him in the room, he gonna pour all he can, and then but it's just when is he gonna come back is the question.
Oh, okay.
Everyday
Okay.
parents do it all. Them part-time, sometime parents, in my experience, they not. No, they can't, and they can't possibly pull away because they're not there. And but you know what? It can be done. Two parents can both be full-time parents and not be together. And I think that's a misconception. It's almost like because we not together, I can't be an everyday parent. But y'all can split up them drop-offs and pickups. Y'all can both show up to the
They can
doctor's
do it if
appointment
both people is
if
putting
both
in the
people
effort.
give a damn enough to do that.
Yeah, that be the thing. A lot of people don't want to put in the effort because see, I think what be happening is the people resent each other and they make up an excuse of why not to put in the effort. You see what I'm saying? Because very
Mhm.
rarely do you see people break up and they remain amicable towards each other. They usually break up and because see that was the issue with my father used to blame it all the time. He was resentful of my mother because my mother basically asked for the divorce. He made like he was trying to fix things, but no, he wasn't. He was actively and openly having a relationship with someone else.
And
And
most of the
my
time, once a married woman asks for a divorce, she been tired. She been done tried to work on
exactly.
it,
And
and
my
she
mom and they
been
had been trying to fix it for a good 2 years. And I didn't realize it as a kid, but now that I look back at it as an adult, yeah, she was doing most of yeah, she was doing most of the work of trying to put things back together. And this dude was sneaking and having a relationship with somebody, and my mama found out. And when she found out, that was a wrap. She was like,
yeah.
okay, well, I want a divorce then. She was
Yeah, I
at
don't
that
blame
point,
her.
she realized like it don't matter what the hell I do. You trying to have your cake and eat it too. And then he
And
pulled that
look,
same
and
shit
she
with
better
Jackie,
than
but the
me because
thing
I'm
is
not
Jackie
about to
stayed.
try to do nothing. If you stepped outside this marriage, I'm not trying to do anything. And that's me right now. I will start over right now. If you step outside my marriage, like I'm not even gonna try to fix it. Cause what is it? What did you what? You stepped out. It's over.
Yeah.
That's a wrap for me. Married women have to live short life. We absolutely do. But I ain't know till I was already in Clausen World.
Look, Army Chickadee say, Class and World, that's possible, but I'm planning to live to
I
105.
know that's right, Army Chickadee. I
I think
believe,
one
sis.
parent's
I
enough in the
believe.
White House.
What you doing with all these
Kids.
tangerines, Mia? Okay, you
Mia,
don't need to eat
Mia,
them all
bring
at
me a
one time.
tangerine.
She
Mia,
got
bring me a
5
tangerine.
tangerines.
That's all right. Look, 4 of them for me. Mia, 4 of them for me. I'm gonna save you.
Go
I
snack,
think
Mia.
I
I'll
think
be down in
one
a little bit.
parent stands in the way, causing so much drama. Kids should never be. You ain't never lied that
I think
kids
that's
shouldn't be
true
involved in that
sometimes,
mess.
and sometimes it'd be the mama to, you know,
It do.
block
It
it.
just. It depends on the
It
situation.
depends on
Like
the situation. I
it
don't want to
depends,
make
cause
it
I've
seem like
seen
it's
both.
just a
I've seen
man.
it where the woman cutting the fuck up. I've seen it where the man
Yeah,
cutting, and I've seen it where both of them cutting up. I've
yeah,
seen it all.
me too. I don't want to make it seem like it's just a man. Like it definitely depends on the situation. I mean, the kids suffer, and it sucks because as parents, we have to put ourselves on the back burner sometimes, or we have to push ourselves into uncomfortable positions for the best interest of our children, and a lot of parents are just not willing to do that.
Tell me about it.
Like they're just not gonna like they gonna take it petty to the end, whether kids are damaged or not, and it's really kind of that's really sad.
It is. It definitely is.
But yeah, what's sadder is the not everyday parents trying to get feedback. Like they need to stop that. We might have to do a public service announcement about that because even my daddy,
Girl.
I'm like, Daddy, everyday parents ain't that cool. Like, what do you be talking about, Daddy? You just be bringing up. We can talk about so many other things because this thing is not something that
Yeah.
you are
What
an
do it
expert
be when
on.
they what
Like,
is it when they want to bring up that type of stuff?
like
Like we
you
could
are
talk
not
about
someone to
anything. We could
talk
talk
about.
about baseball and all of it.
Cause I'm gonna be clear and say, okay, see, everyday parents can't be that cool. That's why you don't need to. That's not your lane.
Clausen World trifling here. Clausen World talking about I've been married 21 years. I'm gonna outlive him. I'm not gonna I'm I'm not going because you trying to put me in the ground. No,
No,
you
you
go.
go. That's right,
Jesus
Clausen World.
Christ.
I know that's right.
Clausen.
We gonna change that
Clausen.
statistic, baby.
Clausen. Jesus Christ.
Listen, I did tell my husband the other day. I said, you know what? I don't even want to be stressed. I'm just gonna continue to move in my purpose. So don't distract
Oh,
me. Even you, don't distract me.
what did he say
Okay.
when I bet you he just looked?
He said, okay.
He said, I'm not even gonna go there. I'm not even
Sir,
going there.
listen,
God.
give
Well,
me peace.
at least he knew how to choose his battles appropriately. He said, "I'm not finna battle that. I'm just finna go on." Cause
Yeah,
some people don't know how to choose their battles. I told my friend that I said, "Girl, you don't know how to choose your battles. You be fighting too hard, too long, and some of these battles you don't even need to be fighting."
true.
When I tell you in my old age, it depends on what it is, but I have learned how to say, "Okay."
Me tut.
Whereas when I was younger, I would go to war with your ass. Shit, no more. I'm not no more. Mm-mm.
Me too.
Okay. I ain't got time to be fooled with that. Okay.
Girl,
And
I muted
I
my
say
sister-in-law on
okay with
Facebook the other day.
anything. Woo, I will
I
say
said,
it
"Oop,
with
I ain't
grace.
gonna try to teach her nothing. I'm just gonna mute her on Facebook so I don't have to see it no more.
No, not the muting.
So then I can't see it no more. Then I don't care.
Yeah, I mean that's what you have to do sometimes.
I'm not gonna try to change your mind, girl. I ain't gonna bring up no discussion. I ain't gonna post up under there something that will clearly show you was contradictory. Cause y'all don't learn from me. I mute you. I mute you
Oh, that's crazy.
for
I
my
mean,
peace.
you ain't never lied, girl, cause I, like I said. throughout, I was telling my best friend, she reunited with this chick who she went to high school with. Now keep in mind, my best friend is 42. I'm 40, yeah, I'm 40, she 42. And girl, when she got to talking about this girl, I said, girl, you realize that everybody who, because she kept saying, well, I was friends with her first and all this. And I said, girl, what difference do that make? Because everybody is not intended to be in your life forever. Some of these
Forever.
people is intended to be in your life for a season. You're
Mm-hmm.
supposed to learn what you're going to learn and then move around. And, you know, she was kind of, I think she was kind of struggling understanding that. And I'm like, girl, because it's clear that the two are on two different pages of life.
Mm-hmm.
Like this chick, she done caught some charges for some stuff, and she apparently really likes to drink and drug. And I ain't talking about just weed. I'm talking about dibbling, dabbling, crack sometime.
Oh, I
All
didn't even
these
know you could
things.
dabble in crack, child. I thought crack would hold you the
Well,
first time it
she
grab you.
say she say it's dibbling, but I'm like you. I ain't never heard nobody dibbling no crack, but whatever she wanna say. But and I was like, girl, maybe y'all just need to just. She already said a girl don't really keep in touch with her. She said a girl change her phone number all the time. She said so she never has the same number. So um, she was like, the girl have to call her. But even when she call her like once a year or something like that.
Oh,
And I'm
okay.
like, girl, that ain't your damn friend to call you once a year. She only call you, check on you. I said, hell, if I ain't heard from your ass in a week, I'd be calling your ass. Girl, call me back.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Or at
girl,
least checking in, like, are you okay? Because I ain't heard
yeah,
from
are
you.
you lit? You still drawing breath? Is you living? Hell.
Right?
But yeah, that.
Fuck with, so he gonna tell me I'm gonna go at 85. Girl, now he picked the age. I said, so you put a number on that?
He
Okay,
said,
so
so
I'm
okay,
working
I'm
out
working
more.
out more.
Had to
Baby, I
throw
had a 39-year-old taking talking about me. Good morning, ma'am. I said, okay, go.
okay.
What makes me mad is when people my age try to ma'am me. Cause I ran into somebody yesterday, and I recognized him. And I said, didn't you used to work at such and such? And keep in mind, this person worked at this place 20 years ago. But I recognized him. I recognized him because he had you never met somebody with a certain type of personality, you ain't gonna forget that person. That's what it was. He was very funny, very jovial. He had a really, he was a cool dude.
Hmm.
And I said, did you used to work at such and such? And he was like, yeah. No, he said, yes, ma'am. I looked at him.
Man.
I said, Negro, you worked at that place 20 years ago and you going, yes, ma'am, me. I said, how old are you? He said 43. I said, I'm 40. There go your damn ma'am. He started laughing. I said,
Why
Negro,
you say ma'am?
don't get me wrong. I am used to 20-year-olds saying ma'am to me.
Me
But
too.
he had more gray in his head than I got in mine. And he talking about some ma'am. I said, you must ain't seen your head this morning. All that gray up there. You talking about some ma'am. We the same damn age.
But why I'm laughing at Army Chickadee and Clockwork?
Yeah, they crazy. I see
Y'all
what
say
Carson
y'all
work
gonna
on
outlive them
hubby.
husbands, huh?
Oh, he say hubby smokes and drink. Two things I don't do. So guess what? Well, Army Chickadee, me and you, we tell him I said we probably gonna outlive that ass. Every man in my family who smoked and drink, they did not outlive their wives. They was dead and their wives lived 20 something more years.
But you know what? The thing is that most wives outlive their husbands, but
Do
the comparison is between married women and single women.
yeah, and single women.
And single
Fact,
women are living longer than married ones. So we got to try to
facts.
outlive them.
Getting the exercise and the eating healthy 51 and ain't on no medications. I can do another 54. That's good. You ain't on no medications.
I
That's
know
real
that's
good.
right.
But see, when you have a determination to not be on medication, that's usually what happens. So once
That's
again,
the thing is that
goal
people are not
setting.
mindful. They just living. They just eating what society tell them to eat. They falling in a slump. They use the food and different stuff, medicine, drugs for depression and things. And we're not mindful of
Yeah,
moving our bodies or what we putting in our
yeah.
bodies, or even like some of the music and stuff you listen to, like that stuff feeds into your psyche. Like that can really change.
Do and they wonder why certain stuff I don't listen to. Like I was talking to somebody, this 20-year-old once again was talking, and they was talking about they was playing some rap song. I was unfamiliar with the song, y'all, but it was very aggressive. Something about beating bitches' asses or something. And I said, "Oh, this song here is very aggressive." And the little 20-year-olds around me thought that was so tickling. They was laughing so hard, and one of the dudes turned around and said, "But it's good music, though. It's good music." I looked at him like he was cross-eyed.
But what's
I
good
said,
about
I
it?
said, let me explain something to you, sir. I said, you're entitled to your opinion. I'm not gonna say that it's not good music. What I'm gonna say is, don't ever get in the car with me because you won't hear said music played in my car in my house. It's certain energies I don't let in my house. Let even growing up, like for instance, growing up, Juvenile, Cash Money, No Limit Records, all that little hood shit was real popular. Every
Hmm.
last bit of it. Some of it had good messages, some of it was trash messages. So, I kind of weeded through some things, but I wasn't ever really a super, like, for instance, I like what Master P does for the community. I didn't
Yeah.
love his music per se. Some of it, I get it. It's what he lived. But some of it glorifying some of this stuff, like that movie, I Got the Hookup. It's a lot of black folks do live like that. But at
Yeah.
the same time, was I trying to live like how them people was in the movie? No.
No.
I wasn't trying to sell bootleg phones and all this different like that. Like, you know,
Yeah.
Juvenile wasn't lying when he said, she got it from her mama. But listen to all the different stuff he talking about, because some of that stuff he talking about ain't positive stuff that she got from her mama.
Right.
Some of
Right.
it is and some of it ain't. So you have to weed through. But true, these messages and these ain't even no good message in the song now.
Oh
I haven't
no.
heard it. I
Some
haven't heard them.
people can't even
Unless you
understand what
listen to
they
like Kendrick
saying.
Lamar or
Can't
something.
even
Now
understand
Kendrick
what some
Lamar is a
people
little
not
different.
saying. Yeah, I
Yeah.
like Kendrick Lamar,
Yeah, he got
Common.
messages. But like
Even
these
in the
chicks.
beginning, Kanye, I liked his first album.
Yeah, then Kanye lost his cotton picking ass, man. He was
Yeah,
good
that's
at
why I say
first.
the first one. That first, I
Yeah.
liked the first one. I used to
When
listen
his
to
mama
it.
was living.
Yeah, whole thing.
But like these chicks, sexy red tip. I ain't now I haven't heard all her ain't no good messages in it.
I don't listen
Um
to her.
I girl, when
Um,
I heard a piece of a song. Once again, I'm out somewhere. And
Even Megan Thee Stallion, I know she's from here, and
yeah, but
I
nah,
saw
her
her
messaging.
documentary about her, her music and her mom and stuff. Like, I think I want to like her personality, but there's no music that I've heard that I can relate to too much,
Clausen
really.
crazy. Clausen talking about, look, I messed around and heard DMX this morning. I felt aggressive by the time I got to work. Guard your gate.
That's facts. Facts.
But
You was barking by the
DMX
time you
will
got
give
out
you that
the.
vibe. He will give you that vibe. DMX was popular then. I'm gonna tell you who else was popular. Bone Crusher. At my prom, when they played I Ain't Never Scared. Okay,
Oh
I'm gonna tell y'all
yeah.
again. My school ran by a bunch of white folk, but the students was black. When they started talking about I Ain't Never Scared, and we all went to the floor and was all of us was hollering in unison. I ain't never scared by 200 Negroes. When I tell you I have never seen such fear be struck into them white folks before.
Right?
They told the DJ, turn that off. They went over there and said, turn that song off. That guess we was and we weren't finna do nothing. We were just on the
No,
dance
y'all
floor
were just
talking
hyped
loud.
up.
But baby, I think they thought we was finna take
It was
over
gonna be
something.
a
I don't
riot.
know. They thought we was finna tear the hotel down. We in the Hilton. I guess they said, oh, we're not finna let them tear up this good furniture. We was up in there. But yeah, I won't never. DMX was the same way. When he started barking and stuff at the pep rallies, they had banned certain artists at our pep rallies that's like to play their music during the play because of
Yeah.
how
'Cause
aggressive
you
the
might
crowd
raise
was.
the wrong kind of energy. That ain't the type of energy they trying to raise at the pep
At
rally.
least, at least. Now, let me say this. I think if we had black administrators that kind of knew, because like Man, we weren't finna do nothing. We was just getting hyped
Yeah.
for the football game. But they didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
then once again, this is when you go to these schools that's ran by these people who they think the students is savages. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? That's what you get. Cause I notice now they can play that stuff at my high school now, but because it's ran by black people, girl, them kids ain't finna really get out of pocket. They singing
No.
that stuff, and most of them kids they ain't even never seen a gun or nothing like that. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? Cause them kids got it better than like they parents, cause they parents is in my generation, and a lot of us are doing better than when. Cause I remember when it was a ton of single mothers, a ton of girl. I went back to my high school for a game. It was so many parents that were still together, and I was happy to see that because they'll try to say ain't no black parents together. That's
Oh
a lie.
yeah.
It was so many parents. I was like, wow, it's way more couples than. Did you see some single parents? Yeah, but it was way more couples than when we was in school. And when I tell you
Hmm.
the parking lot when we leave, all the Mercedes and all these different vehicles, and I'm not saying that mean you wealthy, but you had a decent enough whatever to get a
You're keeping
Mercedes.
it
That's
together
better
a
than
little
baby.
bit,
All them
you
little
know.
hoopies we was riding in. So shoot, they got to be doing a little better, at least a little.
Yeah.
At least they making it look a little better. So
Yeah.
but yeah, them administrators aren't scared of those kids, but
Also,
they're
you
black.
can channel it. A black administrator, like, okay, say for instance, we doing a little, we getting ready for our testing or something like that. You know what I'm saying? A little, I ain't never scared. Like, I
Yeah,
ain't scared of this. You can channel it,
yeah,
or you can make it in a way that is empowering
and
for the
I'm sure
kids
I'm
if you
sure that they do.
understand them. You
And
know,
I'm sure that they probably do those things when they have stuff. I'm sure that they probably do. Like I said, and that's why I said the
that's what you can
microaggressions. I
relate to the kids.
I had 12 grades and 18 years of all that microaggression, honey. Please, I was so sick of them white folks. I said that I was at a Grambling game, and it was so funny because we were playing. I don't know if you're familiar with that school. It used to be called Texas A&M Commerce, but
Yes,
it's now called East Texas A&M. That's what it's called now, East Texas A&M.
I didn't know they
Um,
changed the name, but I'm
yeah,
familiar with the first name.
yeah, that's the one I knew because I knew several people that went to that school. Um, but we were playing them, and we played them in Grambling, and I was in line because we have food. Like you can get regular concessions, but we got food trucks at the game too. Like we got barbecue, we got fish, we got
Mm-hmm.
jambalaya, we got other stuff. So
Food, food.
I don't get that nachos with the cheese. I'm in the line to give me a fish plate.
Yeah.
And this lady was behind me, and that's why I like it because you can be fast friends with anybody. This older lady, she had on some Grambling stuff, and we just struck up a conversation and got to talking. And it was two more black people behind us. And I didn't realize that they were actually from the other team school. They was from East Texas A&M. And so we got to talking. I was talking to this older lady. I say, because we was talking about something. I say, well, yeah, that's why I went to HBCU anyway to get the hell away from them white folks. And when I tell you, several people fell out. I said, y'all think I'm joking? So the
That's
ladies
why
that
it
was
be
from
funny though, because you for real.
yeah, but the women from Texas A&M Commerce. Well, one of them said with an accent. That's interesting. I've never heard anyone say that before. And I asked, I said, where you from? I knew she was from somewhere in Africa, but I'm not finna
Right.
guess your country. She said, I'm from Africa, but she wanted to move on real quick. I said, no, 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 don't move on. What country? And I think she said Nigeria. And I thought about
Girl.
you. I thought about you. But then I said, okay, cool. I said, cool, cool. I said, one day I'm going to the motherland. I said, real soon, real soon. I said, but yeah, I came to an HBCU to get away from the white folk. I said, my mama called herself putting me in a school that had a rigorous curriculum and things like this. And I said, that was cool. I got a good education. I can read good. I can count good. I can do all this stuff. I said, but the microaggressions. I said, 18 years worth of well, I started going to school when I was 4 years old. I went to pre-K then. So 14 years of every day, 8 hours a day, with the exception of the summers, microaggressions all day, every day. And a lot of this stuff, you don't understand it and process it until later on. You just wonder why, when you're 18, you're so damn tired. I'm tired. And then when you come to a place when it's nothing, it's mainly black instructors, and they showing you and telling you you can do it. You
Yeah.
feel all of a sudden you feel comfortable. A weight lifted up off of you. And when
Yep.
I tell you what I got through talking to that woman, she said, "Should our grandchild be going to this school?" She was talking about East Texas
Yeah,
A&M, Texas A&M
you see
Commerce.
when you talk to black people how you learn things.
And then we bonded
But you
over because
gotta be open.
come to find out, both of them live in Dallas. Cause that's what they got to ask me, like, where you from? I said, well, I grew up in Dallas. So I'm from Dallas. I said, but yeah, I said I could have went to school in Texas. I just, chose not to, whatever, whatever. I said I didn't care where I went to school at. I said once I went on one HBCU campus, I said if this the vibes, I said I don't care which school I go to, I'm going to HBCU, cancel it. I said all this other stuff I can't handle it. I really cannot.
Yeah.
Was it perfect? No, it was not perfect at a HBCU. It'll never be no, but no school is perfect though. That's the thing. When
No.
people be like, "Oh, HBCUs this, that, and other," I said, "But how much shit you putting up with at that school you at?" Because the
And
chick
that's the
tried.
thing for me is we willing to put up with more stuff from other people. I'd rather put up with from my own people then. I'm gonna work on it with them because
Because
they mine.
let me explain to you
Rather than
how.
let other people abuse me, I'd rather work with my own. Shoot.
Let me explain to you how. When our alumni chapter interfaces with the young people who either want to go to school, thinking about going to school, because even though our alumni chapter is for Grambling, we just try to advocate the kids get an education. That's the main thing. If you go to
Yeah.
Grambling, great. But we advocate for you to get an education. And very often time I would tell people, I say, I prefer if you a black child for you I prefer if you any child at this point, because even the white kids benefit from going to
They
HBCU.
do. They
And
do.
I say, I would rather you go to HBCU, but the end goal is for us to get you into school and to get you to start thinking about what do you want to do with your future, because you're not going to be young for forever. So when I interface with the children, I try to be honest with them. I tell them, I said, look, let me be real with you. I'm not going to paint no fairy tale pictures for you. These are some of the things we battled when we was in school. I said, I still talk to students now. These are the things they're battling now. It's not going to be perfect. And if you walk into it thinking it's going to be perfect, yeah, you're going to be fast to say, let me go to this school, let me go to that school. I said, but you're going to do like some of these people, you're going to leave and then you're going to bring your ass back because you're going to think it's green over there, but it's not. The grass ain't green over
No.
there. And so, but I'm honest with them. And a lot of time I see them later and they be like, man, thank you for telling me. Cause man, this little stuff I'm dealing with, it was easy for me to tackle it because you had already told me about it. Just
Hmm.
be honest. Be honest. I don't know why people think you can't be honest with the young people. Young people know what you're saying. You know, talk to them like they regular people and just, you know, tell them what's up. And that way they can don't send them in blind and thinking it's gonna be fairy tales and roses all the time, because it's not. Nothing in life is. It's just like
Right.
you're gonna have to learn how to deal with some stuff. You're gonna have to learn how to suck some stuff up. Um, but yeah, it's just like, and thankfully, a lot of these kids they've gone on to, most of them do go on to HBCUs, but I don't think it's any one of them that comes to our stuff regularly that hasn't gone to some type of school, and even if it's a trade school, they've gone to do something. Cause
Which is
we,
super important. They're getting rid of like the importance of trades, but I'm like, the trades are always gonna be needed. When we just talking about how Mexican people could build them up a house, like you
girl,
know how
the
much
idea that
money
they
we
talking
can
about getting
save
rid of
or make.
trades, the idea that they downplaying trades when who gonna do the welding? Who gonna do the electrician work? Who gonna do the plumbing? Who gonna do the
Right,
carpentry? Who's supposed to do this stuff if they don't know how to do the stuff?
right.
You can't do every single job on a computer.
No,
Today you can weld on a computer. Which they may come up with something like that. I don't know. Well, maybe what they're gonna do is get robots to do it. And I had forgot about that. Is that what they figure they're gonna do? Get the robots to do?
I guess so. I went somewhere the other day and we didn't even like to put the order in. People was back there making the food, but nobody. They were like there was no cashier. I was like, damn, this somebody's job. Now I got to order for myself and then tip y'all. Wow, this is like a to go little thing right here. Who am I tipping? Did nobody even take my order?
All right,
Right.
Army Chickadee. We'll see you. Have fun.
Gotta
She
run.
said
I'm
she
taking it.
Dr. Black class. I want to say this on Nubia. I'm not not
We
completely
need
sure.
tiebreakers.
What years did your sister and brother-in-law go to Graham? They probably went during the glory days. I went during the time when we were actually having accreditation issues. That's why my uncle really didn't want me to go there. He wanted me to go to SMU, but I refused to go to SMU. I love my uncle, but it's funny how misery loves company. SMU put him so much in debt. He did not pay his school loans off until he was 56 years old. And when he was telling me to go to SMU, because SMU is private, when he was telling me to go to SMU, what he said to me was absolutely asinine. He was like, "You want to be in the band? SMU, they march high knees too." I looked at him. I said, "So you're
That's
comparing
it.
SMU's band to a HBCU band? Is that what we're doing?" And I told my uncle, I said, "Respectfully, love you, uncle, but you still paying on your student loans. There's no way in hell. I'm not. My student loans are paid off. I'm 40, and they've been paid off for about 6 years now. Like, and I'm not saying everybody's able to do that, but what I'm saying is, why would you sign me up?" To have as much debt as you. SMU was not offering me any money. Grambling was offering money.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Now, did I have a full ride? No, but SMU wasn't giving me a full ride either.
That won't give you nothing.
Exactly. And I'm looking at him like, your black ass, they ain't give you a dime. And they claim they want minority students, but won't hardly pay for them to be there. Then you don't really want them then. You know that minority students usually are marginalized, don't have any money.
Right. That's true.
But it's crazy to me. And he wanted me to be in the same misery that he in, 56 years old, paying for student loans.
I think also like our older generation don't realize that we are not in the same, like they respond to our issues as if it's during their time. Like even you realize they don't even realize how much, like, just get a job and buy a house. Okay, houses don't cost the same now, right? And you do
And
know
it's
that
it's not
minimum
even
wage
it's
ain't
not
went up
even
in
yeah.
freaking,
And
you know
that's
what
what
I'm
I was gonna
saying? A
say.
decade. Like, what you mean? Stuff costs more now. They building it cheaper now. You know what I'm saying? You can't even, it's hard to even live on a one income household now if you have like a
Girl,
family, the way they
girl.
just used to the dad go to work and the da da da. I don't even have that. I work from home.
Because watch this.
Homeschool, work from home, like especially in San Diego, I had steady money coming in from crystal shop jewelry.
Yeah.
It- it's just not like, it's like y'all responding to 2025 issues
With
with
1963.
1970, right?
Cause see, I'm gonna go even further. It ain't even just the price of the houses. It's the fact that the ratio, like prices of houses have gone up, but the pay has not. If anything, it's went backwards. Like if you
Right,
compare, like if you adjust for inflation and all of these things, you have to adjust for your money don't go as far no more. And
right.
you know what I'm saying? And they should know that based on, for instance, my granny didn't have to work.
Mm.
She chose to work, but she didn't have to. My grandfather's income paid all the bills and then some. My granny kind of, she did what she wanted with her money. If she wanted something, or if she wanted something for the kids, or if she wanted to put money back, well, she actually put a lot of her money back. Um, that's just crazy. Like I think about my mom's mom. She was a single mother with three children and owned her home. That should tell you something.
My
And she
mom
wasn't
too.
working
My
she
mom,
wasn't working two or three jobs. She was working
but
one
my
job.
mom
My
was
mother had to work two jobs to stay in the house that she was paying for. That should tell you something.
right. And even now, like, I would say my husband, he covers the bills, but then it's like, because stuff goes up so much, all the other stuff you want to do, like for your kids and different things like that,
Or if you just
sports
want to
and
do, sometimes you
us,
just
we
want
just
to have a
want to have
leisurely time and
fun
go out.
or vacation. We definitely have less, wiggle room. I mean, as a society right now for that, because as a people, like, the pay has not gone up.
Yeah.
And they seem to be trying to get way closer to paying you nothing for more work. It seems to
Tell
be
me
going
about it.
backwards. Hard to
Tell me
find a
about it.
job and definitely hard to find one that's gonna pay you a living freaking wage. And it's like
Exactly.
older people are like, well, all you gotta do is just, work and pay your bills and you'll be fine. Like it's not 1963, y'all. It's
Yeah.
2025.
Oh, they
Yeah,
went to the Gram in
2025.
94. 94 wasn't a bad time. 94 was straight. It was the early 2000s when 94 is probably when the SHIT started with, you know, people stealing money and embezzling and doing that type of thing.
Mm.
That's what led to accreditation. Like the accreditation, and that's what a lot of people didn't understand. They thought that accreditation meant the
Was the
academics went down.
education?
It
Yeah.
wasn't the academics, it was accreditation based on finances. And when I got in school, that's when I learned that actually accreditations at schools is not really based on academics. It's based
Nope.
on your books. It's based on finances. Like, do you have enough money, or or does is it money missing? Like you can't show where this money went. And
Mm-hmm.
that's what it was for Grambling. If we had some leaders in place that was blatantly stealing money, just girl, I don't know if it was a school called Bishop College. It used to be in Dallas. It was a HBCU. That's where Freddie Haynes went to school at. He went to Bishop, and it's some other famous people went to Bishop. But anyway, that school closed, and the guy that was one of the administrators at Bishop that led to it closing, because it closed because it didn't have enough money. Girl, he was working at Grambling, and then when he left Grambling, he went to Morgan State and tried to say I believe he was systematically going around HBCU to HBCU trying to close them. And he was a black man. I firmly believe he had Stockholm syndrome. Either that or some white people paying him to do that. Because he would just get in leadership positions and just steal money, just do
That's what
anything.
they do. They can always find somebody, one of us, to do that stuff. That's what they do in Africa now too. They get one leader
Mhm.
that's good, and then they kill them off and put somebody they could pay. It's really a shame. It's sad that somebody's always willing to go against, either the students or the community or whatever for a dollar. And it's really sad and kind of funny when they're done using that person too, because it's like you really think you're in.
Candace Owens.
You
Candace
really
Owens.
think you in.
Because they say
And when
Candace
they done
Owens.
with you token, she
Because they,
cried harder for what's his name than the wife, didn't she?
baby, but they said something about Candace Owens saying something. They said something about, she said something negative about Trump or something. Let me tell you something. If I was Candace Owens, and Candace Owens, if you ever hear this or see it, you won't. But baby, turn your cameras off and get somewhere and sit down, because when that French president get through with you by calling his wife a man over and over and over, and they got that lawsuit on your ass.
I'm about
When
to
you
say
get
they
through,
suing her.
when you get through, you gonna be them people nanny for the next 12 generations. They will keep
Ooh.
you alive just so you can be their nanny, because you won't be able to pay that money, Candace. I'm just here to tell you, you better leave folks alone. That
Yeah,
was
I don't
so
know who she thought
idiotic.
she was.
That was
Why did
so
she even do
idiotic
that?
why she kept doing that, because
What was
here's
the
the thing.
point?
First of all, you're so ignorant. The lady had just had a baby 4 months ago. Somebody that's born biologically a man cannot have a baby, at least not as of right now. The science don't exist.
Right.
Like the trans people who you see are pregnant and they're really pregnant, they were born
They're
a woman.
women.
Yeah,
Right.
they were born a woman. They may identify as a man, but they were born a woman. But the idea that she said that, and that woman had just had a baby 4 months before, it's obvious that she has to be like, what, you think she laid up in the hospital bed and pretended to have a baby? Like, get
But
out of
also,
here.
I'm trying to figure out what was the point and the relevance of her talking about her in the first place, like whether she was a man or a woman or
And she
anything.
kept
Like,
on,
what
and
is she talking about?
then after they said they was gonna sue her, girl, she was stupid enough to double down, and she said, "This is how you know she really must be a
Man,
man, because if you have to sue somebody in a whole other country, that must mean what they were saying was the truth."
Candace Owens. That don't. She's slow, but we know that. We know that.
can't tell how somebody got as much money as her. She didn't quite get that wrap, the all the way wrap. It just barely it come around and stop. That rap, I swear to God, I'm so sick of her head. I said, I wish she'd buy her some good
That's
weed.
because she
All
ain't in
this money
touch
you
with her
getting from these white
blackness.
folks.
That she can't get the white the rap is reserved for us, and she has decided not to be one of us, and now her hair is forsaking her.
Well, her hair is crying for mercy because I got news. Candace so pitiful. Did you see when she went on the Breakfast Club? Now this was a while ago when she called herself trying to get in good with the black community, and they tried to school her on black church. And they, you know how sometimes you say some sayings, and if you was raised in black church, you gonna know them sayings. Like sometimes when they say, God is always on time or whatever. People are
Yeah.
finished with. Child, they said something like that, and she just looked crazy. And they was like, "You don't know that? You don't know the rest of it?" No, no. What is it? What? And they was like, "Ooh, we can tell you didn't grow up in black church."
Right.
And then they told her what it was. And she said, "Oh, I've never heard of that before. I've never."
Well,
Candace,
that's she wants her proximity to whiteness. She believes that that makes her better and
better
more
than
special.
yeah.
And but now they're done with her. Besides her husband, and she married a white man, she could keep him. What's she
Did
crying
and,
over?
and and let me tell you how somebody said that white man tired of her foolishness because they said he making her look bad because I think he's a businessman or something. Like her stupidity
Mm.
is, but see, this is my
Especially
thing
because you're not
as a
finna get me
business.
sued with you, girl. You trying to go against people getting sued for something that's not even something to believe in. That's why I was like, why is she talking about her being a man? Like what are you talking about? You don't have no purpose right now.
Why do you care though?
That's
That's
what I'm
that man.
saying.
That's
Like
that man
what?
wife. She don't pay none of your bills. Why do you care?
That makes
I
no
don't care
sense.
if the
Like she's
man
trying to be
married a
relevant.
kazoo. I don't care.
Right. That's his business.
Hello. I don't care if he married a giraffe. That's his business. I don't care nothing about the French president.
I never
He don't be
understood why she was talking about him in the first place or talking about something like that. That's irrelevant to anything, to anybody else's lives besides the president and his wife. Like that was so weird to me in the first place.
a lot. But France did clown the taste out of her mouth when she went over there. Because I forget she said something really stupid and they started booing her. But like I said, she didn't say anything about the French people. It's like she wanted to attack their leader. And girl, I don't know what that was about. I really don't.
It sounds like a lack
Um,
of accountability. Like you said something stupid, they booed you for it. And then you didn't go think about what you said. You started saying more
oh
stupid
no, she
stuff.
never thinks about anything she said. Because like I said, she's back and forth between black folks and white folks every 5 seconds, and I'm tired of it. And
She's
we have
trying to be, but I
and
think
we
neither
we
side
let
is
her know
claiming her at
several
this point.
times you are not invited to the cookout.
Right.
Just stay over there. Stay
And
over
now
there.
they don't want her. So now she's just by herself.
She really should just lay down and focus since she's so conservative and believes in focus on pleasing your man. Turning on those cameras has nothing to do with pleasing your man. Shouldn't you be around there? I wish I could be over at her house. I wish I knew where she lived when she started filming. I walk in, you need to be in here cooking and cleaning and
Okay.
having babies. Where your babies at? Cause she ain't had baby the damn first. Where your baby at? Since you so conservative and you want to live like how they say live, you supposed to be barefoot and pregnant up in
And
here cleaning and
pregnant.
cooking.
And at the house, child.
That's all you supposed to be doing. You ain't supposed to be doing nothing else. How dare you try to have a platform? You know
And a
they don't believe
career.
in that. They don't believe in that. It's
That's
just
true.
the way she contradicts herself 24/7. It just be so crazy.
That's why I think I didn't see that Breakfast Club because I don't even be watching stuff with her on it
I don't
no
fool with
more.
the Breakfast
The
Club
only
either
time
because
I watch, yeah,
Charlemagne, I can't. I really all of them, cause that old Yee girl, that Asian, that Yee girl, they done let her think she's black and she gets carried away, and it
I think
bothers
she
me.
off of there now, ain't she?
Oh, maybe she is. I don't know. See,
Now
I
they
don't
got
watch either.
just hilarious
Oh, okay.
on there, and still Charlemagne and what's his name, and then there's another girl I don't know her name, but I think she just came in to help while Jess went to have her baby.
Cause I ain't gonna lie, I watched the Dame. I watched the clips of the. I didn't watch the whole interview. I watched the clips of the Dame Dash. Dame was clowning Charlemagne so bad. I didn't know Tayana Taylor went on there and clowned him too. See, my
Okay, I'm gonna
thing,
have to check that one out because I didn't see that either. But I
girl,
like her.
she did it real sweet, like, but she checked the shit out of him. She said, see, you going too far. I don't even know what Charlemagne was joking about, but he was joking about something about her family or a family member or something. And she said, see, you go too far. See, and she said, because you play too much. You don't even know when to stop. And Charlemagne was like, I don't even know why you getting mad because you don't take nothing seriously. You say I joke a lot, but you don't take nothing. She said, yeah, I don't take nothing seriously. She said, but something you say but you go too far. Sometimes you have to stop. You don't went too far. And a real friend would tell you when you gone too far. Girl, I was
Yeah.
hollering. I was hollering. I was like, but see, let me say this though. This is what I don't understand. Charlemagne worked up under Wendy Williams. Wendy Williams made a whole platform of doing nothing but talking trash about primarily black people on the radio, then went to TV.
Facts.
I did not know nothing about Wendy Williams on the radio. I watched her show for 10 minutes and I turned it off. I could not. I
She
could
just
not
sit up and
handle.
talk about people. That's it. Like
That's
it's like just
all.
gossip
And
and
then
negative,
talk
and it
about
don't
stuff
never be
you
good
don't
stuff.
even know. Talk
Yeah,
about stuff you don't even know because it
and
threw
stuff
me.
I don't want to know.
It threw me all the way off. I was like, because my auntie was like, "Oh, I like Winnie Beans." And when she told me that, I said, "See, and this is why I don't fool with you." I said, "Because see how you sit up here and you like a woman, all she do is talk trash about people who she don't even know, who she probably aspire to be. She probably jealous of them people, and then she be
Probably.
getting it all from these tabloids and all of this stuff that none of this stuff is proven to be true." I said, you as a Christian shouldn't even, because my auntie claims she's such a fire and brimstone Christian. I said you shouldn't even like all of this because this is considered gossip. This is considered gossip.
Mm,
I said, so how are you liking this? I said, furthermore, um, Wendy Williams, when she said that mess she said about HBCUs being racist, Wendy Williams, sit your
oh, I
ass
didn't
all the
hear
way the fuck
that.
down because HBCUs are the only institution where throughout their whole history, you can never find them discriminating against poor people, women, or anybody. There are plenty of HBCUs that actually have more white alumni, because I can't forget what that one is, something Maryland Shores. It's on the East Coast. They have more white alumni than they have black alumni historically. You want to know why? Because in that area, all the schools would not allow poor people to go to school. They didn't matter who you was, black, white, whatever. If you was poor, you couldn't go. So those white people picked up and went to the HBCU when it opened, and they went to school and got degrees there. That was the only way they was able to get degrees. So for you to sit up and say that they're racist, HBCUs never deny anybody an education. If white
Well,
people truly
she's a
wanted to come
pawn.
there,
That's that. You know that those people are handled. They're
yeah,
handled and they're told to say certain stuff. But she never was bringing any positivity
nothing.
anyway. And I feel like Charlemagne he pushed too, and people be getting on his ass sometimes. And I be like, get
They
on.
do, and my point of bringing them to was Charlemagne worked for Wendy Williams, and she was his mentor and thing. And I don't think he'll ever change because at the end of the day, I think he's happy with them people paying him whatever they paying him, and this is that and other. That's who you learn from. That's all you do is just you constantly, you can't. The only interview I've ever seen him not act a fool is when Jennifer Lewis was on there. That's the only one I saw him actually be quiet and be respectful and let Jennifer Lewis just talk. Now, why he
Mm.
did that, I have no clue. But
I
a lot
mean,
of these
people
other
get paid
interviews,
by comments, rage baiting. Like the more comments, they don't care if it's positive or
yeah,
negative. It's the amount of attention, the amount of people gonna watch, the amount of comments. So some of us actually care what that content looks like, and some of us just don't give a damn. Like,
I
period, they
guess
can
I
get
guess
paid.
so. Because it's somebody else got Charlemagne together. I'm not exactly sure what he does. I think he's an artist, but his name is Sir something. And Charlemagne was like, that sound like somebody that was born in the hood, but they trying to be bougie. That dude got him all the way together. He say, wait a minute, hold on. He say, but that's what my grandmother named me. That's on my birth certificate. And that's what you're gonna call me today. Because sir, whatever was a way for people, they always know that they have to respect me because it's in my name. They have to address me as sir. And I said,
I
oh,
know that's right, sir.
baby, he cooked because I can't remember if his name was Sir LaShawn or Sir. It was Sir something. But I, like I said, I'm not familiar with the young man, but you could tell he wasn't taking. Baby,
Yeah.
you will get up off of me. He said, and that's what you're gonna address me as today. And but see, and then somebody in the comments said it. They was like, Charlemagne the God, that ain't even his real name. Somebody calling himself the God have nerve enough to be mad because somebody actually has Sir in their
In their
name. And they was
name.
see, but you picked that the God myth. Cause I'm
Right.
like Cat Williams, when Cat Williams called him Charmin the dog. That's
I always just say Charlemagne. I'm not gonna say the whole thing because I'm not calling you. Oh God.
girl.
But okay.
Because you're not a god stretch of imagination. Because when Dame Dash asked you something about molesting those little girls, you want to change the subject real quick. And
Right.
I'm not saying I'm in love with Dame Dash. I'm not
But
saying
I
that.
mean, if
But
you
I'm
need to
just
be
saying
checked, hey, he was the one that was available for the
Dame
checking
Dash
that
came on
day.
there and said, he said, but see that's because you real feminine though. See, anything you do, you be real feminine. See, you always take the feminine side of something. Dame was cooking him left and right, was just cooking. And I was
Mhm,
like,
he was.
ooh,
And who was that baby that came on there and was like, I came just. Baby wasn't even doing the interview. He was like, I came just to tell you to keep your name, my name out your mouth. Like,
baby
we
who?
not
The
even
rapper?
having, huh?
Who
Excuse
baby
me.
who?
The rapper? What's his name?
Yeah, you talking about I believe I know you talking about up on the Birdman and them on
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
with Lil
yeah.
Wayne and them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Baby,
That's
he didn't even do
see,
the
and let me
interview.
be all the way real with
He
you.
came and sat down just to say, Charlemagne, I came
Just to
just
tell
to
you to keep.
tell you to keep my motherfucking name out
Let me
your
explain.
mouth.
And ain't he from New Orleans? Ain't he from New
Yes.
Orleans?
Yep.
Okay, now
He from New Orleans.
see, Sharman the dog better be careful because uh, that's one thing I do know. People say they wonder, I'm putting it like this: the New Orleans men, they are different beasts. Like New Orleans ain't as big a city as New York, LA, these places. But you got to be especially if you of a certain age in New Orleans.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you something. When I was in college, you couldn't turn from me in a New Orleans dude. You want to know why? They was sweet as sugar, but they was hard as a hammer. Now they were never aggressive with me, but don't try to test their manhood or nothing. They don't take no
That's
L.
it.
They
Yeah.
don't take no
And I
L
think
at all.
sometimes when you in the public eye and you got a lot of money and stuff, you just dealing with everybody like they the same. And those people might be in your studio and they might be famous. But they're still people and they're still from where they
Is
from. And to their
is
core, you know what I'm saying? And half of them don't really give up to lose
they don't
any
and
of
see that's what a lot of people don't understand about New Orleans, and that's what I like about New Orleans. Like they kind of gonna tell you what it is, and like they respect. Like even if
right.
we disagree, I will respect you for disagreeing with me. You get what I'm saying? But like
Right.
you don't if you don't respect me, it's finna be over. Like they don't really play around with
And it's
all of that
quick. It's a
foolishness.
quick switch too. Like don't
Yes,
play with
it's
me.
real quick. And they're gonna tell you probably once one time, and
That's
after that
it.
it's over.
Charlemagne the God's name giving him at
Yeah,
birth.
somebody called him Leonard. Somebody was
I
in the street
saw
and called
that.
and called him by his name. Said Leonard, Leonard, and
Oh,
he tried to play
Lenard.
crazy. Yeah,
That's it,
Leonard. They called him
Lenard.
by his name, and I didn't know who they was talking about. And when I went and googled it, I got tickled. I said,
Wasn't
"Lord, they done did their
it
research."
wasn't it what's the comedian? Oh, Monique.
Yes, that's who
It
it
was
was.
Monique because he called her
Was
donkey of the day and she said,
sure
what
did, and she
make
took
me the
her
donkey
ass
of the
on
day?
there.
asking for money that I have earned. What makes me the donkey of the day? They
Yeah,
be
that was
shading
ignorant.
Charlemagne. He ought to be ashamed of himself the way that he be acting sometimes. Because when Monique talked to him, I was like, you better tell him. Because everybody try to clown Monique. You
They
know,
did, they
they
did,
try to
and I
clown her
knew.
like she
And
hadn't earned.
the
I
killing
grew up
part
watching
is,
Monique. She had done a lot of work, a lot of stand up, a lot of acting, a
yeah,
whole lot. Like they try to clown her
and
like
not
she
only
don't
that,
deserve money that people are getting paid.
not only that, let's go further. We're gonna go back to what I said earlier. Monique is from Baltimore.
Right.
Baltimore is another one of those cities that they straight shooters. They're very straight shooters in Baltimore. You meet anybody that's like Monique and grew up very street savvy, they straight shooters. Like, and so the idea, like when that came out about Lee Daniels, I hate to say this, but just kind of seeing some interviews of Lee Daniels, I kind of already knew. Like, you kind of can tell that Lee Daniels sometimes got a little bit of a way about him, if you get what I'm saying. Like,
Yep.
and I kind of knew, and then also, like I said, all of this, I knew it just wasn't, oh, she don't want to work. I'm like, how y'all gonna say this woman don't want to work? She was a stand-up comedian and doing TV at the same time. She
No, she
still
don't
was
want to work for
touring, doing
free.
stand-up comedy, doing stand-up comedy, and doing the Parkers at the same time. How y'all
No,
gonna
she
tell me
don't
she
want to
don't
work
want to
for
work?
free. Because she didn't want to work for free.
Yeah. And then they get mad.
Go above
They
and
get
beyond
mad
what
at
your
Monique for
contract
little
says.
stuff. They get mad at Monique for little stuff that she say and little stuff that she bring up and stuff. Cause I don't know if you saw her interview when she was on Club Shay Shay.
Yes, I did watch that interview.
A good one. Not a huge after,
After
especially
after
him and
him
his
and
wife
that girl, I was
Shannon.
watching Club
You
Shay
have
Shay.
proved that you
I
are not
watched
that
Club
bright.
Shay Shay. I started watching it with Cat Williams. I'm not gonna lie, and then it was some other people that I was interested in watching.
Yeah, that's
I
when I
liked
checked it out
Amanda
mainly for the
Seals.
first time.
I liked Tabitha Brown. She came on there with her husband. Like
Yeah, I
that
saw that.
interview as well. But once he started getting into them issues with that white girl, I was like, I can't. I listen. I can't support
The
this.
only way the only way I will watch is if I really like who he's interviewing and
Right.
he hasn't interviewed anybody that will make me
Want to
really
watch it?
watch it. Like,
Yeah.
because Monique tried to tell, and I saw the way he reacted when Monique told him, "Get you an old ass black woman and sit down somewhere."
Right.
Um,
She wasn't being paid. So that's exactly what it was. So with Lee Daniels and them, she got paid for the film and all, and the promotion and stuff. But they wanted to do more promotion overseas and stuff like that, and they didn't want to pay her for it.
mhm. Yeah, they wanted her to do it for free. And Tyler Perry tried to get on the phone and try to say, well, this is how the industry is and
Right.
blah, blah, blah. And Monique was pretty much like, I don't care. I'm not doing it.
No.
And they tried to say, oh, her husband getting in her ear and all
And
these
then she's
different
hard to
things.
work with. You know how
And
they try to say you
she's
hard to
being
work with in the
difficult.
industry.
And because of Lee Daniels being cool with Tyler Perry, who was also cool with Oprah, that led to some blackballing. So yeah,
And I don't
that's
trust
that's
Oprah
what it
neither.
was.
But that's a conversation
Nah,
for
I've
another
never
day.
liked Oprah. You know what? And I'm not trying to say I'm no revolutionary or nothing. I'm not. But a lot of the older people in my family, including my granny and things like this, they used to always look up to Oprah. And even as a kid,
Uh-oh. What happened? I'm still can't have no video. Now Diva gone. I'm gonna wait for a second, but we might need to close this live out anyway, y'all. I got to go do some stuff. This is a good conversation. We might have to be continued next Sunday. I think we will do that. I'm gonna text her the to be continued and we'll keep going next Sunday. Thank y'all for watching. Yeah, she dropped off and I think I'm gonna let her go. I'm gonna text her and tell her let's come back next Sunday because it's been like 5 hours anyway. So This was a good talk. Thank you so much for joining. If anybody catches the replay, please comment, like, share, subscribe, all the good things, and comment stuff that you'd like for us to talk about as well. We would love to have more topics to go over with you guys. So I'll see y'all soon. Thanks for joining. Peace.